Chapter 76 Striving for Favor. The morning's entertainment basketball event was very happy. In the third game, the host selected a few lucky viewers to go on stage to play with the great gods, causing the atmosphere to become bustling. At 12, the carnival was paused as they entered the lunch break. Cheng Wei immediately ran towards Li Cangyu. "Cat God, I will invite you to eat lunch." He turned and found Vice Captain Bai was also present. Cheng Wei smiled and greeted him. "Vice Captain Bai, long time no see." Bai Xian smiled and said, "Yes, you have become taller." "Yes, Vice Captain Bai also looks good." Cheng Wei was very happy. Unexpectedly, he found a person with black eyes and blonde hair following behind Bai Xian. Cheng Wei looked at him curiously before thinking he was a random and ignoring him. Then Xiao Han went to Li Cangyu and asked, "Master, where are we going for lunch?" Cheng Wei immediately stared in shock. "What did you call him?" Xiao Han repeated, "Master." Bai Xian explained, "This is the apprentice that Cat God just accepted." Cheng Wei stared bitterly at Xiao Han, his cheeks puffing up. Li Cangyu smiled, "You look just like a great god." Cheng Wei clung to Cat God's arm. "I also want to worship, I also want to worship." "Why did you accept him as an apprentice and not me?" He stared at Xiao Han while speaking. Xiao Han was killed by Cheng Wei's gaze and looked at Li Cangyu in a daze. Bai Xian was entertained on the side. It was like a cat with his fur sticking up and a Persian cat fighting for a handsome black cat. Cat God's body seemed to have a magnetic field that attracted young people. The young people in the league were all his fans. Li Cangyu helplessly rubbed his temples and looked at Cheng Wei. "You are the vice captain of the time team, shouldn't you be more mature?" Cheng Wei lowered his head in a depressed manner and Li Cangyu rubbed his ears. "Be obedient. In my heart, you are like my little brother and your current identity isn't suitable for acknowledging me as a master. Do you understand? Brother? Didn't this seem more intimate than apprentice?" Cheng Wei's eyes brightened and he nodded with satisfaction. "Yes. Then he should call me uncle." Cheng Wei looked back at Xiao Han and raised his chin. "Since you are a younger generation, I won't care about you." Xiao Han. The first round of competition, Cheng Wei won. Xiao Han was still in a curious and dazed state because he wasn't clear about the relationship between his master and this person. Cheng Wei wanted to have lunch together. As a result, Bai Xian said, "The carnival has just stopped so the restaurants nearby will definitely be crowded. It is better to go home and eat. I will cook a few dishes." Li Cangyu agreed while Cheng Wei had no opinion and naturally followed them. Once everyone arrived at home, Bai Xian went to cook while Uncle Zhang helped him. Xiao Han and Xiao Gu ran to the living room to play a boxing game. Cheng Wei was at Li Cangyu's side and constantly asking him questions. "Who is Xiao Han? What about Xiao Gu? Are they all members of your team?" Li Cangyu nodded. "Yes, I only have 6 members on my team at the moment. There are only 5 here. Is there one more?" "Xie Shurong. He is with the ice team today and it isn't convenient for him to come over. He will return home with me when his contract expires at the end of the year." Shu. Cheng Wei was stunned. As one of the 2 strongest players who debuted in the 3rd season, Cheng Wei was naturally familiar with Xie Shurong. He didn't expect Shu to join Cat God's team and was very happy for Li Cangyu. "If he is there, your team will definitely be excellent." Li Cangyu sighed, "My luck this time is really good." Cheng Wei was silent for a moment before suddenly saying, "Cat God, in fact, I signed a contract with the time team for only 3 years. This year happens to be the 6th season and my contract will expire at the end of the year." Li Cangyu knew what he wanted to say but pretended not to know. He turned back and asked, "So what?" Cheng Wei whispered, "If I move to your team, will you accept me?" Li Cangyu replied decisively. "No." Cheng raised his head in surprise. "Why? Is my level worse than Xie Shurong?" Li Cangyu helplessly patted Cheng Wei's head. "Both of you have contracts expiring at the end of the year but your situation is different from Shu. How old are you? Don't be so impulsive." "I'm not being impulsive. I'm serious." Cheng Wei looked seriously at Li Cangyu. "Isn't your team still missing people? Moreover, my contract with time is expiring. I am free to leave so I will talk to manager Li." "What about Tan Shishan?" Li Cangyu asked. Cheng Wei scratched his head and said, "He signed a 5-year contract with time." "I mean, what will he do when you're gone?" Li Cangyu looked seriously at Cheng Wei. Tan Shishan became the captain of Time shortly after he debuted. He was a newcomer who took over as captain and guaranteed that Time's performance didn't decline. You definitely didn't care about the team's matters. How you thought about how hard it was for Captain Tan to lead the team? Cheng Wei was stunned and couldn't speak for a moment. Why did I choose to take my brothers to Woolen instead of joining another team alone? It is because I have responsibility as a captain. As a captain, I have to handle that responsibility. But you, as vice-captain, actually say that you want to leave. Completely ignoring your teammates, do you have any sense of responsibility in your heart? Li Cangyu's voice was so serious and powerful that he couldn't refute it. Cheng Wei, when Su Luo left, he didn't give the captain's position to you because you are impulsive and never consider problems from the perspective of others. You are 19 years old, not a 16-year-old emotional child. I can understand that you are grateful to me for guiding you, but don't forget that the Time team is the place that raised you. Li Cangyu looked at Cheng Wei and declared, without the Time team, you wouldn't be able to rise to the peak. Now you are going to abandon them when you are famous. What will the fans of the Time team think of you? What would your teammates say? What would Tan Shishan think of you? Cheng Wei lowered his head and didn't speak, his eyes red. He saw the little guy hanging his head with a pathetic look and couldn't help softening his heart. I am saying this for your own good. Xiao Wei, it is time for you to grow up. The thing I want to see most is for you to become a good vice-captain, not following me to my team. Once your strength becomes equal to mine one day, it will prove that I wasn't wrong in bothering to teach you that year. Do you understand? I understand. Cheng Wei nodded. Cat God was right. He was really too impulsive. He could leave the team after the contract expired, but if he left Time now, they would be in great trouble without a successor to the White Magician. He had never considered the situation from Tan Shishan's perspective. He always felt that the smiling Tan Shishan wasn't serious and wasn't as good a captain as Cat God and Captain Su. Today he was taught a lesson by Cat God and instantly sobered up. If it wasn't for Tan Shishan, maybe the Time team would have already fallen. Why didn't he think about it? After the new captain took over the team, it was necessary to handle the relationship between players. He needed to ensure that the team members listened to his commands, ensure that the team's performance didn't decline, draw fans to the team and cope with the media. Cheng Wei didn't do anything as the vice-captain, so Tan Shishan must be very tired, right? If it wasn't for Tan Shishan's abilities, the Time team would have been squeezed out of the ranks of the giants. Cheng Wei was sad and embarrassed when he thought of this. He even felt disgraced in front of Cat God. I was wrong, Cheng Wei whispered, I will go back and renew my contract. I want to be a good vice-captain. Li Cangyu smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Xiao Wei, your goal should be to surpass the big gods in the alliance. You are only 19 years old and can play for several years. Your future is boundless. You should put your vision a bit higher, understand? Cheng Wei nodded hard. Yes. He knew that Cat God was really good to him because who didn't want him as a teammate? Moreover, Cat God's team was now lacking people. If he joined, he would definitely be a big help to Cat God. However, Cat God decisively refused in consideration for Cheng Wei's future. This was really seeing him as a younger brother. Cheng Wei was moved by Li Cangyu and said seriously, "Thank you, Cat God." Li Cangyu smiled and rubbed his head. "I just want you to understand." After eating lunch and returning to the hotel, Cheng Wei swiped his card at his room door. As soon as he entered, Tan Shishan nervously pulled him over. "Where have you been? I called your phone and didn't get through. I thought you were lost. Did you eat? I bought you takeaway. Would you like to heat it up and eat it?" Cheng Wei couldn't help feeling bitter when he saw Tan Shishan's concerned eyes and hugged him tightly. "I'm sorry." Tan Shishan became slightly stiff as he was smothered by the little guy. He found that Cheng Wei's eyes were red and couldn't help asking, "What is this?" Cheng Wei buried his head in Tan Shishan's chest and spoke in an embarrassed manner. "I was wrong." "What's wrong?" Tan Shishan was dumbfounded. Cheng Wei whispered, "I saw Cat God today and went to lunch with him. I told him that my contract with Time is soon expiring and I want to join his team." Tan Shishan frowned. Cheng Wei's head hung lower. "I ended up being scolded by Cat God. I have figured things out, so once we return home, I will renew my contract with Time for another 3 years, just like you." Tan Shishan was relieved when he heard this. Cat God really killed Cheng Wei's impulsive idea. Chang Wei went on to say, I was being too willful and never thought of your feelings. I'm sorry. I am probably the most unqualified vice-captain in the league. Later, I will help you out. If you aren't busy, please teach me. Tan Shishan still didn't talk. Chang Wei looked up at him. Are you angry? Tan Shishan couldn't help smiling at the sight of the wet eyes and gently pinched Chang Wei's face. Did you cry after being scolded by Cat God? I didn't cry. I'm not crybaby Zhu Qingyu. Chang Wei looked embarrassed. I just felt sad. Tan Shishan helplessly sighed in the bottom of his heart. He guessed that Li Cangyu's scolding of Chang Wei wasn't light. The big cat was an elder to the kitten. The kitten did wrong, so the big cat should scold him. He wanted to leave time? Tan Shishan would scold him all day. Tan Shishan saw Chang Wei's guilt, remorse, and red eyes and couldn't help softening. He extended his arms, gently hugged Chang Wei and said softly, Okay, don't be sad. It is good that you are willing to stay in time. He never realized before that Tan Shishan's embrace was so forgiving and warm. Chang Wei remembered the past and felt ashamed. He buried his head and declared seriously, Captain Tan, after this, I will help you manage the time team together. Yes. Tan Shishan smiled and held this little fellow tightly. In fact, Tan Shishan didn't need a strong vice-captain. His ability alone was enough to manage the affairs of the team. Chang Wei was emotional, silly, had a simple heart and was impulsive. However, it was this simple and straightforward teenager that attracted Tan Shishan's eyes. Bullying him, making him angry, looking at his hair that stood up, but also wanting to take care of him, protect him, and hug him. It seemed that Cat God's lecture was lethal, making Chang Wei completely wake up. It was surprising that Chang Wei said he would actually help manage the team. This was the first time Chang Wei took the initiative to hug Tan Shishan. The person in his arms was soft and the furry head was buried in Tan Shishan's chest, making Chang Wei seem like a cat. Tan Shishan was extremely happy at the thought of him and Chang Wei fighting together in the league in the future. Chapter 77 Group Draw. The afternoon carnival started at 3 o'clock. During the 2-hour lunch break at noon, everyone went back to their room to rest. His cousin was in the shower when Zhang Shaowai came back. He put the lunch he bought onto the table and shouted in the direction of the bathroom. Brother, come eat after washing. Lu Wuxuan had hated crowded places since childhood and Zhang Shaowai was used to doing things for his brother. Lu Wuxuan soon came out of the shower. Zhang Shaowai looked up and said, Brother, I brought your favorite chicken legs. Come and eat. Yes. Lu Wuxuan nodded and sat down across from him. The IQ of his younger brother wasn't high, but it was very tiring for people with high intelligence and deep minds to get along. He could be more relaxed with simple people like Zhang Shaowai. Lu Wuxuan's mood became uncontrollable as he saw Zhang Shaowai's smile. This younger brother was actually very good. He was enthusiastic and straightforward. He always protected his older brother since childhood. He would rush forward to hit whoever dared to bully his brother. Even if he was beaten up, he wouldn't let Lu Wuxuan be hurt. Lu Wuxuan knew that it was because he was full of gratitude towards the Lu family. In fact, the blood relationship between the Lu family and Zhang Shaowai was very weak. His mother and Zhang Shaowai's father were distant cousins while his father and Zhang Shaowai's uncle were university classmates. This relationship was more like friendship than family. Zhang Shaowai's parents died in an accidental car accident when he was still in elementary school. The small child had no one to take care of him and the Lu parents had a moment of softness. It was the Lu family who raised him when he was a helpless orphan, so he really thought of Lu Wuxuan as his brother. If it wasn't like this, how could they become such good brothers? Lu Wuxuan's eyes were dark as he lowered his head and adjusted his glasses. Brother, here's a chicken leg for you. Zhang Shaowai put delicious things into his brother's bowl out of habit and said, Brother, eat more. You have to participate in events in the afternoon. Lu Wuxuan suddenly looked up and asked, Hui, what type of girl do you like? Zhang Shaowai touched his nose due to this abrupt question and replied, No girl would like such a rough person. What if someone is looking at you? Lu Wuxuan looked up with sharp eyes. That's unlikely. Zhang Shaowai smiled and scratched his head. I am stupid and not good at talking with girls. I don't have any romantic cells in my body and don't know how to deliver flowers or gifts. I don't understand cosmetics and bags. He was quite self-aware that he wasn't romantic. In middle school, he only knew how to play and joined the Ghost Spirits team after graduating high school. He still wasn't enlightened about girls. Lu Wuxuan thought differently. Zhang Shaowai might not know how to please girls, but his strong muscles were enough to cause women to drool. An honest person like him was actually very suitable for living as a husband, but he didn't deal with girls every day in the team. This meant no girls discovered his good points. Lu Wuxuan's heart stung at the thought that in the future, a woman would be in Zhang Shaowai's arms and would be held by him. This silly brother, Lu Wuxuan wouldn't give him up to anyone. Zhang Shaowai was confused when he found that his brother's face was red and white. "Brother, why are you suddenly asking me this?" "It's nothing." Lu Wuxuan gave him a piece of ribs with a cold expression. "Eat." "Ah." Zhang Shaowai didn't find any abnormalities in his brother and concentrated on eating. After dinner, Zhang Shaowai actively packed up and lay down on his bed. He played with his phone for a while and was just planning to take a nap when Lu Wuxuan came over. Lu Wuxuan looked at him calmly and asked, "Didn't you want me to touch your abs?" Zhang Shaowai laughed. "Here brother, you can touch. I played every day so my muscles are harder." He unabashedly pulled up his t-shirt, revealing a beautiful 8-pack to Lu Wuxuan. In order to show off his good body, he specifically tightened his lower abdomen. The beautiful muscles were enough to give people a nosebleed. Lu Wuxuan's heart beat quickly, but the expression on his face was calm. He sat on the edge of the bed and poked his brother's abdominal muscles. The muscles were really hard. Lu Wuxuan suddenly got an image of being hugged by this person and an unnatural red spread on his cheeks. Zhang Shaowai saw him blush and was puzzled. "Brother, do you feel uncomfortable?" Lu Wuxuan didn't speak as he continued to touch the hard abs. Then he commented, "A good body." Zhang Shaowai smiled happily. Yes. His mind might be relatively simple, but his limbs were developed. He was a lot handsomer than Cheng Wei, who had a simple mind and limbs. Cheng Wei gave a big sneeze from the next room. Lu Wuxuan's lips were raised as he thought, "One day, you will be mine. So protect these muscles well. You will be very powerful in this aspect and a blessed sex life is guaranteed." Lu Wuxuan thought this and then got into Zhang Shaowai's bed. Zhang Shaowai was startled and immediately moved over. "Brother, what are you doing?" Lu Wuxuan replied with no expression, "I'm cold." Zhang Shaowai wondered if the air conditioner was too strong. Lu Wuxuan had been afraid of the cold since childhood. When they were young, their childhood home wasn't heated. The winter climate was humid but the bed was cold. The two little boys often shared a bed and hugged each other to sleep so they could be warm. Zhang Shaowai reached out and held his brother in his arms. He whispered, "I will hold you to sleep." Lu Wuxuan removed his glasses and put his arm around his brother's waist. Zhang Shaowai was completely unaware that his brother was smiling as he buried his face in the sturdy chest. Zhang Shaowai used Lu Wuxuan as a pillow and slept very well, but he also heartlessly snored. Lu Wuxuan wasn't asleep, so he nestled in the warm embrace, his long fingers moving up and down his brother's back. When the alarm sounded, Zhang Shaowai opened dazed eyes and found the white beauty in his arms. He was stunned as he stared at the person before smiling. "Brother, you look better when you aren't wearing glasses." Lu Wuxuan usually wore glasses. The eyes behind the lens were cold and particularly sharp, giving him the nickname of Viper. At this time, he was slightly squinting because of myopia, but this gave him a lazy sexiness. Zhang Shaowai's heart beat faster at the sight and Lu Wuxuan hurriedly put on his glasses, pretending to have a cold expression. "Get up." "Yes." Zhang Shaowai immediately got up. The two people had just dressed when there was a knock on the door. Lu Wuxuan opened it and found Tan Shishan and Cheng Wei standing on the outside. Tan Shishan smiled politely and asked, "Captain Lu, are you ready? Let's go down together." "Yes." Lu Wuxuan looked back. Wei, hurry up. I'm coming." Zhang Shaowai quickly put on his shoes and emerged. "Let's go." The four people headed downstairs together where they found the contestants' vehicle waiting. They got on and saw that Ling Suifeng was already sitting down. Chairman Nan checked that everyone arrived and then the driver headed to the venue. In the vehicle, Nan Jiangang said, "This afternoon's event is the fun race. Before the event starts, we have to do the draw for the 3v3 event. We have two teams, so this draw is very important. At the very least, we can't draw the same group." Cheng Wei actively raised his hand and suggested, "Chairman, let Captain Tan go and pick. I made him wash his hands 5 times after getting up at noon today." Su Guangmo looked across the aisle at Cheng Wei. "Does washing hands work?" "Of course." Cheng Wei said, "When I played the online game, I washed my hands every time I did an instance and always got excellent equipment. Tan Shishan was amused by this little guy and rubbed his head. Don't talk nonsense and listen to the chairman's arrangement. Nan Jiangang asked, then Captain Tan, do you want to do the draw for Team 2? No problem. Who will go for Team 1? Ling Suifeng volunteered. I'll go. Nan Jiangang nodded. Okay, once the group draws are over, you are free to participate in the afternoon entertainment if you want. The 3v3 matches will start tonight. Don't be distressed and try your best. The carnival's highlight, the 3v3 event officially kicked off at 7 p.m. Before the start of the afternoon races, each team sent a representative to the stage to draw lots and determine the groups. A total of 20 teams from 16 countries were enrolled and it was divided into 4 groups. Groups A and B were in the upper half while Groups C and D were in the lower half. First, teams would be selected for the quarter-finals. Then the top 4 would be selected before deciding the first, second, and third place. This type of competition was similar to many world competitions of sporting events. However, the random draw method meant it was possible for 2 teams from one country to draw the same group. The 2 teams from France were unlucky enough to both draw Group A. However, the US and South Korea successfully avoided their own people. South Korea's teams were in Group A and C while the US teams were in Group B and C. Once it was China's turn, many domestic spectators held their breaths nervously. Don't draw the same group like the helpless French team. Many people prayed silently with folded hands. Ling Suifeng of Team 1 took to the stage and drew Group C. Yu Bing said, Group C is currently the strongest group. We can see that US Team 1 and South Korean Team 2 have been allocated to Group C. The grouping of world-renowned players means it will be difficult to win Group C. Sister Bing is right. This group is very strong. Cao Hongyi followed up. But the combination of Ling, Su, and Chu isn't weak. There is still a large chance of getting into the top 2 of the group. That's true. Yu Bing nodded in agreement. I hope that Team 2 doesn't draw Group C. As she was speaking, Tan Shishan went to the host and put his hand into the box. He unfolded the note he had drawn and many spectators jumped up excitedly. It was Group D. Cao Hongyi found it hard to hide his excitement as his voice shook. Tan Shishan really has a red hand. Group D has the weakest teams. It seems there will be no problem for our Team 2 to enter the top 8. The domestic live broadcast started a new round of comments. Praise Captain Tan's hand. The small red hand is too powerful. Captain Tan, have strength. I will go and forward your posts on Weibo to give you some traffic. The people on the internet praised Tan Shishan while Tan Shishan showed a happy smile to the camera. Li Cangyu's phone suddenly lit up. He looked down and saw that Ling Suifeng had actually sent him a text message with a simple sentence, I drew Group C. Was this meant to ask for comfort? Li Cangyu smiled and comforted him, never mind. You can still win Group C. Ling Suifeng said, are you free at dinner time? Come to the hotel to see me. Why? Help me form some tactics. You thought of me. Of course. Your thoughts are very different from mine and maybe you can give me better advice. Ling Suifeng quickly typed before sending another message, will you come? I'll pick you up at the hotel's entrance. Okay, you personally invited me so I will come when the afternoon events are over. Li Cangyu quickly replied. Xiao Han sat next to Li Cangyu and found that his master was texting someone with a small smile on his face. His eyes were very gentle and he looked different from the usual handsome and decisive cat god. Xiao Han couldn't help thinking, is cat god's expression so gentle because he is texting his girlfriend? Shouldn't his teacher have a young woman? Was she a professional player? Was she pretty? Was she the cold stewardess type or the cute lowly type? He was really curious about the Miracle League in China. Chapter 78 Precious Gift. On the first day of the World Carnival, the morning event was a basketball game and the afternoon event was a 100 meters race. The rules of the race were very simple. The game would have 6 parallel lanes in the game. 6 people stand on a runway and sprinted to the finish. There were various obstacles such as ponds, steps, boulders, and trees. They could also use a variety of interference skills to block the opponents. The first one to reach the end would win. Surprisingly, Ling Suifeng actually joined the race. Some night owls who stayed up late to watch the game couldn't help commenting, how come Captain Ling is taking part in such an event? I don't know. Captain Ling's serious expression seems inconsistent with this fun race. Maybe he thinks running is more fun than basketball. Regardless of their guesses, the race officially began. The first batch of players actually had Ling Xuefeng assigned to the third lane. The IDs of the other 5 players weren't familiar, but the flags in front of the IDs showed they were from several countries. The referee fired the signal and the race officially began. Ling Xuefeng calmly tapped the keyboard, operating his demon summoner to quickly run forward. The elf contestant on the 4th lane took advantage of his agility to overtake Ling Xuefeng, but Ling Xuefeng just ignored it. It didn't take long for the 2nd lane to overtake him, and Ling Xuefeng ran steadily behind. The domestic audience watching the game were anxious. Captain Ling, hurry and run. Captain Ling, refuel. Run, run. The players moved through the pond, steps, boulders, and tree barriers and saw there was only 1/3 of the way left. Ling Xuefeng acted at this moment. He summoned a skeleton infantry to freeze the left front player in place, followed by a banshee who used charm to pull the front right player back. Then his big move Cover the Sky was used. A group of black crows flew in the sky, covering the visions of the players in front. Ling Xuefeng took advantage of this to suddenly spring forward, quickly surpassing the 3 contestants in front of him. The audience was stunned as the 4th place demon summoner crossed the finish line first. All of this happened in just a few seconds. Ling Xuefeng grabbed the most appropriate opportunity and used 3 pets to reverse the situation at the last moment. At the scene of the race, the black crows were still flying in the sky, making the contestants look bloody. The host also marveled. Everyone, the winner is LXF in the 3rd lane. This player is Ling Xuefeng from China, the world's strongest demon summoner. We saw how quickly he summoned his pets and flexibly used them to successfully interfere with the opponents, allowing him to rush forward at the end. Congratulations Ling Xuefeng on winning this round. The venue was filled with thunderous applause while the live broadcast room was filled with, Captain Ling 66666. Captain Ling is so handsome I want to cry. Are you still lacking leg pendants? Demon King reversed the field 66666. Li Cangyu was watching in the audience and also raised his hands to clap. Ling Xuefeng calmly waited for the opportunity and then seized it, dealing a killing blow to the opponents. As soon as he acted, even a simple entertainment event would be crushed by him. He maintained his speed and followed behind to reduce his sense of existence. Then at the last moment, he surpassed the 3 people in front of him. This type of mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind its strategy was really handsome. There was one thing Li Cangyu didn't understand. Why did Ling Xuefeng suddenly enter the race event? It didn't seem to suit his serious personality. Once Ling Xuefeng received the souvenir, Li Cangyu immediately received a text message. I won you a model of an elf summoner. I'll give it to you afterwards. Li Cangyu. The reward for the afternoon races was a designated race and class model which had exquisite workmanship. It was said that the base was pure gold and it was very expensive. Each model was unique and it was only distributed at the World Carnival. The value of this model couldn't be measured with money. It was a symbol of honor. Li Cangyu didn't know if he should laugh or cry. Why are you giving me the model that you won? Ling Xuefeng replied, this model is only issued at the carnival. I don't know if they will have it next year, so I will first help you win it. Li Cangyu. At this moment, an indescribable feeling filled Li Cangyu's heart. Ling Xuefeng deliberately joined the entertainment race to win Li Cangyu a unique elf summoner model that was only distributed at the World Carnival. It was a more valuable gift than anything else. The entertainment project officially ended at 5 o'clock. Li Cangyu let Bai Xian go back first and headed to the hotel entrance alone. This hotel was the official place that the organizing committee designated for players. People without a pass weren't allowed to enter. This strict inspection system was to avoid the harassment of fans and journalists to ensure the safety of the competitors. There were many reporters at the entrance to the hotel. Ling Xuefeng saw Li Cangyu hiding behind a pillar and knew that Li Cangyu was worried about being recognized by reporters. Ling Xuefeng sent a text message asking for help to Tan Shishan and then opened the door to reporter Yao Rong. Tan Shishan and Cheng Wei had been heading this way. He received the text message and took the initiative to greet the reporter. Reporter Yao, hello. Yao Rong immediately raised the microphone happily to his mouth. Captain Tan, your afternoon drawing was very good. Many domestic audience members are saying that you have a small red hand. Tan Shishan put an arm around Cheng Wei's shoulders and said, it is Vice Captain Wei's credit. After waking me up at noon, he made me wash my hands 5 times. Cheng Wei smiled to the camera and said, everyone, please pay attention to my Weibo. I will teach you how to wash your hands to pick up good equipment. I won't deceive you. Everyone. Ling Xuefeng saw that reporter Yao's attention was attracted and then strode to the hotel door. He gently pulled Li Cangyu by his waist and moved through the crowd. Li Cangyu followed him into the elevator and smiled with relief. I thought I would have to sneak into the hotel to find you. Ling Xuefeng looked into his eyes and asked with concern, have you eaten? Not yet. I don't want to eat with the league players. It is better to eat by ourselves and talk. Yes. Li Cangyu had no problem with this. Ling Xuefeng brought Li Cangyu to the Western restaurant on the 4th floor of the hotel. They found a quiet couple's room to sit in, picked up the menu and ordered some food. The private room was very quiet and the waiter left after serving them. There was no need to worry about outsiders and they chatted while eating. In the evening 3v3 event, which team will you play in the first match? Li Cangyu asked. The first match is Australia. I'm not very familiar with the contestants over there, but it is a combination of swordsman, berserker and healer. The swordsman and berserker are a stable front row. Combined with the support of the healer in the rear, their life force is very strong. You will suffer if you aren't quick. Li Cangyu carefully analyzed it. Against this team, isn't it best to kill the healer first? This method is feasible. If you cooperate with Su Guangmo to kill the healer, things will turn out better. Li Cangyu smiled and looked up at Ling Xuefeng. You didn't need to invite me over for such a simple tactical analysis, right? I'm confident when dealing with others' teams. I want to hear what you think about the US and South Korean team. Ling Xuefeng looked seriously at the man in front of him and spoke softly. The US Team 1 and South Korean Team 2 are both in Group C. It won't be easy to reach the quarterfinals. I want to hear your suggestions and come up with a set of tactics with the highest success rate. Your opinion is very important to me. Li Cangyu heard this and couldn't help feeling admiration. Ling Xuefeng's character was cold and tough, but he didn't act arbitrarily. He also wasn't conceited enough to think all his decisions were right. On the contrary, he could calm down and listen to other people's suggestions to make the best path for himself. This was the smartest way for a strong person. In any case, this was a world competition, not a matter involving the Wind Color team. There were too many masters and he was willing to calm down and listen to other people's suggestions. For example, the powerful Li Cangyu could give him lots of new ideas. Li Cangyu's personality had always been straightforward and he had no intention of hiding his ideas. He said, the 3 ace players of the US are in Team 1. Thomas has the remote fast suppression. Jack Josh had a large outbreak due to his blood-kin pets, while Edmund is the strongest assassin on the US side. A team consisting of an archer, summoner, and assassin will be very aggressive. Our side has 2 strong outputs and an auxiliary. It is difficult to fight them from the front, so it is better to lay a trap. Ling Xuefeng was interested in the idea. Do you mean to deliberately reveal a flaw to attract the enemy? Yes. Li Cangyu explained it carefully. This task can be completed by Su Guangmo. He can perform an act in the front row by pretending to accidentally make a mistake. The other side will turn their attention to him and rush to kill him. Su Guangmo's explosive ability is very strong and can unleash explosive skills before death. Once the opposite is beaten to residual blood, your outbreak will take care of the rest. Ling Xuefeng's eyes were bright. I understand. You mean to sacrifice Su Guangmo and save Chu Yan while I come out to collect their heads? Li Cangyu nodded. You and Su Guangmo have similar levels to the opposite swordsman and summoner. Therefore, the auxiliary is the key. If Chu Yan dies and it becomes 2v3, our side will definitely lose. If you save Chu Yan to keep the advantage of controlling the field, there is a bigger chance of winning. The method to implement it, you can go back and discuss it with them. Of course, this is just one of my suggestions. If you have a better plan, tell me and we can discuss it. Ling Xuefeng said, I think your idea is quite good. Unlike Ling Xuefeng, who mainly used the suppression style, Li Cangyu's tactical thinking was mysterious and varied. He used to take a weak team to fight with strong teams that he definitely couldn't beat from the front. Therefore, he painstakingly studied various tactics, which would sometimes allow him to overturn the strong team. In the domestic league, Ling Xuefeng wasn't afraid to fight any team with his suppression style. However, this was now the international arena and the players on the US team were gods on the same level. The key to winning or losing depended on tactics and luck. Li Cangyu could really provide him with new ideas. Ling Xuefeng looked at the other side with appreciation and said, I suddenly feel confident with you as my behind-the-scenes strategist. Give me the strategist's appearance fee. Li Cangyu held out a hand. This scene was like a proud big cat extending his claws to ask for a toy. Ling Xuefeng took out a delicate box and put it in his hand. Li Cangyu opened the box and saw the elf summoner model that Ling Xuefeng had won in the entertainment event. This model was small and extremely delicate. Its quality was far beyond the usual goods in the stores. The most special thing was its base, which was made of pure gold and had the words First World Carnival Commemoration on the back. Is the base really pure gold? Li Cangyu touched it and really loved it. That is what the officials said. Can I take it off and sell it? This gold can be sold for a lot of money, right? Li Cangyu smiled and looked at Ling Xuefeng. The latter's expression was still calm as he stated, this is already yours. You can deal with it however you like. He had no sense of humor at all. Li Cangyu joked with him but he was still serious. Li Cangyu helplessly retracted the model and said seriously, I will keep this model well. If there are such rewards at next year's carnival, I will go and help you win a demon summoner so that you don't lose anything. Ling Xuefeng couldn't help smiling when he heard this and he looked at the man full of confidence in front of him. I will hold you to your words. He helped give the elf summoner model and Li Cangyu would return it by winning the demon summoner model. This gift exchange created a surge of sweetness in Ling Xuefeng's heart. Changing World Series presents, who in the world would think this except for them? Thinking carefully, it was actually a bit embarrassing. Li Cangyu obviously did this because he was righteous. His idea was, you won me a present, I will win you one. But Ling Xuefeng was very content. He wasn't in a hurry. He was already the most special person in Li Cangyu's heart. As long as he subtly boiled the warm water, this clever and sharp cat would soon become Ling Xuefeng's exclusive lover. Chapter 79 3v3 Group Stage, 1. At 7 p.m. New York time, the exciting 3v3 event was officially launched. There were 20 teams in 4 groups playing a round robin and the carnival only had 5 days. Therefore, the Miracle League changed to a larger venue. The 3v3 event had 1 main stage and 3 smaller stages with comprehensive electrical equipment. This way, the matches of the 4 groups could be carried out simultaneously. The online broadcast could also be split into 4 live broadcasts. The official channel on the US side would only commentate on the important matches on the main stage. The other 3 stages would have live videos released and each country could select the ones they wanted to comment on. At 7 o'clock, the main stage was the Group C match between South Korea Team 2 and US Team 1. These 2 teams were all strong teams with star contestants, so the rating naturally wasn't bad. However, the domestic broadcast cut to the sub-game next door instead of showing the main match. The Chinese teams were playing on the sub-stages, so the Chinese side would certainly broadcast their own events. In Group D, Tan Shishan, Lu Wuxuan and Lu Xiang's team happened to meet in the Swedish team in the first match. Sweden's esports had been brilliant for some time and there were several world-class gods. It was the time when StarCraft dominated esports and StarCraft was more about individual players. There were many talented players who single-handedly killed famous players. Later, with the rise of team sports, there weren't as many professional players in Sweden and the size of the league was small. Their position in the esports circle gradually declined. At this year's carnival, Sweden's strength wasn't high but they were nationally selected players. Their level couldn't be underestimated. Tan Shishan and the others were full of confidence but they weren't careless. After today's dinner, Tan Shishan, Lu Wuxuan and Lu Xiang had gathered to discuss their tactic for the first match. They clearly had a plan, so their expressions were very calm as they entered. The Carnival 3v3 group stage map was the league stipulated city square. This map was large in size and had a very wide view. It was the same for all matches and was fair to all teams. At the end of the quarter-finals, the matches would change into a 3-game, 2-win selection model. Competitors could freely choose a match that was beneficial to them. In the live broadcast room, Yu Bing started to calmly analyze the lineup of both sides. This time, the opponent is Sweden. The Sweden team had a combination of Berserker, Swordsman, and Black Magician. A Berserker is the fiercest class in a melee, a Swordsman has very strong attacks and a Black Magician has many attack spells. This combination maximizes attacks and is very violent. Our Chinese team too have the unmatched assassin Lu Wuxuan, Tan Shishan's bard and Lu Xiang's healer. The Bloodkin Assassin and Elf Bard are fragile classes with weak defense. They can be easily killed by the other side. The explosive ability and endurance aren't great, but the advantage is that this combination is very mobile. Yes. Cao Hongyi nodded with approval. Tan Shishan's bard has very high agility. Combined with the elf's flying feather steps, he can move through the map as rapidly as the wind. This team also has the most devastating killer in our Miracle League who is the best at assassination. The two of them are clearly aiming for the unexpected guerrilla tactic. Guerrilla warfare was one of the most common tactics in the Chinese Miracle Professional League. Tan Shishan's guerrilla tactics with the time team had broken down many giants. However, this normally involved a cooperation between Tan Shishan and Cheng Wei. Many domestic audiences wondered what his cooperation with Lu Wushuan would be like. The match time arrived very quickly. The players on both sides entered the competition room and confirmed the data. The Miracle World Carnival officially opened a separate game server. All players had to register their IDs after verifying their identity on the first day. Since the IDs could only be English letters, Tan Shishan used Tendai, Lu Wushuan was Killer and Lu Xiang used XX. The domestic audience could recognize these players when looking at the IDs, but the Swedish players weren't familiar with them. However, the classes could clearly be distinguished based on the different avatars. The domestic audience wasn't familiar with the Swedish players, so when Yu Bing and Cao Hongyi commentated, they directly used their classes instead of names. This made it easier for everyone to understand. The captain of the Swedish team is a black magician. He is said to be a very good remote player and is also the commander of this match. Yu Bing paused and said, the commander of the Chinese team too should be Tan Shishan. Tan Shishan's Tendai character had a captain's mark on his head, so Yu Bing could guess it. Tendai, this name originated from Tan Shishan. Everyone knows that Sunday, English, is Sunday. Then what is Tendai, English? In fact, Tendai isn't 10 days. It is our storytelling god, 10 days, Chinese. Cao Hongyi said with a smile. This cold joke made many onlookers type a row of ellipses. Yu Bing was also speechless. In order to prevent him from completely ruining the atmosphere, Yu Bing completely changed the topic. The World Carnival's 3v3 mode isn't the same as the Professional League. The contestants' data will be 0 after logging into the game room. We can see that all players' stat points have been reset and the equipment has to be selected from the stadium's equipment library. This type of competition system achieves absolutely fairness between the two parties. Well, the Professional League is based on the strength of the contestants and there can't be a situation where a loss is due to the equipment. Both sides should have the same starting point. The equipment in the library is the same and the variety of choices is very rich. Cao Hongyi went on to say, let's see how they choose the equipment and stat points for this match. Changing the points and equipment according to the opponent would make the match more flexible. Tan Shishan's hand speed was extremely fast. In 5 seconds, he had added all 500 stat points into agility. Yu Bing wasn't surprised. Captain Tan also plays with this build in the domestic league. He will add the elf bard's agility to the highest and the lack of attack will be supplemented with equipment. I guess that he will dress in an attack set. As soon as the words were spoke, Tan Shishan on the screen selected the Gale suit from the equipment library. This was the elf set with the highest physical attack, wore a crit ring and necklace and chose the Frost Covenant weapon. Cao Hongyi was a bit surprised. He changed his weapon? In the domestic league, he always used the elf bow, which is the most aggressive bow. The weapon he chose today doesn't have a high attack, but the advantage is that big moves will cause a deceleration effect due to the ice. The elf bow and bright heart, these were the weapons commonly used by Tan Shishan and Cheng Wei in domestic competitions. The information of these two weapons were complementary. Cheng Wei's staff had very strong controls, so Cheng Wei could assuredly choose the bow with the most powerful attack. Today he replaced his weapon. It was clearly because of a change in tactical thinking. Yu Bing couldn't help feeling admiration. Tan Shishan is very clever. Previously, he had Cheng Wei to help him control the field. Now that isn't possible, so he can only control the field himself. That's why he chose a weapon with the deceleration effect. He can take full advantage of his long attack distance. Li Cangyu watched the game from below the stage and couldn't help raising a thumb to Tan Shishan in his heart. On the heavyweight field of the World Series, many young players would be nervous and play abnormally. This young man could be so calm and change according to the situation. It was rare for young players to react sharply and courageously. Tan Shishan was only 19 years old, and to be honest, he was several times more mature than Cheng Wei, who was the same age. Cheng Wei should follow him to learn more. There were 2 minutes of preparation time before the match. The players quickly selected their equipment and added their points. Yu Bing followed the flashing images on the screen and quickly explained. The information of Captain Lu is also released. His stats are the same as the domestic games. His clothing increase attack while his ring and necklace increases agility. The weapon chosen is Blood Demon. Blood Demon. Cao Hongai laughed. This is the pair of daggers commonly used by Lu Wushuan. The black daggers have a red shine and looks beautiful. Of course, he uses the beautiful pair of daggers to kill people. Yu Bing continued saying, Lu Xiang has increased the spiritual stat. The weapon chosen is Big Angel, which increases the healing amount, but her clothing is the angel race's highest defense God's word set. This should be Tan Shishan and Lu Wushuan's decision to help protect her life, since the opposite side would definitely come to attack her. Yes, the opposite side is the violent attack combination of a swordsman, berserker, and black magician. The situation will be better if they kill the healer and it becomes 3v2. Lu Xiang will be under a lot of pressure, so she chose the defensive clothes. Under the stage, Li Cangyu was giving a live explanation to his apprentice. You should carefully ponder on how Lu Wushuan added the points. Xiao Han stared serious at the big screen and asked, did he increase his attack and agility stats in the ratio of 3:1? The relieved Li Cangyu rubbed his little apprentice's head. To be able to analyze the proportion of points from the final data, your math isn't bad. Xiao Han was very happy, but then his expression changed. Master, you previously told me that my method of putting all points in attack means I won't have enough agility. In fact, I put points in attack because I wanted to use my equipment to supplement my agility. Li Cangyu shook his head. It is useless to choose agility clothing without having the points to supplement it. Look at Lu Wushuan. He added points to agility. At the same time, his ring and necklace also add agility, making it easier for him to cooperate with Tan Shishan. Otherwise, his speed won't be able to keep up. After a pause, he continued, if he was with his brother Zhang Shaowai, he wouldn't need to do this. He made adjustments to his stats based on today's teammates. Oh. Xiao Han nodded thoughtfully. These great gods were really amazing. They could immediately adjust their stats when the teammates were changed. Xiao Han had played Miracle for many years, but his understanding was very shallow. He would follow his master to study in the future. Xiao Han silently made up his mind as he stared seriously at the big screen. Chapter 83 V3 Group Stage 2. Everyone, this is the first live broadcast of the World Carnival's 3v3 event. The first round of Group D will begin soon. It is a match between China Team 2 and the Sweden team. The map is the officially selected city square. Yu Bing looked at the live broadcast screen and said quickly, the players on both sides have appeared on the map. The Swedish team's birth point is in the upper left corner while the Chinese team is born in the lower right corner. On the screen, the 6 contestants appeared on the map. The 3 Swedish players paused for 2 seconds before rushing to the central fountain. The middle of the city square map had a large central fountain. There were 6 large stone statues next to the fountain. The stone statues were carved after the 6 gods in the game. If they wanted a head-on fight, they would move straight to the fountain. If they wanted a guerrilla warfare, they would use the obstacles created by the stone statues. This map was simple, but many tactics could be accomplished. Tan Shishan liked maps with obstacles. Once his character appeared, he immediately ran behind a stone statue and hid. Be careful of the stone statues. The Swedish team's captain operated his black magician while commanding on the voice channel. The opposite side's archer and killer must be hiding. Kill the healer first. Lu Xiang's priest was at a corner of the fountain. The Swedish black magician immediately jumped forward and released Dark Fear, successfully hitting the other side's priest. Players in the fear state couldn't release any skills but could move. Lu Xiang immediately turned and ran, but unfortunately, a priest's movement speed was very slow. The 3 enemies quickly chased while attacking, causing gorgeous skill light effects to emerge. Lu Xiang's blood immediately dropped. The domestic audience was distraught. Attacking the healer at the very beginning? Xiang, hold on. Ah, Captain Lu, 3 against 1 is too fierce. Tan Shishan, come and save her. Why are you hiding? Milk God, stand up. Regardless of the comments area, the 3 people on the field were very calm. Lu Xiang's fingers were pressed to the keyboard as she stared at the time remaining on the fear effect. Once the fear's 3 seconds were over, she immediately used a big move on herself, Holy Light Surge. This was the most powerful move of an angel priest. A soft white light rose from the solace of her feet like white waves, instantly raising her blood to 80%. Lu Xiang closely followed with a common angel skill, Purification. Purification was a skill that helped all teammates in a certain range get rid of negative states while allowing the caster to resist any control for 5 seconds. The angels were a peace-loving race and Lu Xiang's meaning was obvious low. During the time that they couldn't control her, she would add blood to herself. The Swedish team saw her use purification and knew that it wasn't good to waste control skills on her. Lu Xiang immediately used the 5 seconds free of control to use healing language on herself and stacking it to the maximum. Healing language was a skill that continuously returned blood. After stacking it to 5 layers, she could recover 5% blood per second. The domestic spectators clapped. Xiang Nanny's survival ability is strong. Kneel before the milk god. Half blood to full blood 66666. The 3 people on the opposite side saw her blood returning to full and couldn't help becoming agitated. They hurriedly used big moves on her. Lu Xiang was a healer and couldn't withstand the siege of the 3 people. Her blood volume quickly fell. What were Tan Shishan and Lu Wuxuan doing? Why didn't they respond despite their healer being beaten up? The domestic audience were a bit anxious as they saw that the healer was about to die. At this moment, Tan Shishan typed a 1 on the team channel. Was this a code they discussed in advance? With this code, Lu Wuxuan finally moved. The 3 opposing players were violently attacking the healer and the scene was too intense. Everyone's attention was on the healer's blood. Therefore, they didn't notice where Lu Wuxuan had gone. In face, Lu Wuxuan was invisible and moved from the stone statues on the other side to behind the 3 enemies at an extremely fast speed. Captain Lu went around. Cao Hongai cried out excitedly. Are they planning to go from the sides and back? Just now, Tan Shishan probably didn't act because he was waiting for Captain Lu to get in place. Yu Bing just finished speaking when Lu Wuxuan finally appeared, his hands raising the cold daggers. Backstab. Soul stab. Absorb and seize the soul. The weapons in his hands, Blood Demon, were a pair of black daggers with a red light. He wielded them at a very fast speed and dealt 3 consecutive critical strikes to the opposite side's black magician, causing his blood to flash red. The Swedish team were shocked and the captain shouted busily, "The assassin is behind you." However, when they turned back to control the assassin, the archer hidden behind the stone statue suddenly unleashed his skills. Death arrows rain. Tan Shishan wasn't polite. Once he came out, he unleashed a big move. The ice bow and arrow fired from a distance, causing the 3 people to lose blood while the effect of the Frost Covenant weapon slowed down movement speed. Tan Shishan's eyes narrowed and he pulled the bow in his hand again. Precise aim. Shock shot. This was an elf archer's single attack. Precise aim needed the archer to stay in place for 2 seconds to aim at the opponent's head. Shock shot would form clouds and fog, hitting the opponent with unstoppable momentum. This critical blow directly cut the black magician's blood to 30%. Once Tan Shishan attacked, he flashed behind another stone statue and started to continuously harass the opponent with ordinary attacks. Lu Wuxuan followed up with a set of attacks. Backstab. Soul stab. Fatal blow. These were the 3 most common moves used by a killer. The first 2 moves were a setup while the final fatal blow would have the effect of killing with 1 shot. The other party's black magician was hit by both of them and instantly fell to the ground. First blood. This prompt appeared on the screen. Lu Wuxuan's success in taking a life filled the venue with warm applause. Xiao Han watched the battle from under the stage and had a stunned look in his eyes. Li Cangyu looked at him and asked, "What do you think of Lu Wuxuan?" Xiao Han cried out, "He's so good." Li Cangyu said, "He is the strongest assassin in the domestic miracle league. He also has a cousin called Zhang Shaowai. He is the vice-captain of ghost spirits. The combination of brothers often lurk on the field to kill many gods. That's why ghost spirits is one of the most difficult teams to deal with." Xiao Han's curiosity was completely incited by his master and his eyes shone. Li Cangyu rubbed his apprentice's head. "In the future, you will have a chance to fight them." Xiao Han nodded earnestly. "Yes." Bai Xian heard their conversation and couldn't help smiling. It was no wonder why there were so many young people in the Cat God fan group. He suddenly discovered that Cat God really had a way of dealing with teenagers. He had also heard it when Cat God scolded Cheng Wei. None of his words could be refuted, directly making Cheng Wei stunned from the scolding. When he was training, he was a strict elder. However, when coaxing people, he was like a gentle neighborhood brother, making people want to revolve around him. The previous method of acting as a local tyrant to buy goods made Xiao Han very moved and he willingly joined the team. Today's simple words increased Xiao Han's desire to catch up. Once they went back, he would definitely double his training to improve his standards. Young boys, you are too tender to fight with Cat God. On the court, the black magician died and the Swedish team members finally realized they were caught in a trap. Tan Shishan disappeared after firing the arrow while Lu Wushuan used a stealth skill. The remaining two people on the opposite side felt cold. They wanted to fight the archer but couldn't reach, they wanted to hit the assassin but couldn't find him, they could only continue to fight the healer. The healer only had 30% blood left and her consumption of blue was also very large. Kill the healer and make it a 2v2. The dead captain took a deep breath and calmly commanded. Indeed, it wasn't wise to chase the assassin or the archer. There was still hope if they killed the healer and made it 2v2. It was a pity that they met Lu Xiang. Lu Xiang was known as the milk god in China. She looked warm and gentle but was extremely tough and careful on the court. She was like a cockroach on the field as her survivability was extremely strong. If she was given 1 or 2 seconds, she could always control her blood. The two people couldn't kill her for a long time. They violently used all types of skills on her and Lu Xiang was finally killed in half a minute. However, waiting for them was another disaster. This time, Tan Shishan ran to another stone statue and fired 2 ice arrows. Seize life shot. Barrage shot. Tan Shishan thought, I'm not eccentric. One person came towards the arrow. Don't run, swordsman, I will give you another arrow. Still running? Have another one. After the ice arrows were released, Tan Shishan used flying feather steps and flashed to the stone statue next door. The domestic audience typed, Captain Tan, you are so annoying. The enemy must be bothered by you. Unleash the ice arrows. Tan Shishan's guerrilla tactics were very skilled. He shuttled back and forth between the 6 stone statues. From time to time, he would come out to fire a few arrows. It was from a long distance where the enemies couldn't reach him. This type of remote harassment made people feel really uncomfortable. In the blink of an eye, the blood of the berserker and swordsman was reduced to around 50%. They successfully killed the healer but they only had half blood left. Tan Shishan and Lu Wushuan were still full blood. It was 2v2 but the Swedish team had completely fallen into a disadvantage. The opposing berserker gritted his teeth and said, Go, let's rush over and kill the archer. The bard/archer belonged to the remote bullying category. They would only suffer if they allowed him to maintain the distance and shoot them. An archer had a fatal flaw. Their defense was extremely weak and they were afraid of close combat. As long as the melee class could successfully reach the archer, the gameplay of the fragile archer would be greatly limited and he would die in seconds. This was also the reason why Tan Shishan was most annoyed with Su Guangmo in the domestic league. Every time they faced the Flying Feathers team, if Cheng Wei's control wasn't good enough, Tan Shishan would be killed by Su Guangmo. Fans often said that Captain Su taught Captain Tan to be a man. The level of the Swedish team's berserker obviously wasn't as good as Su Guangmo. As soon as Tan Shishan discovered he was being chased, he immediately ran away with flying feather steps. A Terran's agility wasn't as high as the elf's. If he wanted to catch on with the elf, it was necessary to rely on the swordsman's instantaneous movement skill. In the absence of interference, Su Guangmo could catch Tan Shishan in a matter of seconds. However, this player obviously wasn't familiar with Tan Shishan's wandering style and ended up playing hide and seek with Tan Shishan behind the stone statues. The Swedish swordsman had a dark face. He is too fast and there are too many obstacles here. He went behind that stone statue. We will flank him. The berserker said, immediately shifting directions to surround Tan Shishan with his teammate. But Lu Wushuan wasn't a vegetarian. The moment that the two people wanted to chase Tan Shishan, he used shadow following on the swordsman. This could be called a killer's most disgusting skill. It was like a hunter's mark on their prey. As long as the skill effect existed, the killer could transport behind them at any time. It was a simple body transfer. A soft persimmon should be picked. Therefore, Lu Wushuan chose to kill the swordsman instead of the berserker. Lu Wushuan saw him come behind a stone statue and pressed the shadow following button. The tracking effect was launched and the invisible Lu Wushuan appeared behind the swordsman. Blood Demon was raised and he unleashed a critical attack, backstab. Tracking, circling, sneak attack, this was Captain Lu. After stabbing the opponent, he raised his bloody dagger and followed up with the assassin's most aggressive skill, Pain Blade. The daggers became spinning blades and slashed at the opponent's chest. Blood splashed on the big screen, causing a truly shocking picture. The swordsman fell to the ground. Second blood. Second blood, Lu Wushuan had killed 2 people. The remaining berserker chased after Tan Shishan, but Lu Wushuan pursued him at the same time. 2 against 1, there was no hope. The Swedish team's berserker had very high defense, but it was difficult to hold on for a few seconds. In the end, he died under Lu Wushuan's blade. Third blood. The third drop of blood. Lu Wushuan finished the game with 3 consecutive kills. On the screen of the Chinese players, golden characters popped up winner. The applause at the venue was deafening. Cao Hongai's voice was shaking with excitement as he cried out, "Congratulations to the Chinese team for winning this game." Whether it was Lu Xiang's excellent delaying ability or Tan Shishan and Lu Xiang's tacit cooperation, the 3 players did very well. Congratulations to the Chinese team for their first battle. Yu Bing also said with relief, "This is the first time our players have gone abroad and it is the World Series. I thought they would have stage fright and make mistakes. It is obvious that my worries were useless. Their psychological qualities are stronger than I expected." The camera moved to the players' soundproof room. Lu Xiang was smiling. Tan Shishan sat in the middle and turned back to give Lu Xiang a light high five. Lu Wushuan's expression was still indifferent, but Tan Shishan wasn't afraid of him. He patted Lu Wushuan on the shoulder before the 3 of them stood up together. They politely walked over and shook hands with the Swedish team, showing an excellent performance. Many domestic viewers were madly sending flowers to celebrate this victory. In the Miracle World Carnival, the Chinese team won their first battle. Tan Shishan, Lu Xiang and Lu Wushuan, the 3 people showed a perfect cooperation and caused Sweden to collapse. Such news soon spread all over the esports circle. Cheng Wei watched the game from below the stage and stood up to clap excitedly, his eyes slightly warm. Cat God was right. Tan Shishan was only 19 years old, but he could shoulder the heavy responsibility of the time team. Even in the World Series, he was so calm. This person actually had many advantages. This was a true general. Li Cangyu saw this and smiled as he sent a message to Xiao Wei. Later follow him to learn more. Cheng Wei immediately nodded and replied, "Yes, I know." Zhang Xiaowei sitting next to Cheng Wei was also in brainless fan mode as he excitedly said, "My brother is so handsome. He really is handsome. Killing 3 people in a row, such a calm and violent killer is truly my brother." Next door, Ling Suifeng took out his phone, opened Weibo and went to the home page of this official event. He saw that news of the Chinese team's first battle and calmly said, "Team 2 won the first game. They will be watching us next." Su Guangmo smiled and stood up. "We naturally can't fall behind." Chu Yan reached out and the 3 people put their hands together. "Come on." Chapter 81 3v3 Group Stage 3. The first match in Group D ended while the match between the US Team 1 and South Korea Team 2 in Group C was still fiercely ongoing. Ling Suifeng thought it was convenient to understand their opponents, so they were watching the Group C battle. The strength of the 2 teams was really high and the match was very exciting. Surprisingly, the South Korean team finally won by a narrow margin and the US team lost. It was 7:30 by the time the game was over. The staff informed the Chinese team to prepare as Ling Suifeng's next game was also on the main stage. The event on the main stage was being shown live, showing that the US media was paying considerable attention to the performance of this Chinese team. In the domestic live broadcast room, Cao Hongai quickly talked about the results of the recent matches. "Everyone, the first round of the group stages in the World Carnival's 3v3 event has ended. The British team won in Group A, the German team won in Group B, South Korea Team 2 won in Group C and our China Team 2 won in Group D. These 4 teams have gained 2 points and taken the lead." There was an updated scoreboard on the screen, showing each group in turn. The winner would get 2 points. Thus, after the first round of matches, the US, Germany, South Korea and China had 2 points. The other teams all had 0 points on the scoreboard. Cao Hongai said, "While the venue referee is confirming the results, shall we have Sister Bing introduce the second round of matches?" "Okay." Yu Bing replied simply. The second round will have China Team 1 encounter the Australian team in Group C. Australia only launched the Miracle League 3 years ago. There is still a gap in overall strength compared to the US and South Korean teams in the same group. The Australian team is a combination of berserker, swordsman, and healer. The stable melee front row and healer support will give them a stronger survivability. Yu Bing paused before continuing. Our side is the combination of summoner Ling Suifeng, swordsman Su Guangmo and psychic Chu Yan. There is no healer, so if the fight is drawn out, the situation will become very unfavorable to us. Then Captain Ling's breakthrough point should be the other team's healer. Cao Hongai asked. Yes. Yu Bing nodded. There are 2 melee protection on the other side. If they can successfully kill the healer is the difficulty of this match. As soon as her words were over, the lights on the main stage lit up. The audience warmly applauded as the players on both sides entered the soundproof rooms. Once the referee confirmed it, the 6 players entered the competition room in turn. The IDs of LXF, Momo, and Sai were easier to recognize. Ling Suifeng was at the front, so he was obviously the temporary captain of this team. Next was the time when players would freely add points and choose equipment. In the audience, Li Cangyu suddenly spoke. Xiao Han, can you deduce what stats they added points to based on the player information on the screen? Xiao Han was slightly stunned by the question and his ears turned red. I can only count the assassin, not the other classes. Li Cangyu didn't blame him. For online players who haven't undergone professional training, they were generally only proficient in the class they played. It was normal that they didn't understand other classes. Do you see, So Guangmo's physical attack broke through 10,000. This indicates that all his points were added to attack. This is closely related to the strong front row of the Flying Feathers team. His younger brother Yu Pingsheng is the most powerful berserker in the league. On the field, Yu Pingsheng would be responsible for protecting and coordinating with his brother, while So Guangmo is responsible for the high attack. Li Cangyu explained So Guangmo's stats while also briefly introducing the situation of the Flying Feathers team to his young apprentice. Ah! Xiao Han nodded thoughtfully. But Yu Pingsheng isn't here today. Is he still putting full points into attack? It is because Ling Suifeng is there. Li Cangyu said with a smile. Xiao Han looked at his master with a puzzled expression. Ling Suifeng. Yes, Ling Suifeng is the most explosive player in the Chinese Miracle League. Li Cangyu patiently explained. So Guangmo and Ling Suifeng are equally strong attackers. When they are in their own teams, they have the protection of their teammates. But once they form a combination, there is no need to protect each other. The 2 people attacking together is the best defense. This time, Ling Suifeng's data panel was shown. Li Cangyu pointed to the big screen and explained, look at Ling Suifeng. His magic output exceeds 10,000, so he also added all his points into attack. Xiao Han finally realized. Oh, I understand. 2 powerful attackers can achieve the 1 + 1 = greater than 2 effect. They will unleash a full attack, burst suppression style to quickly finish the match. Li Cangyu rubbed his apprentice's head and praised, very clever. You pass. Xiao Han was slightly dizzy at being praised by his master. His eyes were bright, looking like pure and beautiful black gems in the lighting of the venue. Bai Xian looked at him and thought sympathetically, this child has been completely conquered by Cat God's charm. Wasn't he cold and proud before? There is nothing left in front of Cat God. Cat God was really good at dealing with teenagers. He tamed Cheng Wei and now Gu Siming and Xiao Han. Maybe there would be more kittens around him in the future? Li Cangyu found that Bai Xian was laughing and couldn't help turning to him. What are you laughing about? Bai Xian smiled. I am happy that the Chinese team won. Li Cangyu retorted, the game hasn't even started yet. Bai Xian explained seriously, with Ling Suifeng, I don't think that this game can be lost. Don't you think so? Li Cangyu. He was uncovered by Bai Xian, so he no longer hid it. Li Cangyu readily smiled and said, yes, he is there. I believe there is no suspense in this game against Australia. The confidence was overflowing from his chest. Bai Xian couldn't help sighing at how confident Cat God was and how much he believed in Ling Suifeng. It seemed that the opponents would definitely be crushed in this match. Facts proved that Li Cangyu's confidence in Ling Suifeng wasn't unreasonable. Once the match started, the Chinese team was very active. So Guangmo and Ling Suifeng joined forces to violently attack, not acting polite with the other. So Guangmo was known as the Terran Emperor in China because he was the strongest among Terran players. His competition experience was very rich, and when he was close, he would give people a strong sense of oppression. So Guangmo wasn't afraid even if the other side had a berserker and swordsman as he rushed forward. The other side's swordsman wanted to stop him by using spirit lock. Unexpectedly, So Guangmo actually used flexible movements to move sideways and successfully avoid this control skill. He followed up with revolving star movement to bypass the threat of the berserker's axe and successfully broke into the back row. Revolving star movement was a fast movement skill that was extremely difficult for a swordsman to use. Tan Shishan thought this was Su Guangmo's most annoying skill. Su Guangmo's registered ID in China was Grey Wolf. He played a swordsman and his style was chic and violent. Many fans of Su Guangmo said that he had a type of heroic style. Watching him play the game would truly give people a sense of pride. The opposite side's spirit lock was wasted and Captain Su successfully broke through two people into the back row. Cao Hong'ai spoke excitedly. His movements were truly handsome. He is the emperor. His personal strength is obviously at a crushing level. Yu Bing's commentary was calm and fair. She never favored exaggerating a certain player. This was also her true heart. For a person to be able to single-handedly break through two people, there was no way to explain it other than strength. The other side's healer was obviously a bit panicked. He probably didn't expect that the two front rows on his side couldn't stop the opposite swordsman. However, the response of Australia's berserker was extremely fast. Once he saw that Su Guangmo was rushing to kill the healer, he turned and raised the heavy axe, aiming breaking soul chop directly at Su Guangmo's back. Su Guangmo didn't have eyes in the back of his head, but Ling Suifeng could see all of this. The moment the berserker raised his axe, Ling Suifeng burst out his hand speed and immediately summoned his banshee, using charm on the berserker. The banshee's charm forcibly pulled people. The giant axe in the berserker's hand was about to smash towards Su Guangmo. He was pulled a few steps back by the banshee and the axe hit the ground instead of Su Guangmo, leaving a deep mark in the ground. Amazing prejudgment. Cao Hong'ai praised. Captain Ling's hand speed is worthy of being a world-class player. The opposite side's berserker hadn't finished his skill yet while Ling Suifeng pressed two skills. Summoning banshee and charm. Even the pulling of the berserker was very smooth. As he was speaking, Ling Suifeng followed out by summoning his skeleton infantry and using death imprisonment on the opposite side's swordsman. In the blink of an eye, the demon summoner controlled the two people on the other side. Chu Yan wasn't idle. He had been standing behind Ling Suifeng and readying the auxiliary array, Illusion Maze. This array was one of the most powerful field control skills of a psychic. Everyone who fell into the maze would have strange phantoms of all colors in front of them. They couldn't tell any direction or distinguish their teammates. In the case of Illusion Maze, an average player could only choose to stop attacking to prevent accidentally harming a teammate. The opposite healer was helpless and had to use purification. Chu Yan's maze was removed by the purification, but Chu Yan's second array was released, Frost Array. Everyone was frozen. Of course, the treatment have 5 seconds of no control after purification and wasn't affected by Frost Array. Chu Yan used the array to control the berserker and swordsman so that they wouldn't interfere with Su Guangmo and Ling Suifeng's attacks. Su Guangmo and Ling Suifeng's goal was very consistent. Kill the healer as fast as possible. Therefore, they didn't waste any attack skills on the other two. Su Guangmo broke through the blockade of the two men while Ling Suifeng controlled them. Chu Yan took over on the follow-up control. The opposing berserker and swordsman wanted to protect the healer, but they couldn't move. The poor healer frantically used skills on himself during the 5 seconds free from control. However, Ling Suifeng's ability to predict was terrible. The healer wanted to use a skill to restore his blood while Ling Suifeng decisively exploded his skeleton infantry and interrupted the casting. Su Guangmo followed closely with Breaking Bone Sword to interrupt the healer. The opposing healer was beaten and his blood volume plummeted. He sighed with relief when the berserker and swordsman were freed from the ice, only for Ling Suifeng to suddenly summon black crows. The overwhelming crows caused the two people's visions to be covered in darkness. Su Guangmo followed closely with light and shadow rotation. The white sword light surrounded the Terran swordsman, making him look like a sharp rotating blade as he decisively cut the healer to residual blood. Skeleton explosion. Ling Suifeng exploded the skeleton infantry that he once again summoned and the healer finally died. Tens of thousands of comments filled the domestic live broadcast room in an instant, worshipping Su Guangmo, licking Ling Suifeng and praising Chu Yan. It was also full of 666. TL, for those wondering, 666 is slang and is generally used when praising someone/something. Cao Hong'ai said with a smile, it is lucky Su Guangmo and Ling Suifeng aren't in the same team. Otherwise, the rest of the country won't be able to do anything. The attack power after these two men join together is really terrible. Yu Bing thought, you still don't know. If Li Cangyu and Ling Suifeng are in a team, the other teams in the country will be directly beaten to death by these summoners. The year that Li Cangyu refused Ling Suifeng's invitation to join the Wind Color team was truly lucky for other teams in China. Cat God was also watching today's scene. Yu Bing thought up to here and restored her thoughts to the original topic. Captain Sui and Captain Ling are the most powerful players in the Chinese Miracle League. We have just seen the effect of them teaming up. Once the two melees were controlled, Sui and Ling joined hands and only took 15 seconds to kill the healer. Cao Hong'ai asked, if Xiang was that person, would she be able to endure? Yu Bing shook her head. Ling Suifeng and Sui Guangmo's prejudgments are too powerful and they will continue to interrupt the healer. If there is no support from teammates, even Lu Xiang will only live for up to 20 seconds. The Australian team's healer was wearing equipment that increased healing volume today. He probably wanted to rely on the advantage of increased healing to draw out the match, but it is impossible for Soling to give him that chance. Yu Bing's words were correct. Sui Guangmo and Ling Suifeng teamed up to kill the healer in order to not give the enemies a chance to draw out the battle. The healer died and the lineup on the opposite side almost completely collapsed. The opposing swordsman couldn't compare to Sui Guangmo. The berserker was like a dog being walked around by the remote Ling Suifeng. The Chinese team also had the help of a psychic auxiliary, so the remaining two enemies fell in a matter of minutes. The word victory appeared on the big screen. The audience clapped while the comments area was instantly boiling. Another victory. The enemies were completely crushed. The domestic audience cheered while the three players looked very calm. Ling Suifeng led them to shake hands with the opposite team and then the trio stepped down, as if this victory was nothing for them. At this moment, Li Cangyu's phone lit up again. Ling Suifeng had sent a text message with the extremely simple, "I won." Li Cangyu wasn't surprised at all. He smiled and replied, "If you can't win against Australia, the weakest team in Group C, how can you come back and face me?" Ling Suifeng's lips slightly raised and he stated, "The next game is the key." Li Cangyu sent a simple cheer. Yes, the next match against the US team was the key to all the matches today. Chapter 82 3v3 Group Stage 4. On the first day of the carnival, each group would play 4 rounds. The Chinese team 1 was scheduled for 2 games, the second round against Australia and the fourth round against the US. There was a break period in the middle that Ling Suifeng, Sui Guangmo and Chu Yan used to once again confirm their strategy. The fourth round officially started at 8:30 in the evening. The matchup of two strong teams, the US and China, who had the strength to win the championship, was naturally broadcasted live on the main stage. It became the focus of the audience and media of various countries. The media on the US side said, "Our US team 1 just accidentally lost to the South Korean team. This game must be won, otherwise it will be difficult to qualify for the quarter-finals. This team has Jack, Thomas and Edmund, so our hope of killing the Chinese team is great." There were only 2 qualifying places in each group. The US team was really unfavorable this year. First they fought South Korea for half an hour and was counter-attacked at the last moment. The second match was against the strong enemy of the Chinese team. If they lost again, it was basically impossible for them to leave the group stage. South Korea's side said, "The American team's Jack Josh and the Chinese team's Ling Suifeng are the world's first and second ranked summoner. Thomas is currently the number 1 elf bard and Sui Guangmo is also a world-famous swordsman. The matchup between the two sides is almost at the level of the finals." They ignored Chu Yan in their commentary. It was because the domestic psychic-assisted play had only recently been developed by the pure cleansing team in the past 2 years. Chu Yan was a low-key person and he hadn't appeared in the world rankings. The US team also has Edmund, a very powerful blood-kin assassin. Based on the lineup, the probability of the US team winning is greater. The US team unexpectedly lost to South Korea before. They will definitely fight back in this game. I also bet that the US team will win. There are 3 world-famous attackers on the US side while China has 2 attackers and 1 support. The US has a larger chance of winning. Media outlets around the world speculated on the outcome of the game and most of them bet that the US team would win. In the commentary room on the Chinese side, Yu Bing's expression was the same as usual. She glanced at the lineup and said calmly, "The first bard Thomas, the first bloodkin summoner Jack Josh and the world-famous killer Edmund, the US team 1 truly has a super luxurious lineup. I just observed the score forecast on the American Miracle website. In this game, 98% of the audience predicted that the US team will win while only 2% think that China will win." Cao Hong'ai shook his head and said, "Isn't this looking down too much on our 3 contestants? From the perspective of the lineup, it is true that the US team has a bigger chance of winning. The popularity of the 3 players are dominant in the world rankings. The competition is being held in New York, so it can be said that the US team is gathering the three elements of sky, land, and people. There was a pause and Yu Bing suddenly added, however, I believe that in this game, the final winner will be the Chinese team. Cao Hongyi asked doubtfully, Sister Bing, are you that confident? Of course. Yu Bing always looked indifferent, but there was a hint of a rare smile on her face. She wasn't confident in Ling Suifeng. She was confident in the joint efforts of Li Cangyu and Ling Suifeng. Before the game, Red Fox's vice-captain Yang Musa had sent her a gossip message. Sister Bing, I saw Cat God coming to the hotel to meet Captain Ling at dinner time. Captain Ling took him to the Western restaurant to eat and deliberately avoided reporters. What is he doing here? Unlike the quiet and gentle Red Fox captain, Lu Xiang, Yang Musa's personality was lively and active. Whenever she saw something curious, she would send a text message to ask Yu Bing about it. Yu Bing soon thought of one thing. In the first 3 seasons of Miracle, Ling Suifeng and Li Cangyu were the captains of 2 teams and they played against each other in a combined total of 6 times. The 2 of them met at a young age and there seemed to be a strange understanding between them, despite their different tactical ideas. This also caused the 2 of them to avoid each other 6 times in the single elimination battle. They never fought against each other in the arena. There were countless arguments about who was the best summoner between them in the Miracle forums. This gradually subsided when Li Cangyu led his team to leave. Now Li Cangyu appeared at the hotel during the World Carnival. Yu Bing believed there was only one possibility: Ling Suifeng was looking for him as a strategist. They were definitely the strongest opponents on the field, but once they joined hands, they could immediately make up for the flaws in each other. The combination of 2 imperfect people made a perfect circle. Ling Suifeng was the best at the suppression style, but for the same powerful explosive US team, the violent suppression approach was absolutely impossible. Therefore, he found Li Cangyu to seek new ideas from Li Cangyu's unpredictable tactics. According to Yang Muzi, Cat God and Captain Ling stayed in the restaurant for a long time. Li Cangyu ate very fast, so it was impossible for them to be eating for so long. The 2 people had obviously been chatting in the restaurant. After defeating Australia, Ling Suifeng calmly stepped down and immediately took his teammates to prepare for the next game, apparently to continue discussing tactics. Yu Bing was almost certain that Captain Ling had already received an idea from Cat God. The real commander of the game was actually Li Cangyu. He was the strategist hidden behind Ling Suifeng. Therefore, Yu Bing was confident in the Chinese team winning. In her eyes, Ling Suifeng and Li Cangyu were the leading great gods of the domestic Miracle League. If the 2 men couldn't beat the US team after joining hands, then the level of entire Chinese Miracle League would have to be reconsidered. The game on the biggest main stage was being broadcasted live. The New York live host introduced the 6 players and their current world rankings. Jack Josh, the vice-captain of the US Ice team and the world's strongest Blood-kin summoner. Ling Suifeng, the captain of the Wind Color team and the world's strongest Demon summoner. The appearance of these 2 people alone was enough to make the summoning fans around the world scream with excitement. In addition, the US team had the very popular elf archer Thomas and the calm killer Edmund. The temporary team was composed of 3 ace players, making the screams at the venue reach the peak, almost piercing the human eardrums. Many local fans raised fluorescent signs to support the US players. The popularity of the Chinese team at the away game was somewhat pitiful. There were only a few Chinese people screaming and their voices were drowned out by the crowd. Fortunately, the 3 Chinese team players were very calm and weren't disturbed by the outside world. In particular, Ling Suifeng maintained his handsome abstinent face as he tapped at the keyboard. Li Cangyu saw this familiar action and couldn't help smiling. He would quickly tap the keyboard before every game. It was to check if there were any faults in the keyboard while also letting his fingers adapt to the fast attack rhythm. His fingers were long, powerful, and steady, proving he wasn't nervous at all. Ling Suifeng seemed to sense Li Cangyu's gaze and suddenly looked below the stage. The VIP seats were very close to the players' soundproof room. The glare of the lights would blur people's eyes when looking down, but Ling Suifeng immediately locked onto Li Cangyu's position in the crowd. He nodded at Li Cangyu and gave a rest-assured look. Li Cangyu smiled and nodded back at him. Ling Suifeng soon turned around and continued preparing for the game, his face blank. The meeting of the 2 people across the stage was fleeting. No one noticed this simple eye exchange where a mental message was exchanged. The game would soon begin. Both players logged into the match room and a 2-minute cooldown started. All data was reset, and in this 2-minute preparation period, the players had to re-add their stat points and choose their equipment. The players on both sides were fast. Once the confirmation button was pressed, the guide transferred the final data of each contestant to the big screen. Yu Bing found that So Guangmo's equipment had changed and immediately said, So Guangmo changed his weapon to the Sword of Judgment. Cao Hongai pulled out a separate screenshot of the weapon and explained, the Sword of Judgment is highly aggressive and comes with the additional 200% enhancement of light and shadow rotation effect. The disadvantage is that it is quite heavy. Using this weapon will sacrifice some agility. So Guangmo is very good at moving quickly. Now that he is using the Sword of Judgment, it will be difficult to take advantage of running quickly. What does this mean? The advantage of a swordsman lay in their agile positioning and rapid attacks. So Guangmo chose such a heavy weapon. His attack might be enhanced but his movements would become heavy. In a high-pressure game, this amounted to death. Captain Ling also changed his weapon. Ling Suifeng's final data appeared on the screen, causing Yu Bing to frown slightly. Demon Curse, this is the most aggressive weapon of a demon summoner. All pet magic attacks will be greatly enhanced but at the expense of reducing the master's defense. The two weapons caused a number of spectators to be fearful. So Guangmo abandoned the advantage of his fast positioning by carrying a heavy sword while Ling Suifeng increased his attack but reduced his defense. A summoner's defense was already very weak. Wasn't Ling Suifeng afraid of being killed by the other side? Surprisingly, Chu Yan was wearing a defensive outside and chose the psychic weapon Phantom Staff which sped up the release of arrays. On the other hand, it also decreased the duration of the arrays. Yu Bing immediately determined in her heart that the tactical maker of this game must be Li Cangyu. Cat God's commanding style was very unpredictable, the witty cat always making people guess his actions. Even if her tactical ideas were very high, Yu Bing couldn't guess what types of tricks these three people were playing. After a moment of silence, she gave up on guessing the tactic developed by the witty cat god and simply said, they must have chose these weapons due to a special tactical plan for the US team. The game will start soon so let us wait and see. Chapter 83 China vs USA, 1. The match finally began and the players on both sides appeared on the city square map. This map was officially selected and was fair to all competitors. As soon as his character appeared, So Guangmo raised the heavy sword of judgment and bravely rushed forward. Ling Suifeng and Chu Yan followed closely, the three forming an equilateral triangle. They arrived at the central fountain and couldn't find any other people. It was because the Bloodkin race had the general nightfall skill to keep themselves invisible. Obviously, the opposite side's Bloodkin summoner and Bloodkin killer turned themselves invisible as soon as they entered the map. Their positions couldn't be determined. Ling Suifeng wasn't in a hurry as his eyes scanned the surrounding environment. The three of them had just arrived at the fountain and the two sides refreshed at approximately the same distance from the central fountain. In other words, the three players on the opposite side should also have arrived at the fountain. The other party chose to use stealth for a surprise attack. They would first kill one person to establish a numbers advantage so it all depended on who they would kill. Generally, a Bloodkin killer would go around the back when killing. It was because a killer had a damage bonus when attacking from behind. There was the fountain in the middle of the two teams. If they wanted a surprise attack, they could only go around from the stone statue next to it and this would take approximately 5 seconds. Ling Suifeng glanced at the stone statue on Chu Yan's side, his fingers pressed against the keyboard as he waited for the other side to appear. They really chose Chu Yan. Pick the soft persimmon first, this was a truth that everyone knew. So Guangmo's defense was high and Ling Suifeng's demon summoner had a strong survivability. Chu Yan was a fragile demon psychic and was clearly the best one to kill among the three people. In addition, the existence of an auxiliary would interfere with a team battle so it was reasonable to take care of the auxiliary first. A bloody light suddenly emerged behind Chu Yan, followed by blood spiders and blood snakes. At the same time, a dense rain of arrows was fired from the distance. These three people were worthy of being the ace players of the US team. Their movements had a neat unity and their firepower was quite terrible. Chu Yan was controlled by Jack's blood spider, while the killer and archer used explosive skills. Chu Yan's blood fall halfway in an instant. He only has half blood left. One more wave will wipe him out. The commander Jack was hot-blooded. He liked this feeling of crushing the opponent and killing them in one breath. It was extremely handsome. The teammates around him immediately followed his instructions. The Bloodkin killer used the most powerful attack skills, Death Mark and Fatal Blow. The killer's Death Mark would mark the target of the assassination. Then the Fatal Blow skill would deal double damage to the marked target. These moves would surely kill the psychic. In addition, Jack opened a big move Blood Snake Dance. This was the strongest single attack skill of the Bloodkin pet, the Blood Snake. The red blood snake quickly wrapped around the enemy and used its body to strangle the target. Thomas wasn't idle. He pulled the long bow in his hand and aimed the precise seize life shot at Chu Yan. The black, red, and green lights lit up Chu Yan's body. Many domestic audience members were somewhat sad. The suppression of the US team was really terrible. The trio joined hands and it seemed certain that Chu Yan would die. At the venue in New York, many viewers started to cheer in advance. The 3 trump cards of the US were going to take the head of the unknown psychic of the Chinese team. However, the expected first blood announcement didn't appear on the big screen. The crowd was shocked. The trio's big move didn't kill Chu Yan and actually restored 15% of his blood. Psychic barrier. On the map, Chu Yan, Su Guangmo, and Ling Suifeng all had a dark purple spherical barrier around them. It was the psychic's big move. The effect of psychic barrier was very simple. It transferred all adverse statuses to the opponents while transferring all beneficial statuses to the caster. In addition, it would rebound all attacks. Therefore, Jack, Edmund and Thomas's big moves didn't kill the psychic but decreased their own blood instead. The Bloodkin Summoner and Assassin's attacks came with a blood-sucking effect. This beneficial effect was naturally transferred to Chu Yan, so Chu Yan's blood volume wasn't reduced. This change caused many of the audience members to be stunned. However, Li Cangyu seemed to have expected it. He smiled slightly and said, "This is the consequence of underestimating a psychic. A psychic might be a fragile support, but as long as they released their skills, they could sometimes be more powerful than a healer." In the commentator's room, Yu Bing thought of the weapon's replacement at the start of the game and immediately explained, "Psychic barrier, it is a skill with the shortest casting time. The casting time is 1 second and the duration is 5 seconds. However, the use of Phantom Staff might have reduced the duration to 4 seconds, but the advantage is that Psychic Barrier can be released instantly." Cao Hongyi finally reacted. "I get it. Chu Yan chose the Phantom Staff so that he can instantly release Psychic Barrier in a critical moment, bouncing off the other side's big moves." The commentators could figure it out, so the 3 contestants of the US team naturally discovered it instantly. Most of a psychic's skills needed to be read, and once the casting was interrupted, the skill would fail to be released. Previously, they thought the psychic couldn't use any skills. A psychic who was interrupted by the assassin wouldn't be able to release their skills. The 3 people had played too smoothly and ignored the other player's Phantom Staff weapon. "Stop!" Jack Josh quickly issued a new order. The other side had the psychic barrier. Any attack skills would just rebound, so they had to wait for the barrier effect to end. However, Su Guangmo and Ling Suifeng didn't wait in the same place. Before Chu Yan was hit, Su Guangmo had chased after the other side's archer while Ling Suifeng quickly summoned his pets and placed them in the right positions. Once the 3 Americans recovered their spirits, they were surprised to find that the demon skeleton infantry and banshee were present and laid out in very bizarre positions. "Spread out!" Jack Josh was immediately alert, but his words were one beat too late. Witch Demon's Curse. A banshee's charm could pull a person in front of her, but the Witch Demon's Curse could bring all opponents in front of her. Skeleton Explosion. Ling Suifeng's placement of the banshee was very tricky. It brought all 3 people in front of the skeleton infantry and followed up with Skeleton Explosion, collectively destroying 15% of their blood. It wasn't over yet. Su Guangmo had long been waiting. After he saw that Ling Suifeng successfully pulled the opposite 3 people over, he decisively used the swordsman's most powerful attack, light and shadow rotation. The white sword light surrounded the swordsman, rising and descending. It separated the surrounding air as the sword of judgment cut at the 3 people on the opposite side. In the blink of an eye, the Chinese team used the opportunity of the psychic barrier to decisively counterattack. The blood volume of the 3 American players was collectively reduced to 65%. Chu Yan took advantage of Captain Ling controlling the 3 opponents to immediately turn and run to a distance where he couldn't be attacked. Yu Bing suppressed her excited mood as she said, "Sure enough, their weapons selection was based on a tactic. The Sword of Judgment might slow Su Guangmo's speed, but once he released light and shadow rotation, the damage was increased by 200%. The skill dealt a hard hit and it will be very difficult for the enemies to endure. Captain Ling's Demon Curse weapon also increases his pet attacks. You can see the damage caused by blowing up the skeleton was very high. The cooperation of the 2 people instantly suppressed the blood volume of the 3 people on the opposite side." Cao Hongyi exclaimed excitedly, "This is really a beautiful counterattack." They were being beaten and then counterattacked. The disadvantageous situation had been successfully reversed. Under the stage, Xiao Han couldn't help thinking that the Chinese team's psychic had 65% blood while the swordsman and summoner were full of blood. Meanwhile, the blood on the US team was at 65% for all three players. Wasn't the possibility that the Chinese team would win quite high? As soon as he thought this, he saw that psychic barrier ended and Jack Josh opened the Bloodkin Summoner's big move, Blood Bat Festival. The Blood Bats sprang up and rushed at the opposite trio. This was the most extensive attack of a Bloodkin Summoner and had a blood-sucking effect. The big move successfully hit and the blood-sucking effect restored Jack Josh's blood to the safety line of 80%. At the same time, Su Guangmo and Ling Suifeng's blood dropped to 80%. Chu Yan was too far away and wasn't hit by this big move. Chu Yan obviously ran out of range of the battle to temporarily save his life. If the US team wanted to continue chasing Chu Yan, they would have to bypass the blocking of Su and Ling. At this time, Thomas sent a distress signal. He was caught by Su Guangmo. Tan Shishan, the most outstanding bard in China, had once given an interview. When asked about the contestant he hated the most, he bluntly replied, "I dislike Captain Su the most. Once I am chased by Su Guangmo, I can't release my skills." When Bai Xian was chased by Xie Shurong, he also wanted to climb into the computer and wring the neck of the opposite swordsman through the cable. Once a melee got close to a remote class, especially the fast-attacking swordsman, it was really can't take care of their life. Thomas had been standing far away and happily firing dark arrows. Then Ling Suifeng's pet skill pulled him over so that Su Guangmo immediately chased him. Jack Josh didn't care about him and said instead, "Edmund, go and kill the psychic. I will take care of Ling Suifeng. Thomas, don't worry. The swordsman's weapon is heavy so you can kite him." This was undoubtedly the calmest decision in the current situation. The three US players dispersed and chased the three Chinese players. Li Cangyu watched the game from the audience and couldn't help giving Jack Josh a thumbs up. The most taboo thing in the arena was a commander who didn't know how to adapt. The US team wanted to kill the psychic and this idea wasn't wrong. It was only that Chu Yan's weapon rarely appeared in a match and they hadn't realized it. Psychic barrier was used and they were hit with a wave of counterattacks. Jack Josh immediately gave up his previous strategy and changed to a 1v1 single-player mode. He singled out Ling Suifeng, who he wasn't afraid of annoying. It might be annoying for Thomas to be entangled with Su Guangmo, but an elf could move fast and he wouldn't die for a while if he ran quickly. Thus, the remaining assassin would have to take care of the psychic as soon as possible to create the 3v2 advantage. Yu Bing saw this and couldn't help saying, "Jack Josh is very smart. This type of one-on-one play is actually very bad for the Chinese team. The two summoners know each other well and Captain Ling won't be able to quickly free himself to save his teammates." Cao Hongii was also worried. The match between a Terran swordsman and elf archer is often seen in China, since Tan Shishan often meets with Su Guangmo. Thomas certainly has the ability to drag this battle on for 10 minutes, so Chu Yan is in danger. Jack Josh fought Ling Suifeng, Thomas fought Su Guangmo and the assassin would go to kill the psychic. It really would be hard to save Chu Yan. The 3v3 team battle was changed to a 1v1 match by Jack Josh. The two world-class summoners called their pets to kill each other and couldn't be distracted. The swordsman and archer were running around the map. There wouldn't be any wins or losses in a minute. Meanwhile, the auxiliary Chu Yan had to face the Bloodkin killer and would definitely be in a disadvantageous situation. Chu Yan's blood decreased while the killer relied on blood-sucking skills to gradually restore his blood. How could this situation be reversed? The hearts of the domestic audience were in their throats. Just then, Yu Bing's eyes lit up. She found that Su Guangmo was chasing Thomas around the whole map. Thomas shot a few arrows from time to time at Su Guangmo while Su Guangmo would also occasionally attack to decrease blood. The two of them ran through several statues and unwittingly entered Chu Yan's vicinity. Thomas just realized he was near his teammate when Su Guangmo suddenly let him go and used Spirit Lock directly on the assassin's back. Edmund, who was trying to kill Chu Yan, was hit by this skill. Chu Yan immediately jumped out of attack range and started casting a skill. Frost Array. The assassin Edmund and archer Thomas were frozen in place by this array. The cooldown of Su Guangmo's light and shadow rotation had just ended and he didn't hesitate to use it again. The white sword light swept like a gust of wind and the bonus 200% effect of the weapon doubled the power of this move. The two enemies instantly fell to residual blood. Jack Josh wanted to rescue them but it was too late. He was standing too far away with Ling Suifeng, not to mention that he couldn't get away. Jack Josh was entangled with Ling Suifeng? Perhaps it was Ling Suifeng who dragged Jack Josh away in order to let Sui Guangmo and Chu Yan complete a beautiful move. Chapter 84 China vs USA, 2. Edmund and Thomas were frozen in place, receiving Sui Guangmo's light and shadow rotation. The moment that Frost Array was ended, Chu Yan released Illusion Maze. The Psychic's arrays instantly abolished the fighting power of the two opponents. This was a psychic. They might seem fragile with no attack power, but once they were uncontrolled, they could control the entire field and force the opponents into a dilemma. It was the reason why Jack Josh wanted to start off with killing the psychic. Unfortunately, they repeatedly encountered many incidents in the process. He thought the killer could take care of the psychic and didn't expect the opposite side's swordsman to move in a big circle to help from behind. The 1v1 battles was forcibly converted into 2v2. Sui Guangmo didn't have much blood left and a psychic's arrays were limited. The opponents couldn't be controlled all the time. Once the two people were released from the control, Chu Yan certainly wouldn't live for a long time. Therefore, Sui Guangmo used all his explosive moves. The Sword of Judgment might be heavy, but when he wielded it, he was domineering and extraordinary, directly beating up the fragile archer and assassin. After the release of the arrays, Chu Yan quickly hid behind a stone statue and ran away. The audience found that the psychic's ability to escape was really strong. In the blink of an eye, he walked around several stone statues and came to the opposite side of the fountain. The archer and assassin had been beaten to residual blood by Sui Guangmo. Similarly, Sui and Chu Yan also had residual blood, especially Chu Yan. He had been beaten by the assassin and only had 5% blood left. One last move might cause him to die. The Frost Array control effect finally ended and the two opponents wanted to chase after the psychic who only had a bit of blood left. They didn't expect that Sui Guangmo would suddenly make a fatal mistake with his positioning. For professional players, this mistake really wasn't common. How can he turn his back to the assassin? Yu Bing stared nervously at the screen. Sui Guangmo had just decreased the opponent's blood with light and shadow rotation and was between the assassin and archer. At that time, he could stand with the archer and away from the assassin. However, Sui Guangmo's mistake meant his position was more towards the assassin's side and, it was actually his back. Everyone who player an assassin knew what a good chance it was when the target turned their backs to the assassin. All of an assassin's attacks automatically received extra damage when it came from behind the target. This was equivalent to Sui Guangmo giving his back to the assassin, and Edmund was a world-class killer. It was impossible for him to not grasp such a good opportunity. Cao Hong'ai sighed deep in his heart. Sure enough, Edmund's actions were very decisive. The sharp blade in his hand stabbed as he used backstab, soul kill, and fatal blow. First blood. A blood announcement finally popped out. The two sides had fought for 10 minutes and one person finally died. Sui Guangmo with 20% blood was killed. Many domestic audiences scolded Sui Guangmo in the live broadcast comments, especially Sui Guangmo's sunspots. He can't even position himself properly. Giving his back to the assassin is too much. I have long thought that he wasn't skilled. Who chose him to go to the carnival and humiliate himself? However, many Sui Guangmo fans argued quietly, Captain Sui wouldn't make such a low-level mistake, he might have unexpectedly missed. Is there anyone who hasn't made mistakes? Perhaps he is in a bad state today. There is no need to scold him over this. On the other hand, Yu Bing was quick to notice a key point. Due to Sui Guangmo's mistake, Edmund and Thomas decisively took the opportunity to kill him. This made Chu Yan successfully break away from their attack range and he headed to Ling Suifeng and Jack Josh's area. The difference between Jack Josh and Ling Suifeng wasn't big. It was a match between masters and one distraction would allow them to be easily killed. Therefore, both of them were very focused. The audience could see that Jack Josh and Ling Suifeng had both reached the dangerous threshold of 30% blood. Whoever made a mistake was likely to be killed by the other person. Edmund realized something was wrong and immediately said on the voice channel, "Jack, be careful." However, it was a language prompt and couldn't increase the speed at which professional players used skills. Not to mention, Chu Yan chose a weapon that reduced the casting time of his skills. By the time Edmund spoke, he had finished using a skill. Psychic Curse. This was a psychic's only single target control skill that made the designated target fall into the silenced state for 5 seconds, not allowing them to use any skills. After changing weapons today, the silence time would be reduced to 4 seconds, but the casting speed was obviously faster. 4 seconds was enough for Ling Suifeng to kill a weakened opponent. In the 1v1 match, Ling Suifeng had deliberately saved a big move. Once he saw Chu Yan behind Jack Josh, Ling Suifeng immediately started casting a big move. Demon's Wrath. The most terrible attack pet of the demon summoner was the demon god. Once the demon god was summoned, there was a black mist around it. The black mist spread out and the demon god without a body was like floating black smoke. It wrapped around the opponent, from the solace of the feet to the top of the head. After 3 seconds, the black smoke dissipated, causing terrible black magic damage. Second Blood. The opposite side's bloodkin summoner was killed by the demon god in an instant. At this time, Ling Suifeng still had 30% of his blood while the assassin Edmund and archer Thomas only had 20% of their blood. Ling Suifeng decisively turned around and summoned his black crows to block their vision. Immediately afterwards, he summoned the banshee to pull the assassin towards him. Then he surrounded the assassin with skeleton infantry and continuously used skeleton explosion, killing the assassin as well. The situation instantly reversed, the original 2v3 becoming 2v1. Thomas was the only one alive on the US team and his archer attacked from a long distance. He wanted to take advantage of this to kite Ling Suifeng. However, the crows blocked his vision. Once he circled around and tried to shoot at Ling Suifeng, he found waiting for him. Psychic Barrier. That's right. Chu Yan's psychic barrier had been cooling down for a long time and it could finally be used, bouncing back all the damage. Thomas was speechless. Thanks to psychic barrier, he couldn't beat the other person. He had to turn around and control the distance while waiting for psychic barrier to end so he could hit Ling Suifeng. Unfortunately, Ling Suifeng wouldn't give him such an opportunity. Chu Yan only had 5% blood and he also had little blue left. He couldn't use any more arrays. In addition, Ling Suifeng's blue was only enough to use one skill. He had to kill Thomas with one blow or there would be endless troubles. The archer was so far away and an ordinary attack wasn't enough. What would Captain Ling do? The audience who got up early in the morning to watch the game were anxious. Then a scene occurred that was unexpected for everyone. Ling Suifeng summoned the undead. This pet was a common pet that all summoners had. It was rarely seen on the field because it had an adverse effect. The undead summoning consumed the least blue but no summoner would call the undead to kill people. The undead only had one effect. Once the opponent's blood volume was less than 20%, it allowed the opponent to die with the summoner. Yes, it was a die together skill. Ling Suifeng's blue was only enough to summon the undead so he decisively called it to take Thomas away. This man, he was so domineering even when dying. All 3 people of the American team were destroyed and the Chinese team's Chu Yan survived. The golden winner appeared on the screens of the Chinese team. However, the audience couldn't recover for a long time. The domestic audience was stunned while even Yu Bing and Cao Hong'ai were silent for a moment. On the playing field, Su Guangmo died first because of an error. Jack Josh was controlled by Chu Yan, allowing Ling Suifeng to kill him. Then Edmund was killed by Ling Suifeng, leaving the residual blood Thomas behind. Ling Suifeng politely pulled him to die together. Finally, the Chinese team only had the 5% blood Chu Yan left. Chu Yan had been the target of the American team from the beginning but in the end, Su Guangmo and Ling Suifeng both died while Chu Yan was alive. The people who scolded Su Guangmo finally noticed that something was wrong. In other words, Captain Su made a mistake. In retrospect, Chu Yan only had 5% blood left at the time. If Su Guangmo hadn't made the mistake, Thomas would have left and Chu Yan wouldn't died in a few seconds. Yes, if Chu Yan died, Captain Su and Captain Ling wouldn't be able to win the 2v3. In the case of Captain Ling and Jack Josh's one-on-one, Captain Su's role obviously isn't as strong as Chu Yan's support arrays. Then he deliberately made a mistake and swapped his death for Chu Yan's survival. If so, Su Guangmo truly is a movie emperor. Yu Bing arranged her thoughts and finally calmed down. Li Cangyu's tactical arrangements were really strong. The game was finished but she had to think about it for a long time. This was true for the outsiders on the sidelines, then what about the American players in the same playing field? Su Guangmo truly was a movie emperor. When looking back at the video replay, it was discovered that his so-called positioning mistake might have given the assassin a chance to kill him, but it also blocked the archer from chasing Chu Yan. At that time, he still had a decent amount of blood but his blue was running low. He had finished unleashing all his explosive skills and was ready to die. With his death, he gave Chu Yan the chance to fight for a few more seconds. Chu Yan naturally didn't let him down. Captain Chu's escape ability was first class and he quickly succeeded in escaping the archer's pursuit range. Then he went around behind Jack Josh and used a control skill to help Ling Suifeng kill Jack. In the next 2v2 situation, Chu Yan was still on the verge of death, so Ling Suifeng didn't hesitate to consume a large amount of blue to summon the crows and block the opponent's vision. He let Chu Yan move into the distance and exploded his skills on the blood-kin assassin. Then, he summoned the undead and decisively took Thomas to die together. It was like Li Cangyu said before the game. The key to this game is the auxiliary. Once Chu Yan dies, we will collapse. Therefore, we must protect Chu Yan. This tactical idea was made by Li Cangyu. There was a concrete plan established after a careful discussion at the restaurant. However, the scenes at the stadium were always changing and not everything would turn out as expected. Jack Josh dispersed people into a 1v1 situation to kill the auxiliary as soon as possible. In fact, Li Cangyu didn't have much hope at this time. Fortunately, So Guangmo responded quickly by dragging the opposite archer over to support Chu Yan. A professional player's responsiveness wasn't bad. As long as a big direction was set, they could be flexible on the field and finally managed to win the match. However, the process of winning this match was really thrilling. Chu Yan was the only one alive and he had 5% of his blood left. He seemed like he would die at any moment, but he survived until the end and won this difficult 2 points for the Chinese team. The match lasted for nearly half an hour and there were many highlights in the process. The players on both sides were very capable and adapted to the situation, playing well. After organizing their thoughts, the commentators started to patiently explain to the audience. The more the audience heard, the more shocked they were. Such strange tactical ideas truly wasn't Captain Ling's style. Yu Bing finished analyzing the game and then gave a rare smile. Maybe everyone is confused since this tactical arrangement isn't like the style of Captain Ling, Captain Su, or Captain Chu Yan. My guess is that there is a behind-the-scenes strategist on the Chinese side. However, I didn't get their permission, so I won't disclose their identity. The audience became curious by Yu Bing's words and started to speculate about the behind-the-scenes strategist. Was it Tan Shishan? Captain Lu Wushuan? It didn't seem like them either. Many people couldn't guess and there were viewers who felt that Yu Bing was deliberately acting like she knew an inside story. On site, the referee confirmed the score and Ling Suifeng's hands finally left the keyboard. He moved with So Guangmo and Chu Yan to shake hands with the US team. Thomas stared bitterly at Ling Suifeng. Apparently he was very depressed about being forced to die together at the end. Jack Josh also had an unconvinced expression on his face. He shook Ling Suifeng's hand and declared proudly, "I won't lose to you if we fight again next year." Ling Suifeng nodded calmly, but in his heart, he was thinking, next year don't expect too much either. Once my cat god comes back, you will cry even more. Ling Suifeng returned to the soundproof room where the rest of the Chinese team was located and once again looked at the VIP seats under the stage. His eyes were once again on Li Cangyu's position and there was a connection. Ling Suifeng's lips curved slightly and his eyes softened. He nodded slightly at Li Cangyu, as if to say, "I successfully completed your tactical arrangement and we won." It was the real we. Li Cangyu might not have played, but his tactical arrangement was put into action by Ling Suifeng. He took the idea and they won the game together. Li Cangyu smiled and gave Ling Suifeng a thumbs up. Xiao Han saw his master's thumbs up and was stunned. He followed his master's gaze and found that Ling Suifeng was looking over here. It was strange that across the stage, their eyes were completely locked on the other person, not allowing any outsiders to intrude. Xiao Han scratched his head in confusion, thinking, isn't Master's relationship with Ling Suifeng really good? Chapter 85 Behind the Scenes Strategist 1. This game between China and the United States caused the domestic esports circle to boil over. The reporters wrote about this event with enthusiasm. The Chinese team's victory over the US team took over the headlines of the major esports websites in an instant. The official organization was also very fast and released the highlights of the game, causing it to be forwarded on Weibo tens of thousands of times. Of course, the most concerning thing was the phrase "behind the scenes strategist" mentioned by Yu Bing. The strategist behind the scenes? Who the hell was that? Fans and journalists searched for clues and the internet was bustling for a while. However, Yu Bing didn't give any obvious clues. Everyone guessed for a long time, with some people thinking it was Chairman Nan Jiangang. But there were a number of people who held a negative attitude towards this. After all, Chairman Nan might be chairman of the Miracle League, but his tactical level was far below the captains Ling Suifeng and So Guangmo. How could he be the behind-the-scenes strategist? He was most like a babysitter from the past. Chairman Nan Jiangang was shot by these words and felt a pain in his knees. Most people guessed wrong, but don't forget, there were a few online experts who were good at reasoning and figuring out the truth. Someone wrote a thousands of words long analysis on Weibo. The result actually pointed to cat god Li Cangyu. His reasons were very good. The strategist who helped against the US team must be a Chinese player. Since they weren't one of the great gods who went to the carnival, they must not be an active player. Among the miracle players who already retired, the most likely ones were the 5 gods in the first season with Ling Suifeng. The former Flying Feathers captain Song Yang had already left the esports circle, while the former time captain Su Luo was said to have gone to Europe. The former Ghost Spirits captain Mo Chuan only liked to attack and assassinate. He wasn't good with the complicated tactics of today. That left only Li Cangyu, former captain of FDD. Li Cangyu led his team to Woolen after the end of the 3rd season. His results hadn't improved, but he could learn a lot of new ideas from another competitive game. The 2 tactics for Woolen and Miracle could be integrated and evolved. There would be a few novel tactical ideas, which coincided with the complicated and different tactical arrangement of today's China-US battle. This was combined with the recent news of the Kanglan team's disbandment. Captain Li Cangyu's whereabouts were unknown, so he might just be in New York. The blogger had sufficient arguments and a careful analysis. Many onlookers started to believe that today's behind-the-scenes strategist was cat god, Li Cangyu. There was a lot of mixed opinions on the internet. The current most controversial player in the Miracle League was crybaby Zhu Qingyu. It was because Xiao Zhu cried in the stadium and caused many people to scold him. However, there was another player who was more controversial than him in the past. That person was Li Cangyu. Li Cangyu was the only captain in the Miracle League who didn't retire and instead led his team to transfer games. In the minds of many paranoid Miracle fans, he was a traitor. Not to mention, he didn't get any good results after going to Woolen, making the Miracle fans humiliated. He had a large number of fans in the past, but his popularity decreased after his transfer. Now there were a few fans left, but he also had a lot of sunspots. There were many netizens who thought his tactics were beautiful, but there were also many people who ridiculed him. It turned out to be Cat God, the cat god who went to Woolen. Isn't he the one who kept losing and then left? He lost face in Miracle and ran to Woolen. Did he lost face there and came running back? Does the carnival need him to intervene? Isn't this deliberately searching for a sense of existence? Who told his team not to get a trophy? He can only hold into Ling Suifeng's thigh to get a sense of existence. It was impossible to tell who was who on the internet, and this led to mobs indiscriminately targeting people. They felt refreshed after talking about someone else and didn't feel uncomfortable. Cheng Wei was sitting in the audience and searching through Weibo. He had wanted to take a look at the evaluation of the game on the internet. Then he saw a "Who is the behind-the-scenes strategist?" post on the home page. The majority of comments were praising the game, but many people also jumped out to ridicule Cat God, as if mocking the man who hadn't won a trophy would make themselves look better. Cheng Wei almost coughed up blood and immediately vented on Weibo. You want to taunt Cat God? If you have the ability to defeat America's Jack, Josh and Thomas, then speak again. You would probably pee your pants if you were put on the field. What qualifications do you have to mock Cat God who beat the US team? Do you have any shame? This Weibo post shocked the Miracle Circle. There were those who didn't know Cat God was the strategist, but Cheng Wei's Weibo confirmed it. The news that Li Cangyu helped the Chinese team develop a tactical plan was quickly covered by the major esports websites. Many esports reporters started to guess if Cat God was returning to Miracle, with different opinions being spoken. Yu Bing hadn't expected that her casual words would actually trigger such a big storm and felt incredibly guilty. Cheng Wei might be Cat God's #1 brainless fan, but Yu Bing was actually a hidden fan of Cat God. This wasn't because Li Cangyu's personal ability was so strong that she admired him. It was also because the original Red Fox team had some relationship with Li Cangyu. In the 2nd season, Yu Bing led the Red Fox team to join the Miracle League. The pure female team was initially questioned by the media and audiences, with several female teammates experiencing difficulties along the way. Li Cangyu forwarded many of Yu Bing's interviews and publicly expressed support for Yu Bing on Weibo. He also actively sent many esports training software to Yu Bing. Yu Bing had been very grateful to him at the time, but he smiled and said, "You're welcome. It isn't easy for everyone." It really wasn't easy for a female player to take a team into the Miracle League that was full of masters. Li Cangyu knew Yu Bing's hard work and respected this tough girl. Later, Yu Bing happened to pass by the FDD team in Hangzhou and offered to take Li Cangyu out to eat. The two of them had dinner at a restaurant and happily discussed tactical arrangements. They didn't expect this scene to actually be photographed by a paparazzi passing by. Were Li Cangyu and Yu Bing actually lovers? The two people's looks were very good and the picture of them sitting face to face was very beautiful and harmonious. Yu Bing didn't know it had blown up on Weibo until she came back. She usually looked cold and tough but she was still young. She wasn't familiar with the Miracle League and didn't know how to deal with this scandal. She was also afraid of troubling Cat God. However, Li Cangyu quickly came forward and wrote on Weibo, "Friends sitting together for dinner and chatting, don't think too much. Yu Bing is still single. Don't talk nonsense since this type of gossip can have a bad effect on women." Li Cangyu's words were too blunt and his face was as calm as usual, with no signs of a guilty conscience. This gossip storm gradually calmed them. Later, some people would photograph Yu Bing and Li Cangyu eating together. But in order to avoid suspicion, Li Cangyu would call his good friend Bai Xian for every meal and no rumors spread. This was only a small matter and perhaps Li Cangyu had long since forgotten it. Nevertheless, Yu Bing always remembered it in her heart. When she was in a difficult situation and helpless, Li Cangyu was like a brother as he supported her. The Red Fox could continue to the end and Yu Bing was very grateful to Li Cangyu. This time, Yu Bing had been too excited after knowing that Li Cangyu was back. She was eager to share the joy with everyone. She wanted everyone to know that this powerful person had returned to Miracle and leaked the behind-the-scenes strategist from her mouth. She really underestimated the ability of the netizens to gossip. She didn't expect people to actually guess Li Cangyu's ability and to ridicule Cat God. Yu Bing worried about it for a while before deciding to call Cat God. She asked for Li Cangyu's number from Lu Xiang and called him. The voice in her ear was low and gentle, exactly like she remembered. "Hello, who is this?" Yu Bing's eyes were slightly hot as she choked out, "Cat God. I am Yu Bing." Li Cangyu was a little bit surprised but he soon laughed. "Yu Bing? Why did you call me all of a sudden?" "Sorry, I accidentally said some things I shouldn't and the netizens guessed that the behind-the-scenes strategist of this game is you. Cat God, I caused you trouble." Her voice was calm but the fingers holding the phone were trembling slightly. Li Cangyu was silent for a moment before saying easily, "It doesn't matter. This would have been guessed sooner or later so you don't have to mind it." She clearly troubled him but she was being comforted by him. Yu Bing felt really ashamed and didn't know what to say. "By the way, I didn't expect you to become a commentator after retiring. Are you accustomed to the change?" "I'm fine. I've seen a few games that you've explained and your analysis is very thorough. You are quite suited to be a commentator." Li Cangyu praised. "Thank you." Yu Bing was silent for a moment before adding with no confidence, "Cat God, the behind-the-scenes strategist matter." "Oh, you don't have to worry about this," Li Cangyu said with a smile. "The netizens' gossiping ability is too strong. Even if you didn't say it, they would have a way to pull me forward. Besides, since I have taken action, I have no intention of hiding. I didn't do anything bad so what is there to be afraid of?" Yes, he didn't do anything bad so what was so scary? Cat God was right. His conscience was clear and those mocking him were just acting like clowns in front of him. Yu Bing finally sighed with relief and smiled. "Once you return to China, can I invite you out to eat?" Li Cangyu agreed. "Okay, I will save your phone number and see you later." The media reporters had once said they were a very good match but Li Cangyu had always seen Yu Bing as a sister. Yu Bing also highly respected him. He didn't expect Yu Bing to call today to apologize. Was the matter that serious? Li Cangyu thought this and immediately entered Weibo on his phone. He hadn't looked at his Weibo for a long time after his disbandment. This time, the unread comments and private messages had broken through into the thousands. Li Cangyu temporarily ignored them and looked at the home page. "Xiao Wei, can't you calm down a bit? This topic blowing up could really be contributed to Cheng Wei." Unexpected, Ling Suifeng also forwarded the Weibo with a simple sentence, "Cat God came out to help me. If you want to curse someone then come here to curse me." Fans. Li Cangyu. Was that necessary? Ling Suifeng? Cheng Wei was already acting emotional so why did he have to interject as well? Li Cangyu never paid attention to the mocking voices on the internet. After all, he couldn't make everyone like him. Even the highly popular Ling Suifeng and Su Guangmo had many sunspots. In addition, his actions of leaving Miracle were controversial. It was impossible for him to be welcomed by everyone when he came back. It was normal for netizens who weren't pleased to say a few mocking words. Li Cangyu was ridiculed and Cheng Wei immediately jumped out to scold the people. Ling Xuefeng also took the initiative to act as a shield. It wasn't necessary, but the caring of these two people made Li Cangyu feel very warm. A moment later, a new message appeared on the Weibo of Cat God who had disappeared for a long time. Li Cangyu, I want to go back to Miracle. I will see you again in the 7th season next year and will give you a surprise smile. Everyone. He didn't mention anything about being ridiculed and it was clear he didn't care about these remarks at all. In the first season, the elf summoner appeared for the first time. Many people expressed doubts, but Li Cangyu's elf summoner swept through Miracle's arena, with no one able to face him. Cat God had such a straightforward personality. They might scold him, but one day, he would make them kneel with a swollen face. Chapter 86 Behind the Scenes Strategist, 2. Ling Xuefeng headed to the backstage contestants area and took out his mobile phone to check Weibo. He saw that post that Cheng Wei made and anger suddenly rose in his heart. It was strange since he had many sunspots. He was abused by the sunspots every time wind color lost and he didn't mind at all. However, when he saw Li Cangyu being smashed by them, he wanted to use the big move of the demon god on them. He actively wrote a post to support Li Cangyu. He knew that Cat God didn't mind these things, but he couldn't help wanting to take care of this person. At this time, the official reporter Ya Rong came over for an interview. Ya Rong obviously learned about the monstrous wave in the domestic miracle circle and excitedly held up her microphone to Ling Xuefeng. Captain Ling, can you tell us if the person who made the tactical arrangements in this game is really Cat God Li Cangyu? Ling Xuefeng spoke calmly to the camera. Yes. The 3 US contestants are very strong when it comes to output. I am the same style as them, along with Su Guangmo. It is very difficult to fight them with this style, so I asked Cat God to come over and discuss a plan. He came up with a better tactic and I used it. I want to thank Cat God for giving the Chinese team advice. Captain Ling publicly expressed his gratitude, his attitude towards Cat God obvious. Ya Rong then asked, is Cat God currently in New York? Does his help mean he is returning to Miracle? Yes, he will be back for the 7th season next year. Ling Xuefeng smiled faintly. He will definitely bring you more wonderful scenes. Ling Xuefeng then turned away and left. Once this interview video emerged, the domestic miracle circle exploded once again. Cat God was coming back? Many new Miracle fans might not know Li Cangyu, but those following the game since the first season not only knew Cat God's name, they also knew he was the same level of player as Ling Xuefeng. Su Guangmo and Tan Shishan were the apprentices of Song Yang and Su Luo. This meant they could be regarded as Cat God's juniors. Zhu Qingyu also cried after being abused by Cat God, and Cheng Wei was Cat God's fanboy. Many of the great gods currently in the league had some origins with Cat God. The legendary Cat God had returned? What club did he sign with? What type of team would he bring? Would he have the strength to compete for the trophy? Many people started to speculate about Cat God's return. Li Cangyu's concise post was on that day's hot topics and was widely reprinted by esports reporters. After the game, Ling Xuefeng wanted to go to Li Cangyu immediately, only to be stopped by Chairman Nan Jiangang. Is old Cat really in New York? The chairman liked gossip, so he quickly knew the domestic trends. Yes, he came to watch this carnival. Ling Xuefeng explained. Chairman Nan suggested with a smile, since he is here, how about having a meal together? Ling Xuefeng couldn't refuse the chairman's personal invitation and had to say, I will ask him and see if he is free. Li Cangyu was certainly free. He took his teammates to watch the carnival, so he had a lot of spare time. He was a bit surprised when he received Ling Xuefeng's text message. Chairman Nan told me that he wants to see you. Would you like to have dinner with us? Chairman Nan Jiangang was someone who tried to stop Li Cangyu when he led his team from Miracle. Li Cangyu thought of the scene at that time and couldn't help laughing. Where is it? I will head over now. Ling Xuefeng sent him the address and Li Cangyu soon arrived at the booked restaurant. To his surprise, only Nan Jiangang and Ling Xuefeng were in the restaurant's private room. There were no other captains. Li Cangyu consciously walked over to the chairman and stretched out a hand. Chairman, long time no see. Nan Jiangang seriously reached out to Li Cangyu and lamented, Cat God, you really disappeared for 3 years. Li Cangyu was returning to Miracle. As chairman, Nan Jiangang naturally knew a long time ago that Lu Chuan had transferred Li Cangyu's player data back to the Miracle League. Apparently Li Cangyu signed with the Dragon Warriors Club after the disbandment of Kanglan and was going to return to Miracle. Over the years, the talents in the Miracle League had blossomed, but the most regrettable player in Nan Jianggong's heart was Li Cangyu. The spirited teenager who was invincible in the arena was the best elf player he had seen. At that time, Li Cangyu hadn't been as mature and stable. When he laughed, his youthfulness and simplicity could be seen. Nan Jiangang knew the glorious stories of how he would snatch fish from the next table. The other people in the Five Gods received trophies, but Li Cangyu couldn't even make the playoffs. He shouldered the burden of the FDD team, causing Chairman Nan to feel pained. Nan Jianggong's age meant he felt like a father to these players. Thus, he always tried to show the kindness and care of an elder. When Li Cangyu left with his team, Nan Jiangang gave advice and scolded him, but he couldn't convince this stubborn teenager. He even pointed at Li Cangyu and said, "What good is it if you go to Woolen? One day, you will still have to return to Miracle." He remembered that at that time, Li Cangyu smiled and said, "Chairman, if I really roll back to Miracle, you have to continue to take me in." It had been 3 years. The young man's straightforward smile from that time was still imprinted in his mind. Today, the man in front of him didn't have the freshness of youth. This man experienced hardships in many years. He wasn't discouraged and became more mature. The calm and wise eyes were still full of self-confidence. He was a typical frustrating person. Nan Jiangang sighed in the bottom of his heart and whispered, it is good that you came back." He was like a father waiting for his child to return. Li Cangyu's departure was once the biggest regret in his heart. Now his favorite talented player had returned from afar. The chairman's words made Li Cangyu feel very touched. Apart from Ling Suifeng, the chairman was the one who treated him best in the Miracle League. Nan Jiangang was a hard-working person, and he was especially fond of Li Cangyu, who had unpredictable tactics and strong individual strength. In its final year, the FDD team had difficulties with funding and couldn't afford hotels for the away games. Nan Jiangang helped them out personally. Unfortunately, Li Cangyu failed to meet his expectations and left Miracle. There were too many teams and competitors in the Miracle League. Chairman Nan had grown a lot of white hair and looked much older than before. Li Cangyu couldn't help feeling a bit sad and came over for a hug. He smiled and said, "Didn't you say that I would return to Miracle one day? Now that I'm back, shouldn't you be happy?" Nan Jiangang made an angry expression, but he couldn't help patting Li Cangyu on the shoulder. "You took a long time to come back." Li Cangyu sat next to him and poured him a cup of tea. "It isn't too late to come back. You are still the chairman of the Miracle League, so isn't this good? In the 7th season next year, you can personally put the trophy in my hands." Ling Suifeng heard this and couldn't help asking, "Wanting to win the championship, shouldn't you ask me first?" Li Cangyu looked at Ling Suifeng. "Why should I ask you? You won't let me take it. Watch and see how I clean you up on the field." They were clearly provocative words, but Ling Suifeng's eyes inexplicably became gentle and he even smiled. "Perhaps I will be the one cleaning you up." Li Cangyu replied, "Wait and see." Nan Jiangang. The two men were quarreling like an old husband and wife. Nan Jiangang felt that a long time might have passed, but many things hadn't changed. He had felt worried about their relationship when Li Cangyu and Ling Suifeng were often compared by fans. Then he saw Ling Suifeng give Li Cangyu a fish at dinner and finally understood. They were the strongest opponents but also rare confidants. Nan Jiangang looked at the two of them arguing and smiled. "Old cat, this is what you said. If you can't make the playoffs after coming back next year, I will be the one to clean you up." Li Cangyu smiled and waved his hand. "You can rest assured, Chairman. This time, my teammates are very powerful and I will definitely make the playoffs." Then he talked to the chairman about the formation of the team and briefly introduced Bai Xian, Xie Shurong, Gu Siming, Zhang Chuiming, and Xiao Han. Nan Jiangang was more surprised the more he listened. This time, the team was much stronger than Li Cangyu's FDD team. Such a team really did have hope for winning the championship. It was no wonder that Li Cangyu could be so confident. Nan Jiangang thought of next year's world competition and suddenly said, "By the way, the 16 countries invited to this carnival will make up next year's world competition. It will be held after the end of the China Miracle League's 7th season. Each player must join the national team through an open trial, so as to ensure fairness." This was similar to basketball and table tennis in the Olympics. The national team represented the honor of the country. The holding of a public selection will put an end to doubts about a black curtain and ensured the strength of every player who joined the team. Nan Jiangang paused before continuing. The players of the national team have to be selected, but the Miracle League has a rule. The captain of the 7th season's champion team will automatically take over as captain of the world competition's national team. Do you know what I mean? Li Cangyu and Ling Suifeng looked at each other, both of them feeling excited. The Carnival's 3v3 event was just an appetizer for the Miracle League to test the waters. The real meal was the world competition next year. Once all the masters gathered, the large-scale team battles would truly test the tactical qualities and strengths of the players. Nan Jianggong's early disclosure of this information was undoubtedly to inspire Li Cangyu. Li Cangyu understood the chairman's thoughts and smiled slightly. The national team, and the selection trials, it sounds like a hassle. The chairman glared at him and Li Cangyu immediately changed his words. Then I will work hard. Then he looked at Ling Suifeng. I came back just in time for the world competition. I haven't won before, and to take such a heavyweight trophy. Something like world champion, isn't this addictive? Nan Jiangang laughed and praised him. You have ambition. Li Cangyu asked, Chairman, didn't you invite me here to eat fish? I watched the game all night and only had a light meal. The topic change was too fast, causing Nan Jiangang to feel stunned. Then Ling Suifeng took the initiative to find a waiter to order fish for Li Cangyu to eat. This evening, in order to facilitate the negotiation of tactics, Li Cangyu had gone to a Western restaurant to eat steak, and he obviously didn't eat enough. The fish soon arrived and Li Cangyu smiled. Do you want to eat? Both of them said they weren't hungry, so Li Cangyu calmly brought the fish in front of him and immersed himself in eating it. Nan Jiangang couldn't help saying, today's game with the US, the tactics you came up were really surprising. Li Cangyu looked up at the chairman, meaning my tactics have always been surprising. Ling Suifeng couldn't help smiling softly. Li Cangyu's mind was very clever and the tactics he could come up with were varied. He would act and deliberately make a few mistakes in previous matches. Therefore, today's 3v3 match was unexpectedly easy to think of a strategy. Nan Jiangang saw him eat the fish quickly and couldn't help saying, eat slowly. Be careful not to eat a bone. The chairman previously had a broken heart because of this special player. I have the best technique for eating fish. Li Cangyu stated before quickly eating the fish and wiping his mouth with satisfaction. I'm full, so shall we go? Nan Jiangang was literally speechless. The chairman personally paid and the three people left the restaurant. Ling Suifeng took advantage of the chairman's need to drive back and was left alone with Li Cangyu. He patted Li Cangyu's shoulder and said, today's tactic was very successful. I saw. Ling Suifeng continued saying, but a few people in the US team aren't convinced. Jack told me that he would definitely win next year. Next year? He wants more. Li Cangyu laughed. I will play in person next year and his crying will be even worse. The confidence on this man's face was really dazzling. Under the streetlights, his whole face seemed to shine. Ling Suifeng looked at him seriously and after a moment of silence, he gently wrapped an arm around Li Cangyu's shoulder as a good friend. We'll be together next year. Ling Suifeng stated calmly. Yes. Li Cangyu looked at him with eyes that were as bright as stars. I haven't won against you in a duel, Ling Suifeng. Why can't I be the winner? Ling Suifeng also looked back at him. If you face me, then I must be the winner. Li Cangyu declared. Is that right? Ling Suifeng said, don't forget, I can summon the undead to die with you. Oh, that summoner's skill is too wicked. You really harm others. I learned it from you. Really? In the team battle, you found that you couldn't win against wind color, so you used the undead to make me die together with you. Is that so? I don't remember. Li Cangyu deliberately pretended not to know. Ling Suifeng looked at him and a hint of tenderness filled his eyes. Ling Suifeng reached out and grabbed his shoulder, saying softly, this time, you were exposed. I didn't think that your return to Miracle would be leaked. It doesn't matter. It will be exposed sooner or later. Li Cangyu smiled and added, after I was ridiculed, you didn't have to stand up and help me. I don't mind those comments at all. But I mind. Ling Suifeng whispered. Li Cangyu was stunned by this man's eyes and froze in place. He suddenly remembered a certain night 3 years ago. At that time, the FTD team disbanded because of poor results and the sponsors completely disappeared. Li Cangyu refused many high-paying invitations from other teams, stating that he would lead his team and transfer to Woolen. Then he traveled to New York. Ling Suifeng followed all the way to New York, wanting to stop Li Cangyu. There are so many teams in Miracle inviting you. Do you really need to change to Woolen? I have something I need to bear. If you go to Woolen, it will definitely be more difficult than Miracle. I know, I'm mentally prepared. Ling Xuefeng didn't speak again. He knew that Li Cangyu had made up his mind and wouldn't waver. The two men walked side by side to a crossroads and Ling Xuefeng suddenly said, "If one day you are tired and want to return to Miracle, remember to tell me." Li Cangyu smiled and agreed. Okay. After a moment of silence, he looked at Ling Xuefeng seriously. Thank you for coming all this way to find me. I have received this love. There were many voices in China asking him to stay, but Ling Xuefeng was the only one to directly chase him to New York. Li Cangyu was actually very moved. He had such a friend and felt that his many years in Miracle had value. Now it was night and they were once again walking side by side in the streets of New York. They walked to a crossroads and Ling Xuefeng stopped again. He looked at Li Cangyu and said, "My words from that year came true. I am really happy that you came back. Well, I will be content if I get the trophy for the domestic league. However, I actually want to go the world competition." The chairman said that the national team will be selected through trials. This sounds very strict. Li Cangyu thoughtfully touched his chin. I don't know how many people will be chosen for the national team, but there will definitely be a limited number of summoner spots. Still, I hope, he turned and looked seriously at Ling Xuefeng. I hope that both of us can be selected. Ling Xuefeng replied calmly, I hope so too. Li Cangyu smiled and reached out. Shall we join hands for next year's world competition? Okay. Ling Xuefeng smiled and gently held his hand, forming the most tacit agreement. Ling Xuefeng always had a cold face and an abstinence look. Today, Li Cangyu found that the smiling Ling Xuefeng was really handsome and couldn't move his eyes away. The two men stood face to face, the warm yellow street lights shining on them and making their shadows very long. The tall men, one handsome and indifferent and the other handsome and straightforward. They were usually always alone, but when they looked at each other, their eyes became soft. Outstretched hands clasped gently together, it was a simple agreement, but this scene gave off a different type of warmth. Chapter 87 Carnival Finale. On the first day of the World Carnival's 3v3 event, the Chinese team consisting of Ling Xuefeng, Su Guangmo and Chu Yan defeated Australia and the US in Group C, directly scoring 4 points. On the side of Group D, the Chinese team of Tan Shishan, Lu Wushuan and Lu Xiang only had one game and successfully defeated the Swedish team to score 2 points. The next day's 3v3 event still had too many teams and the schedule was quite tight. In particular, the Chinese team too played 3 games in the afternoon. Fortunately, the strength of the other teams in Group D weren't high. Tan, Lu and Lu cooperated and won 3 consecutive games. They received first place and achieved the qualifying place to advance in Group D. Relatively speaking, Group C was a lot harder. After defeating the strong enemy of the United States, the Ling Xuefeng trio met this carnival's powerhouse, the South Korean team. South Korea had always been a powerhouse in esports and placed great importance on esports. There were many luxurious clubs and countless excellent players. The South Korean team often won championships in games such as Warcraft and League of Legends. China and South Korea were old opponents in the field of esports. They played many times in other games and had won and lost. The 3v3 event at the carnival was directly by Ling Xuefeng himself. The two sides fought fiercely and dragged the battle to 30 minutes. However, there were many tactical gods in South Korea. After studying the match between the Chinese team and the US team last night, they specifically developed an assassination tactic for Chu Yan. At the beginning, they dragged Ling Xuefeng and Su Guangmo away and quickly killed Chu Yan. Chu Yan died and the Chinese team immediately fell into a disadvantage. Ling and Su supported each other to kill 2 people on the opposite side, but in the end, the South Korean team's assassin used stealth to escape at a critical moment and successfully killed Ling Xuefeng. The Chinese team regretfully had to admit defeat. The domestic evaluation of this game was mixed. Sensible viewers thought that Ling Xuefeng and Su Guangmo performed very well. It wasn't easy to kill 2 enemies in a 2v3 situation. It was good that regardless of winning or losing, they did their best. There were also radical netizens who said about things about the 3 players on the internet. I already knew that they couldn't beat the Korean team. The Chinese team is really humiliating. Do you have to lose to South Korea every time? The great gods are like this. Of course, these people were pushed back by the fans of the trio. Cheng Wei couldn't help sending a Weibo, every time you lost the game, you always talk about how humiliating it is and how they aren't great gods. I won't ask for the reason behind it. I just want to say, you up no can no bb. This is the English sentence I am most familiar with. Laugh, Link, if you want an explanation for that saying. Fans. Cheng Wei was always straightforward and hot-tempered. If something happened in the league, he would be the first one to jump forward. He didn't care about his identity as a great god and didn't think before he spoke. People just needed to follow his Weibo to know what was happening in the Miracle League recently. His reaction was almost faster than official reporters. Tan Shishan saw this post and gave a smiling emoji followed by this line, touch your head and ignore them. Every time Cheng Wei became angry, he would be comforted by Captain Tan touching his head. The abuse of some fans were hard to hear, but everyone had long become used to it. In particular, the great gods of various teams already practiced the automatic filtering and disregard all negative remarks methods. Since they were professional players, they must have a strong psychological endurance. These words weren't enough to affect them. Ling Xuefeng's expression was very calm. When the South Korean players came to their room to shake hands, Ling Xuefeng only said, "See you next year." It was just like Jack Josh's words to him. There were many reasons for losing this game. After playing the US team yesterday, the South Korean team specifically studied the defects of the Ling, Su, and Chu lineup. Winning was really hard for the Chinese team when the auxiliary was targeted. Su Guangmo had acted great yesterday as the movie Emperor against the US team. The South Korean team naturally couldn't fall for the same mistake. It was comforting that the China team won still entered the top 8 by winning second place in their group. During the post-match interview, reporter Yao Rong took the initiative to ask, "Captain Ling, what do you think is the key reason for losing this game?" Ling Xuefeng explained, "It should be a lineup problem. 3v3 isn't as good as 6v6. The South Korean team consists of 3 melee, which isn't very good when Chu Yan and I are remotes." Yao Rong was their official reporter and wouldn't ask too many harsh questions. She actively helped the players by saying, "I believe that the sensible audience members will understand that the 3 great gods tried their best in this game. Congratulations to both Chinese teams for entering the quarter-finals. The system for the quarter-finals will change. Captain Ling, do you feel confident?" Ling Xuefeng's eyes were firm. Of course. This sentence was full of confidence and brought great hope to the domestic audience. After the game, Ling Xuefeng returned to the backstage lounge and sent a text message to Li Cangyu, "I made it into the top 8. Li Cangyu smiled and replied, "Congratulations. The carnival only had 3 days left. Today would be the quarter-finals while the highlights of tomorrow were the semi-finals and finals." After determining the qualifying quotas, the 6 carnival players prepared for the quarter-finals. 8 teams from the upper and lower division drew lots again. Ling Xuefeng drew the French team while Tan Shishan drew the British team. The quarter-finals had changed to a 3-game 2-victory battle. The 2 sides would each choose a map. If it was a draw after 2 battles, they would play a third round as a tiebreaker. The players on the Chinese team had a very thorough understanding of the game maps. Both teams won the home maps without any surprises. In the away map, Ling Xuefeng won and advanced directly with a 2:0 score. Tan Shishan's team lost the away map but won in the third round with a random map, advancing with a score of 2:1. Both Chinese teams had made it to the semi-finals. The remaining 2 teams were South Korea Team 1 and Group B's US Team 2. In the semi-finals, Tan Shishan's team met South Korea Team 1. This team's captain was the strongest tactical player in South Korea. He controlled Lu Xiang in the opening and rushed to the back row to kill the archer Tan Shishan. It was really strong. Tan Shishan's team lost in the semi-finals, meaning the situation of both teams meeting in the finals that Nan Jiangang had hoped for was unlikely to happen. In fact, this year's carnival had many masters. The Chinese team was strong but the possibility of dominating the World Carnival was very small. The chairman was just wishing. In a situation where there were as many strong teams as clouds, it was already a good result for both teams to enter the semi-finals. There wasn't much controversy at home in China. In the other game, Ling Xuefeng met the US Team 2 from Group B. The style of this team was completely different from Jack Josh's team and it took half an hour to win. As a result, the Ling Xuefeng trio once again met the South Korean team in the finals. This time, the Korean lineup wasn't the same as the team they encountered in the group stage. Would China lose to South Korea twice in a row? Many domestic viewers were worried about this. In the previous LOL and other competitions, the Chinese team often lost to South Korea. Thus, many domestic viewers had a psychological shadow regarding China-South Korea confrontations. However, Ling Shuifeng told everyone that he wouldn't make the same mistake. The Korean team had studied the defects in the Chinese team's lineup. In the opening, they quickly tried to kill Chu Yan. This time, Ling Shuifeng used this lineup defect and had Chu Yan play the role of bait. Chu Yan was the trap and he used his own death as an opportunity for his teammates. Under Su Guangmo's strong control of the field, Ling Shuifeng let out a burst of hand speed and killed 2 people. The remaining assassin wanted to enter stealth but was hit by Ling Shuifeng's black crows and finally fell helplessly under Su Guangmo's sword. The word winner popped up on the screen and Ling Shuifeng, Su Guangmo, and Chu Yan stood up to celebrate. The final result of the Carnival 3v3 event was, Ling Shuifeng's team won the championship, the South Korean team was the runner-up and Tan Shishan's team was the third runner-up. The Chinese team took 2 prizes, this was a perfect ending. Still, in order to fully focus on the 3v3 event, no Chinese players signed up for the 1v1 event and the winner was the American Bloodkin summoner Jack Josh. Once the match ended, Ling Shuifeng headed backstage and sent Lee Cangyu a text message, "We won the championship." It was originally an encouragement to give praise. The strange thing was that Lee Cangyu never responded. Ling Shuifeng thought it was too noisy at the venue and he didn't hear it. Therefore, Ling Shuifeng temporarily put away his phone. The closing ceremony and awards ceremony was held at 8 in the evening. The 2 teams from China went on stage to receive the prize. Ling Shuifeng, Su Guangmo, and Chu Yan raised the gold medals together while Tan Shishan, Lu Wushuan and Lu Xiang won the bronze medals. The gold medal was very memorable but Ling Shuifeng knew that the Carnival 3v3 event didn't represent the strength of the Chinese team. The 3v3 event was a direct fighting between the 2 sides. It wasn't as complicated and changeable as a team battle, where the team's cooperation and tactical arrangement were tested. The real championship trophy would be the world competition. Ling Shuifeng raised the trophy and calmly looked at the seats under the stage. The lights at the venue today were too strong and dazzling. He couldn't see Lee Cangyu but he believed that next year, he would stand on this stage for the awards ceremony and Lee Cangyu would be beside him. The awards ceremony ended and Chairman Nan Jiangang took the initiative to invite everyone to a celebration banquet at the hotel. The 6 participants of the carnival and their teammates filled a large private room in the hotel and Chairman Nan Jiangang personally treated them. The 3v3 event was just a temporary team so the organizers were thoughtful enough to give every person a special commemorative trophy. Cheng Wei took the 3rd place trophy that Tan Shishan received and carefully studied it. Then he bit it with his teeth and asked, "Is it made of copper?" Tan Shishan smiled and rubbed his head. "Captain Ling's one is gold-plated. Do you want to bite it?" Cheng Wei raised his head and saw Ling Shuifeng's cold eyes. He shrank back and said, "I don't want to." Zhang Xiaowai took his brother's trophy and said, "Brother, I'll take care of this for you. You often lose things but don't lose this." Lu Wushuan's lips curved in a rare smile and he whispered, "Okay, help me keep it." Yu Pingsheng didn't like to talk and still followed behind his brother like a ghost. His eyes were curiously staring at the trophy in Su Guangmo's hand so Su Guangmo handed it over, causing him to hold it carefully. Nan Jiangang looked at the scene and couldn't help smiling. "When we divided into 2 teams, we always declared that we wanted to meet in the finals. However, the players from other countries aren't rookies. My real idea at the time was to just get a trophy, I didn't expect that you could actually win 2 trophies. It is really gratifying. Let's make a toast." The chairman took the initiative to toast and raised a glass of red wine with everyone. The group happily drank the wine. Nan Jiangang turned his head and said, "Don't be too proud that you won the grand prize this year. The carnival is just a project for the World Miracle League to test the waters. The main purpose is to let the players get to know each other. Next year's 7th season is when people would go all out. As you know, the esports competitors in other countries are making rapid progress. If we are complacent, we will eventually be eliminated by others." The chairman's words made everyone's joy at winning the trophy calm down. After this carnival, everyone was well aware that the players in other countries weren't any worse than them. For example, the combination of Jack, Thomas, and Edmund. If Su Guangmo's acting hadn't been so realistic, wouldn't they have won the game? It was hard to say. South Korea's best killer was also very strong. Lu Wushuan saw his assassination technique and felt admiration. Recognize the opponent in order to see their own shortcomings. Everyone knew this truth but the chairman woke them up in time. "Once you return, you will face the playoffs of the 6th season. The temporary teammates at the carnival will become opponents on the field. I hope that everyone can concentrate on the game and bring the 6th season to a perfect end. Then we will go into the 7th season. Chairman Nan Jiangang said earnestly. Lu Wuxuan heard this and couldn't help asking, Chairman, is the system in the 7th season going to change? Captain Lu had a high IQ and immediately analyzed this from the chairman's words. Chairman Nan smiled slightly at him. Yes, the next system is completely different from the old one. Once the 6th season is over, I will call you to discuss this matter in detail. After you go back, be prepared. The playoffs of the system is the last trophy using this old system. Everyone must try hard to grasp it. The group was stirred by the chairman's words. The last trophy of the old system. This meant winning the championship had great significance. These temporary teammates would be opponents after returning home. They should carefully consider how to kill them. The atmosphere of this celebration banquet was very happy. Everyone ate and chatted about the carnival. Only Ling Suifeng never said anything, his face very serious. But Captain Ling usually had such a face and they were long used to it. They didn't notice anything wrong. In fact, Ling Suifeng's face was blank because he was in a bad mood. He still hadn't received a reply to the text message he sent Li Cangyu. Chapter 88 Accident. Ling Suifeng returned to the hotel in the evening and took the initiative to call Li Cangyu, but no one picked up. He slightly frowned and made several consecutive phone calls. Then a strong sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. In the previous few days of the carnival, Li Cangyu had been watching at the venue. Every time Ling Suifeng texted him after a game, Li Cangyu would basically reply back in a second. Li Cangyu was still there when the quarter-finals finished last night. It was reasonable to say that he should have come to the venue for the finals. It was unreasonable that there would be no reply to the message Ling Suifeng sent him. Did something happen and he didn't see the text message? Ling Suifeng thought this and searched for Bai Xian's number on his phone, directly calling it. There were 2 rings and the call connected. Fortunately, Bai Xian hadn't changed his number and Ling Suifeng also hadn't changed his. Bai Xian was surprised when he saw the called ID and asked, Captain Ling? Why are you calling me? Ling Suifeng asked directly, do you know where Li Cangyu is? Sure enough, he called to ask about Cat God's whereabouts. Bai Xian didn't conceal it and spoke bluntly, his dad was in an accident. He went to the hospital to accompany his father. Ling Suifeng was startled. What is uncle's situation over there? Is it serious? He isn't out of the danger period yet. He is in the ICU. Which hospital? I will text you the address. Thank you. He hung up and received a text message from Bai Xian. Ling Suifeng no longer hesitated as he put on his coat and left. The awards ceremony ended at 10 o'clock in the evening and then the chairman held the celebration feast. It was already midnight but fortunately, there was a taxi outside. Ling Suifeng stopped a car and told the driver the hospital address in fluent English. The hospital looked very deserted in the middle of the night, with only some emergency patients and sporadic medical staff. Ling Suifeng went to the nurses' station and asked for the location of the ICU. He followed the nurses' instructions and walked down a long corridor, turning at the end. He saw the ICU sign and the man sitting outside the door was Li Cangyu. He looked very tired, with thick black circles under his eyes and his handsome face was haggard. Ling Suifeng's impression of him was always a strong and confident person, whether it was Li Cangyu in his straightforward youth or the Li Cangyu frustrated from all the setbacks. This was the first time he saw such a stunned and helpless expression, making Ling Suifeng feel particularly distressed. This man always showed his strongest side in front of everyone. He was his brother's most trusted captain and no matter what setbacks he faced, Cat God could go forward. But there were also some things he couldn't bear. For example, his loved one was now lying in intensive care with an uncertain status. He could only sit outside and do nothing to help. At this time, the strong outer shell was peeled away to reveal his most vulnerable parts. Ling Suifeng quickly walked over to him. Li Cangyu heard footsteps and raised his head with alarm. He was stunned when he saw Ling Suifeng and asked, "How did you come here?" Ling Suifeng sat down beside him and softly explained, "I texted you and you didn't reply. I guessed that something might have happened and called Bai Xian. He told me you were in the hospital." "Ah." Li Cangyu nodded and spoke in a hoarse voice. "Is the carnival over? What happened?" "We took first place and Tan Shishan's team won the bronze medal." Ling Suifeng replied calmly. Li Cangyu smiled. "Congratulations. Ling Suifeng didn't mention the carnival again. He looked at Li Cangyu and asked softly, "How is your father?" Li Cangyu was silent for a moment before whispering, "He was driving home at noon today when he got into a car accident. He was in the hospital for an hour when the doctor said that he has an intracranial hemorrhage. He needs to be observed in the ICU for a while. If he wakes up tonight then nothing will happen. If he can't wake up, he might become a vegetative person." Li Cangyu didn't say these words but it was implied as he rubbed his temples. Ling Suifeng wasn't a doctor but he knew the severity of an intracranial hemorrhage. There were many nerves in the brain that were also attached to the spinal cord. If the location of the bleeding was dangerous, it would cause convulsions, hemiplegia, or even a loss of consciousness forever. He saw Li Cangyu's drooping head and couldn't help reaching out. One hand patted Li Cangyu's back as Ling Suifeng whispered, "Uncle will be fine. I will wait here with you and he will be sure to wake up by tomorrow morning." No, Li Cangyu barely managed a smile. "I appreciate it but you must be tired after playing the game. Go back and sleep." "I'm fine," Ling Suifeng said stubbornly. "I will stay with you." Once Ling Suifeng decided on something, it was difficult to make him change his mind. Since he was determined to stay here, Li Cangyu no longer persuaded him. If he stayed, Li Cangyu could chat with him and time would pass faster. It wouldn't be so hard on him. Li Cangyu was silent for a moment before saying softly, "My father's personality is very serious but he cares a lot about me. After I became a professional player, I heard my sister say that he will take time to watch my games, despite not understanding it." Ling Suifeng knew that Li Cangyu felt very uncomfortable and silently listened. "In fact, I was very naughty when I was a child. My parents are doctors. When I was a child, I would use colored pencils to secretly draw all over my father's anatomical map. I was beaten by my dad. The year I met you, I was 17 years old while is the worst rebellious period. My father is a very good doctor. He graduated from a prestigious medical school, gained a doctorate in medicine and became an expert in gastroenterology. My mother studied traditional Chinese medicine, mainly acupuncture. My sister was also forced to enter medical school by my father. My sister is 8 years older than me. After graduation, she went abroad to continue her graduate studies. I was still in high school and my father wanted me to go to medical school and become a doctor. I asked him what was the meaning of the whole family becoming doctors. Then I set up an esports team and played in the first season of the Miracle League, making him extremely angry. However, Li Cangyu was silent for a long time before whispering, "I don't regret my original choice." Ling Suifeng heard this and pressed tighter on the shoulder he was holding, as if giving Li Cangyu strength. Li Cangyu took a deep breath and then said, "I knew that I wasn't the right material to become a doctor but I have talent for the competitive game. My hand speed is very fast. I might have never won a trophy but I always believed that one day, I can get the prize and prove that I was right at the beginning. I wanted to stand in front of him with the trophy and say, 'Dad, look at your son. I didn't become a doctor like you but I still achieved something.'" Li Cangyu couldn't help lowering his head and covering his face with his slender fingers. He was a man and men shouldn't shed tears until they bled. But at this moment, he looked at the tightly closed door of the ICU ward, waiting for his old father to leave the dangerous period and suddenly had the urge to sob. In the beginning, he was more rebellious and proud than the current Xiao Han. He always felt that his life was his own and he shouldn't copy his father's path. Therefore, he firmly opposed his father's opinions and didn't enter medical school. Later, he met Ling Suifeng in the game and the first season of Miracle started. He decisively set up the FDD team with his brothers and joined the Miracle League. He was always stubborn, even if his father strongly opposed it. If he had gone to medical school, perhaps he would be a doctor right now. However, he chose the harder road. Getting ahead while playing esports wasn't an easy thing to do. After so many years, he didn't get a trophy and failed to prove himself. Yet he always had a firm belief in his heart. He told himself, "Li Cangyu, one day you will stand in front of your father with a championship trophy and let him know that your original choice was right. You have to tell him that his son is worthy of pride, even if his son isn't a doctor." Now his father was lying in the ICU. What if he never woke up? Then what was the point of his persistence in the past few years? In the past few years, he had been working hard in China and rarely got a chance to visit his father in New York. Even if he came to visit, the father and son were very stubborn and often bickered. Thinking about it carefully, he was too unfilial. A heavy stone pressed at Li Cangyu's chest, making him almost breathless. Suddenly, his body entered a warm embrace. Li Cangyu raised his head and found that Ling Suifeng was holding him in his arms. Don't question yourself. Ling Suifeng gently stroked his back and said softly, Li Cangyu, you aren't wrong. You just chose a different path from others. Since uncle is willing to watch the games, he is actually very concerned about you and acknowledges you. Li Cangyu heard this and couldn't help feeling sad, his eyes slightly red. Ling Suifeng looked at him and tightened his arms. He held Li Cangyu tightly and said seriously, listen to me, you didn't enter medical school according to your father's hope. You shouldn't be sorry to him but responsible for yourself. In the past few years, you have been fighting with your teammates, doing your favorite thing and never giving up. You might not have received a prize but in my heart, you have always been the best competitor. Li Cangyu was silent. In fact, he understood all of this but Ling Suifeng's words of comfort gave him more motivation and confidence. He didn't question his decision and he didn't regret it when he chose this road. He just felt sorry that he had let his father down. Originally, their Li family was a medical family. His father and sister were excellent Western doctors. His mother was currently studying Chinese medicine in China and had made great achievements in acupuncture treatment. Only he ran to play a game, so it was normal for his family to not understand him. Fortunately, someone understood. Ling Suifeng was a friend for many years and also the one who understood Li Cangyu the best. Now, at a critical juncture when his father was seriously injured, Ling Suifeng came to the hospital to accompany him. The corridors of the hospital were originally very deserted at night. The light above shone white, making people feel a bit of fear and despair. Li Cangyu couldn't predict how his father's condition would progress and could only wait. Fortunately, there was a person beside him, waiting with him. As he was tightly hugged by Ling Suifeng, his cold and stiff body seemed to gradually warm him. Li Cangyu knew that no matter what happened tomorrow, at least one person who understood him would face it with him. Li Cangyu didn't push Ling Suifeng away and hugged him back. Then he tiredly closed his eyes. Chapter 89 Waking Up. Perhaps it was due to the tenseness from being in the hospital all day, but Li Cangyu fell asleep in Ling Suifeng's arms. In his sleep, he returned to his youth when he was very spirited. In the simple training room of the FDD team, he would study miracle tactics with his few good friends. Every day, he was full of confidence and enthusiasm. They often lost the games but he was able to fight side by side with his good brothers, making every day happy. Later, he dreamt of his father's words before his father went abroad. I will give you 3 years to go crazy. If you don't achieve anything in 3 years, go to New York with me and immediately find a job. Li Cangyu had smiled and hugged his father. I know, I will get you the championship trophy in 3 years. From his father's point of view, he really was crazy. He didn't go to an excellent medical school and decided to be an esports player. His father couldn't understand it at all, but he was also reluctant to go against his son directly. Therefore, he gave his son 3 years. However, the 3-year time limit passed, and Li Cangyu continued to act crazy for another 3 years. He failed to fulfill his promise to his father. As a son, he let his father's heart break and this was his biggest failure. There were many scenes of the past. The FDD team being established and disbanded, the Kanglan team being established. He had walked through the storm for so many years. If he didn't have a firm heart then perhaps he would have given up a long time ago. Li Cangyu still frowned after falling asleep. Ling Suifeng inwardly sighed as he adjusted his posture. He took off his coat to cover Li Cangyu and then placed Li Cangyu's head on his shoulder. Li Cangyu probably felt that there was a pillow and naturally leaned over. Ling Suifeng reached out and gently hugged his shoulder, taking Li Cangyu into his arms to help him sleep more comfortably. Li Cangyu didn't sleep well. After a few hours, he was suddenly awakened by a dream of the car accident. He looked up and found that the sky was just becoming bright. It was dawn, and the hospital was so quiet that he could even hear a clear heartbeat. He looked back and found that he had been using Ling Suifeng's shoulder as a body. He had actually been using this person as his human pillow. The embarrassed Li Cangyu sat up and asked, "How did I fall asleep?" Ling Suifeng looked at him gently and lowered his voice. "You must be too tired. Do you want to sleep a bit longer?" No. Li Cangyu looked up and rubbed his sore neck. He saw that the ICU doors hadn't opened yet, so he had to sit back down, looking wearily at his watch. It was 6 in the morning and the doctors weren't at work yet. He didn't know what happened to his father in the ICU. He was distressed, but he could only wait here for the doctor to inform him of the situation as if he was waiting for a judge's verdict. Ling Suifeng stood up and said, "The sky is almost bright. I will go and buy some breakfast." "No, I'm not hungry." "How can you not eat? Did you even eat dinner last night?" Li Cangyu's silence showed that Ling Suifeng had guessed correctly. His father was still being treated at dinner time yesterday, so how could he be in the mood to eat? "You have to eat something." Ling Suifeng gently pressed a hand to Li Cangyu's shoulder and said, "Wait here, I'll go buy it for you." Ling Suifeng came back after buying breakfast and saw Li Cangyu tiredly leaning on the wall in a daze. Ling Suifeng sat down beside him, put hot milk and bread into his hand and said softly, "Eat something and fill your stomach." "Yes." Li Cangyu ate the breakfast. The warm milk warmed his stomach, making his body slightly warmer. At this time, he discovered that he was wearing Ling Suifeng's coat and returned it to him. "Thank you." Ling Suifeng took the clothing and looked back at Li Cangyu. Every time they looked at each other, Li Cangyu's eyes were clear, bright and filled with confidence. But this time, his eyes were bloodshot and his voice very hoarse. His state was terrible. This must be the most upsetting moment for Li Cangyu in recent years. Ling Suifeng didn't dare ask for the specific details of the car accident. He only hoped that Li Cangyu's father would be fine, or else Li Cangyu's faith would suffer a devastating impact. The long night gradually passed and the sky outside the window became brighter. The hour hand finally pointed to 8 o'clock and the door of the ICU opened. The attending doctor came out and asked, "Who is Li Jianan's family?" Li Cangyu immediately stood up. "I am." His voice was as calm as possible, but his fingers were clenched tightly into fists. Ling Suifeng gently touched his hand and then went up to the doctor. "How is it? Did he wake up?" The doctor nodded. "Fortunately, he woke up. The cerebral hemorrhage has stopped and he just needs to recover slowly. Go through the formal procedures and transfer your father to the general ward." The doctor thought that Ling Suifeng was also the patient's son. Ling Suifeng didn't bother explaining as he gently hugged Li Cangyu's shoulder and spoke softly in his ear, "You go see your father first. I will handle the formal things." Li Cangyu nodded and put on the sterile clothing that the doctor gave him to enter the ICU. His father was lying in the hospital bed with open eyes. Li Cangyu walked quickly to his bed and sat down. He whispered, "Dad." Li Jianan was silent for a moment before saying, "When the car next to me hit, I thought I was really going to die." "Nonsense!" Li Cangyu interrupted him, holding his hand tightly. "With your stubbornness, you will surely live to be 100 years old." His voice sounded very hoarse. He had evidently been waiting outside all night and the dark circles were as serious as a panda. Li Jianan saw his son's tired look and his mouth twitched slightly. He patted his son's hand and said, "If I live to 100 years old, you also have to live to over 70. We still have to quarrel as two old men, or else it will be boring. I will always get mad at you sooner or later." Li Cangyu was teased by his father and said, "You are sick right now. Don't get too angry. It is easy to get high blood pressure and a heart disease when you are angry. You are a doctor, so you should know this better than I do." Li Jianan rolled his eyes and asked, "Where is your sister?" Li Cangyu said, "I called her yesterday but she didn't pick up. I sent her a text message." Just then, a woman in a white coat suddenly appeared through the door. It was Li Cangyu's sister, Li Yuran. She was working in the hospital and couldn't leave her job. Last night, she happened to have an emergency patient and after the treatment, she was so tired that she went to sleep. She muted her phone and didn't hear Li Cangyu's calls. As soon as she saw the text message in the morning, Li Yuran rushed over. She came to the bed with an anxious face and asked, "Dad, are you okay?" Li Cangyu didn't have time to speak when Li Jianan replied, "It is nothing. There was a traumatic brain hemorrhage caused by a car accident. I just looked at the CT film and the bleeding isn't in the brainstem and there are no nerves nearby. It can be absorbed slowly after a period of time. The reason I was unconscious last night was due to hypovolemic shock and the doctors have already given me blood." The brother and sister looked at each other. Li Cangyu had a headache as he asked, "Dad, can you stop analyzing your own condition? Do you think this is a case seminar?" Li Jianan said gravely, "I am very clear about my condition. It isn't serious, so you don't have to worry too much." He patted his daughter's hand and then whispered, "Don't tell your mother or I'll be scolded to death by her." The brother and sister. Li Jianan looked very serious, but he was actually a typical henpecked husband. His mother had always been in charge of the Li family. Li Cangyu clearly remembered a scene he saw when he was a child. His father once provoked his mother and made her angry. The couple were bickering when his mother suddenly took out the tools she used for acupuncture and didn't say anything. His dad immediately bowed his head and admitted he was wrong. When Li Cangyu went to play the game, his father strongly opposed it, but his mother was more open-minded as she said calmly, "I'm not obliged to raise you after you are 18 years old. You can make your own decisions in life. However, later don't run in front of me crying and say that you regret it. Then I will look down on you." In fact, Li Cangyu's personality was a perfect fusion of his parents' genes. The brother and sister looked at each other before Li Yuran smiled and said, "I know, I won't tell mother. Mother is still in China and can't control you from so far away." Li Jianan felt relieved and looked at his daughter. "You are busy so you can go. I don't need you here to take care of me." Li Yuran didn't know if she should laugh or cry. "Come on dad. I have already taken the day off, so let me stay here to accompany you." Just then, the doctor came over to inform them about the change to the general ward. The brother and sister pushed their father's bed to the designated ward. As soon as they entered the room, they saw a handsome man leaning over to make the bed. He heard the movements at the door and looked up. He met Li Cangyu's eyes and walked over, saying, "The formalities are completed." Li Cangyu made the introductions. "This is my father and my sister." Then he turned to his father and said, "This is Ling Suifeng, my best friend. He stayed with me last night and waited until now." Li Jianan nodded at the young man in front of him and said, "I troubled you?" Ling Suifeng replied, "Uncle doesn't have to be so polite. I'm glad that you are okay." Li Yuran laughed. She carefully looked at Ling Suifeng and found that this man was really handsome and gracious. It was rare for her brother to have such a reliable friend, and she couldn't help saying, "I heard my brother mention you before. You are the captain of Wind Color, right?" "Yes." Ling Suifeng nodded. "I muted my phone and didn't receive any calls yesterday. I bothered you this time, making you wait outside all night." Then, Li Yuran looked back at her younger brother. "Go back with your friend and sleep. I will stay here and take care of things. I work in this hospital, so you can rest assured about Dad. I want to stay here," Li Cangyu declared. Li Jianan glanced at him. "Why do you have to accompany me? Go to sleep. Do you know what your face looks like?" Li Cangyu had no choice but to smile and say, "Then I will go back and eat. I will see you at noon." Li Cangyu and Ling Suifeng walked through the hospital corridors together. The golden morning sunlight shone through the windows in the corridor onto Ling Suifeng's handsome face. This always indifferent man suddenly seemed a lot milder when his whole face was bathed in the sun. Li Cangyu looked at him and didn't know what to say. Thank you was too common, but he really wanted to thank Ling Suifeng for coming to the hospital and spending this longest and hardest night with him. After a moment of silence, Li Cangyu finally asked, "By the way, when are you flying home?" "On a flight this evening." Li Cangyu was startled and said, "Then go back to the hotel and sleep. You didn't get much sleep last night, so you have to rest." Ling Suifeng stopped and stared at Li Cangyu. "You also have to go back and get a good rest. Your father is out of danger, so don't worry too much." Li Cangyu nodded. "Yes. Last night was an alarm bell." Li Cangyu was thankful to God that his father woke up and decided that he had to spend more time with his father. The two people got a car at the entrance of the hospital. Ling Suifeng asked the driver to take Li Cangyu back first before returning to the hotel. His teammates had just woken up when Li Cangyu returned to his residence. Yesterday afternoon, Li Cangyu suddenly left after receiving a call. Bai Xian didn't know what was going on until the end of the carnival when Bai Xian called. It was only then that he knew Li Cangyu's father was in the emergency room. Bai Xian wanted to go to the hospital, but he later received a call from Ling Suifeng. He knew that Ling Suifeng would rush over and decided not to go. He felt that if this man was by Cat God's side, his presence wasn't necessary. He would cook food at home and wait for Li Cangyu to come back. Bai Xian saw Li Cangyu's tired face and asked worriedly, "Is your father okay?" "He's fine. He woke up this morning and has been transferred to the general ward," Li Cangyu explained. Xiao Gu, Uncle Zhang, and Xiao Han heard this and were relieved. Li Cangyu smiled slightly and said, "I might not be able to take care of you for the next few days. Let Bai Xian take you around and then go back. I will return in December and join you at that time." Gu Siming immediately exclaimed, "Captain, you go to accompany your father. We have nothing we want to visit. I will take the day to tidy my luggage and fly back tomorrow morning. Xiao Han said, Master, my ticket is for this afternoon. Li Cangyu patted his apprentice's head and said, when you go back, find a chance to talk to your father about the game. You can show him the carnival videos. If he doesn't agree, tell me and I will personally take a trip to your house to explain it to him. Xiao Han nodded earnestly. Yes, Master. Bai Xian saw the bloodshot eyes and couldn't help saying, don't worry about this. First, go to sleep. Yes. Li Cangyu took 2 steps when he thought of something and turned back. By the way, the doctor said that my father can eat light and easily digestible things. Can you help cook him some porridge and I will take it to him in the afternoon? Okay. Bai Xian smiled gently and Li Cangyu's heart gradually calmed down at the sight. He had been emotional after the disbandment of Kanglan, but fortunately, he still had Bai Xian and also these newly recognized teammates. He wasn't alone in his efforts. Li Cangyu returned to his room and lay on the bed, soon falling asleep because he was too tired. The strange thing was that he suddenly dreamt of Ling Suifeng. In the hospital in the middle of the night, under the dazzling lights, he and Ling Suifeng were tightly snuggled together. He had fallen asleep on Ling Suifeng's shoulder and looked so warm and natural. Chapter 90 Heartbeat. Li Cangyu woke up and found that he was actually smiling. He recalled some fragments of his dream doubtfully. Suddenly, he felt that this image was a bit strange. It was reasonable to say that it was very embarrassing for 2 men to sleep together, right? Then why did he rely on Ling Suifeng's shoulders without any hesitation? It was an unconscious action after falling asleep, but what about before? He was in a sober state but he hugged Ling Suifeng tightly for a long time. It must have been because his brain was too confused. Li Cangyu frowned and went to the bathroom to wash his face with cold water. He entered the kitchen where Bai Xian had already cooked porridge and also fried 2 light dishes. Li Cangyu placed them in a heat preservation container and went to the hospital. To his surprise, when he came to the hospital ward, he saw Ling Suifeng through the window. Ling Suifeng had brought flowers and fruits to visit the injured. He was sitting in a chair beside the bed and chatting with Li Cangyu's father. Li Cangyu slightly pushed the door open and pricked his ears to listen. The accident didn't hurt any internal organs. I passed out mainly from excessive loss of blood. Li Jianan explained seriously, the doctor checked and the intracranial hemorrhage will be absorbed slowly. I can be discharged in a few days. You are fine. Ling Suifeng said. How long have you known my son? Li Jianan asked curiously. He rarely mentions the professional league in front of me. His sister said that he used to mention you. Did you come to New York once 3 years ago? Yes, 3 years ago he wanted to lead his team to another game. I came to New York to find him, so his sister probably heard of me. Oh. Li Jianan nodded and was silent for a moment before asking, my son, how is he doing in your league? He had always opposed Li Cangyu playing esports, but after all, this was his son. Li Jianan still wanted to know Li Cangyu's situation. He's outstanding. Ling Suifeng spoke earnestly. Many of us acknowledge him as the best player. Is that right? But I heard that he hadn't won any prizes. The strength of a contestant can't be judged by trophies alone. There are many factors involved in why he hasn't won a trophy, but he will definitely get one in the future. Ling Suifeng took a trophy out of his bag and said, Uncle, look at this. Li Jianan took the golden trophy and scrutinized it. What is this? It is the trophy for the victors of the World Carnival's 3v3 event which I won yesterday. Li Cangyu wasn't involved in winning it, right? Li Jianan said politely. Well, he didn't attend the carnival, but he actually has the biggest credit in winning this trophy. Ling Suifeng looked at the elder on the bed and patiently explained. We met the US team in the group stage and won using the tactics that Li Cangyu personally formulated. Without him, we would have definitely lost that game. We wouldn't have qualified in the group stage, let alone win the championship. Is that right? Li Jianan couldn't believe it. Yes, as I said, your son is the best player in our Miracle League. Ling Suifeng smiled and then said, this trophy is half mine and half his. I want to give you this trophy to keep safe. Can you accept it? Li Jianan was stunned for a moment and said, is this okay? The World Carnival trophy, you want to leave such a precious thing with me? I will leave it here to reassure you. Next year, Li Cangyu will bring you more trophies. At that time, you can put all the trophies together in a collection and see how powerful your son is. Li Jianan was amused, his serious face showing a rare smile. He held the trophy and observed it carefully. I know that this stinky boy isn't bad. Otherwise, he wouldn't insist on not giving up for 6 years. Ling Xuefeng was silent for a moment before suddenly stating, in fact, my father was very opposed when I entered the esports circle. The elders are doing it for our good, but we also have our own ideas. We want to work hard to achieve things. Ling Xuefeng looked sincerely at Li Jianan while saying these words. Uncle, it hasn't been easy for Li Cangyu over the years. Please don't blame him. He feels very guilty towards you. If you can give him a bit more support, he will certainly be more motivated. Li Jianan listened to the young person in front of him say these words and couldn't help feeling a bit sad. He was very clear on what his son's personality was like. In the past few years, the father and son had bickered in a cold war. This was because both individuals were equally stubborn. But wasn't it really difficult for his son? In the past 6 years, he never won a trophy but insisted on continuing. It seemed that he really enjoyed playing the game. Li Jianan thought this and sighed. I know, I have long lost my objections. He has grown up and I can't control him. It is up to him to feel regret or not. Ling Xuefeng smiled. He won't regret it and he will definitely prove himself. Li Jianan nodded and picked up the precious World Carnival trophy. He couldn't help asking, are you sure you want to leave this trophy with me? Yes, think of it as a gift for uncle. Li Xuefeng insisted. Your son has the biggest credit for this trophy. It should have been given to him. Li Jianan smiled and carefully put away the trophy. Then I will accept it first and wait for him to bring me one himself next year. Outside the door, Li Cangyu looked at the scene and couldn't help his eyes burning. He didn't know why Ling Xuefeng suddenly gave the carnival trophy to his father, but he knew that Ling Xuefeng's approach made his father very happy. He hadn't seen his father smile like this for a long time. It was a proud smile, as if his son really was powerful. Ling Xuefeng praised Li Cangyu in front of his father and said that he was the best player to let his father relax his mind. His father seemed to believe this and his mood was great. Li Cangyu was silent for a moment before taking a deep breath and adjusting his expression. He pushed open the door and cried out, Dad, I came to see you. Hey, why are you here? Ling Xuefeng hadn't discovered him eavesdropping outside the door and casually stood up. I came to see Uncle. The doctor just came and said that Uncle's situation is improving. You don't have to worry too much. That's good. Li Cangyu put the food on the table. Dad, are you hungry? Eat something. Yes. Li Jianan's relaxed smile had long since disappeared. Li Cangyu saw this serious face and couldn't help doubting, is Ling Xuefeng his son? Li Jianan was in a good mood and had an excellent appetite. He ate all the porridge and looked up. Li Cangyu, you should learn more from Xuefeng in the future. He speaks so politely. How can a kid like you be friends with such a person? Li Cangyu. It seemed that Ling Xuefeng used a few words and a trophy to buy his father. He looked back and saw Ling Xuefeng's smile that contained a rare tenderness. Li Cangyu's heart jumped as he remembered last night's dream and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. At this moment, Li Yuran pushed open the door. She saw the two of them and smiled. Are you also here? Go back first. I just had a chat with the doctor and there are no problems. We should let Dad sleep in the afternoon. Ling Xuefeng consciously stood up. Uncle, have a good rest. We will go first. Li Cangyu also stood up. Dad, I'll come back with dinner for you in the evening. Li Jianan nodded. Go ahead. The two men walked out of the ward and down the hospital corridor to the inpatient area. The inpatient area was much larger than the outpatient clinic, with a fresh green lawn and flower beds. The air was crisp and the environment was excellent. Some patients were in a wheelchair and a few children were playing on the lawn, looking relaxed and comfortable. The two of them stopped in front of a flower bed. Li Cangyu was silent for a moment before turning back. I heard what you just said to my dad. What is the best player, behind-the-scenes strategist, my share of the trophy? I didn't think you would be kind enough to brag about me. Ling Xuefeng looked at him thoughtfully. I wasn't bragging. It is the truth. This man's expression was serious, so regardless of whether it was a truth or a lie, Li Cangyu got the strange feeling of wanting to believe him. Li Cangyu smiled and asked, is it appropriate for you to give such a precious trophy to my father? Ling Xuefeng replied calmly, it doesn't matter. I can get another one next year. Li Cangyu was speechless. This person's confidence was terrible. If the other countries heard this, they would want to cough up blood. Li Cangyu walked next to Ling Suifeng and couldn't help feeling moved when he thought of the words spoken to his father. He looked over and said, Ling Suifeng, you are so good to me. If you are a woman then I would want to marry you. You see, you personally came to see my father and also brought such a valuable meeting gift. You can marry into my Li family, my father seems to like you very much. It was a casual joke but Ling Suifeng took it seriously. Okay, when should I go get the certificate? Li Cangyu froze. Wait, get the certificate? I'm joking. Ling Suifeng, can you stop being so serious? Don't you have any humor cells? Li Cangyu looked up. There was no expression on this man's face but in the deep eyes, tender emotions were almost overflowing. Li Cangyu saw his image in the dark eyes and couldn't help his heartbeat accelerating. He stood stiffly in place for a long time. He suddenly had the illusion that Ling Suifeng would kiss him. He even felt that this image should be finished off with a kiss. His eyes involuntarily moved to Ling Suifeng's lips. The league's most popular abstinent god, his lips looked quite sexy. What would it feel like to kiss them? His mouth must be very soft and perhaps his breath would be cold? Li Cangyu's mind was a mess and his heartbeat was so fast that it felt like his heart would pop out of his chest. Ling Suifeng stared at Li Cangyu who was in a daze and couldn't help smiling. He removed his gaze and took the initiative to help Li Cangyu. I know you are joking but you shouldn't often make this type of joke. Li Cangyu coughed with embarrassment and touched his nose before changing the topic. What time is your flight? I will send you away. It is 5 o'clock. It is almost time to go to the airport. Let's go back to your hotel and pack your bags. Li Cangyu accompanied Ling Suifeng to the airport. Before sending him through security, Li Cangyu took the initiative to hug Ling Suifeng and said, have a good trip. Yes. Ling Suifeng hugged back. The moment he bowed his head, his lips accidentally moved across Li Cangyu's earlobe, causing his heart to jolt. This was clearly a familiar embrace but the atmosphere today seemed a bit different. Li Cangyu heard the thump of his heartbeat while hugging this friend he had known for many years. He suddenly had the impulse not to let go. Cat God, Cat God. Cat God came to send us off. A voice ruined the beautiful scene. It was Cheng Wei, who just finished the check-in process. Tan Shishan helplessly wanted to stop him. Couldn't he see that Captain Ling and Cat God were saying goodbye? Why did he have to insert himself in? Li Cangyu's reason was restored with this sentence and he immediately released Ling Suifeng. He suddenly felt slightly guilty. Cheng Wei rushed over and hugged Li Cangyu. Cat God, I'm returning to China now. Goodbye. Li Cangyu mumbled, yes, goodbye. Cheng Wei was a man and also a friend. However, he didn't give the same throbbing feeling that happened when Li Cangyu held Ling Suifeng. Moreover, Xiao Cheng was so noisy that Li Cangyu couldn't wait to send him away quickly. But Ling Suifeng. Li Cangyu was reluctant to send him away. The moment they hugged, he could smell the familiar scent. Li Cangyu suddenly wanted to hold him all the time. This feeling was very comfortable. It was like a person who had been wandering for a long time finally finding a safe haven. Ling Suifeng obviously looked very cold but this person could give him a warm and peaceful feeling. Then, did he like Ling Suifeng? It was frightening. If Ling Suifeng knew Li Cangyu's thoughts at this moment, wouldn't he directly use demon move to grasp him directly? Chapter 91 Witty Idea. Li Cangyu had never liked anyone. In the past few years, he put all his energy into leading his team and his mind was filled with various tactics. There was no time to think about feelings. However, in the critical moment when his father was in a serious condition, Ling Suifeng accompanied him and made him feel, having this person around is also very good. In particular, the person had a unique understanding of him and the same goals. It was a pity that Ling Suifeng was a man. On the way home, Li Cangyu considered this issue. After so many years, this was the first time he got the symptoms of a rapid heartbeat and hot cheeks when looking at a person. He could rely on Ling Suifeng to sleep all night and didn't want to let go when hugging him. This definitely was his favorite person. Could he still explain it with brotherhood? He never had such feelings towards other brothers. If Ling Suifeng was a woman, he wouldn't hesitate to catch Ling Suifeng and marry him. But Ling Suifeng was a man, this wouldn't be easy. Ling Suifeng usually looked serious and cold. If he didn't have such thoughts towards Li Cangyu, confessing would only cause trouble and also destroy the 6-year deep friendship between the two people. Besides, Li Cangyu wasn't born liking men. He just enjoyed being with Ling Xuefeng and he liked the warmth that Ling Xuefeng gave him. He knew that two men being together would face a lot of resistance. He had to carefully consider if he wanted to drag Ling Xuefeng into these waters. Li Cangyu thought about it and finally calmed down completely. By the time he arrived home, Xiao Han had already taken the bus back to Boston. Xiao Gu and Uncle Zhang had finished packing their bags. Bai Xian made a table full of food for them and Xie Shurong immediately ran to eat when he heard. The 5 people gathered around the table after dinner. Xie Shurong sat next to Bai Xian and flattered him. Vice Captain Bai's cooking is getting better and better. Bai Xian pointed to the kitchen. Go and wash the dishes first. Xie Shurong. Xiao Gu laughed until he got a stomachache. Once A Shu left, he asked curiously, Vice Captain Bai, do you like to bully A Shu? Bai Xian said with a smile, who told him to chase me before? The most annoying thing for a remote class was a swordsman. Once the swordsman got close, skills couldn't be cast. However, Bai Xian wasn't deliberately bullying A Shu. He just thought that A Shu's expression when wanting to please him was fascinating. Fortunately, there was a dishwasher at the house. Xie Shurong soon finished the dishes and ran to Bai Xian to ask for credit. I washed the dishes. Bai Xian inserted a toothpick into a cut apple and handed it to him. I will reward you. Xie Shurong didn't use his hands and directly opened his mouth, saying, thank you. Bai Xian was amused. This guy was tall and handsome but his character was a big child. He was less steady compared to his brother Su Guangmo but he was more lovely. Bai Xian handed him an orange. Xie Shurong was rewarded and ate it happily. He turned and sat down next to Bai Xian. Then he said with a smile, at this carnival, Jack's 3v3 team didn't enter the top 8. He complained about the Chinese and South Korean teams after returning and said that Asian tactics are too complicated. Zhang Chuiming laughed. He means that Asian people are smarter, right? Xie Shurong said, you can think of it that way. Gu Siming declared proudly, of course, just look at who was the strategist behind that game. Bai Xian smiled and said, it seems that our cat god's tactics are too high level, making the US team completely stunned. Everyone boasted and praised their captain. Once they finished, they found that cat god did not react at all. They looked back doubtfully and found that while everyone was chatting, Li Cangyu kept touching his chin and looking down like he was thinking about something significant. Bai Xian coughed and asked, what's wrong? The man whose head was full of Ling Xuefeng finally came back and smiled. Oh, it's nothing. In fact, he has just been thinking about how long it had been since he met Ling Xuefeng and how could he like Ling Xuefeng. Initially, he only thought of Ling Xuefeng was a friend, opponent and confidant. After sleeping against Ling Xuefeng yesterday, a string in his heart was touched and created a strong desire to monopolize this person. He didn't want to see any woman hugging Ling Xuefeng. Ling Xuefeng's hug could only be his. You are the best player in my heart. Ling Xuefeng had said these words yesterday when comforting Li Cangyu. Li Cangyu thought the same way. If Li Cangyu had to select the best player in the Miracle Professional League, he wouldn't hesitate to vote for Ling Xuefeng. They used to be opponents and friends, now he felt that a friend was far from enough. Li Cangyu wanted to hold him tightly and kiss him. If he really kissed Ling Xuefeng, what would the expression on Ling Xuefeng's serious face look like? He thought of the person who moved his heart, so Li Cangyu's eyes were very soft. Bai Xian and Zhang Chuiming looked at each other and were confused. Cat God, why are you wandering off again? Several teammates soon discovered that Li Cangyu wasn't in the right state today. Bai Xian thought it was because of his father's hospitalization and softly comforted him. Don't overthink it. Uncle has already left the dangerous period and your sister is taking care of him at the hospital. There will be no problems. Zhang Chuiming also said, people have their own natural fate and your father will definitely get better soon. Li Cangyu guiltily touched his nose and changed the topic. I was just thinking about the formation of the team. He became serious and he successfully deceived everyone. Xiao Gu was stunned and asked, our team isn't formed yet. We don't have enough people. Li Cangyu said seriously, if Xiao Han gives me a definite answer, our team will have 6 people. The number of people to sign up for the regular season is 8. Thus, we have to find 2 more people as soon as possible. Zhang Chuiming bowed his head and touched his chin. I have been playing the arena with Xiao Gu for over a month. I didn't find any talented people. Right now, the arena is a cross-server mix and it is almost like the world of primary school students. Bai Xian laughed. Yes, Now many primary school students are running to play online games. It is difficult to find a master in the low-level section of the cross-server arena. Don't worry, take your time. Li Cangyu spoke to Zhang Zhuiming. Old Zhang, after returning home, continued to take Xiaogu to the arena. Let Xiaogu became familiar with playing against the melee and ranged classes. Then he looked back at Gu Siming. You must follow old Zhang and study seriously. You are the front row of our team and should be familiar with the skills of all output classes. Think of ways to cope with emergencies. Do you understand? Gu Siming nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Yes, I know. Li Cangyu smiled and rubbed his head before continuing. I suddenly thought of a plan to recruit teammates, but I don't know if it's feasible or not. Bai Xian asked curiously, what is your plan? Li Cangyu explained, I watched martial arts movies as a child, and isn't there a lot of beautiful women who marry after a serious competition? The winner who succeeded in lasting to the end is generally an excellent master. Therefore, I want to set up a contest in Miracle. We don't have a daughter, so we should use high bonuses as a reward. This way, we can attract many masters. Xie Shurong's eyes suddenly lit up. Cat God, this is a great idea. Whether it is for rewards or fame, as long as an arena contest opens, many people will certainly come to test the waters. Perhaps we really can find a master with the skills to play at the professional level. Li Cangyu added, yes, I want Xiao Han to lead the way. Anyone who beats Xiao Han can get 50,000 gold coins. It is only after beating the apprentice that they can face the master. Anyone who beats me can get 1 million gold coins. Bai Xian was shocked. 1 million? I don't think we have that much money in our warehouses, do we? It doesn't matter. This 1 million can't be taken away by anyone. Li Cangyu smiled at everyone. Do you think anyone can beat me? Summoners already have an advantage in a 1v1 fight. Unless someone at the level of Ling Suifeng arrives, it is impossible to take away the 1 million gold. Everyone. Really witty. Xiao Han's current level wasn't stable enough, and the possibility of losing to a real master was great. Therefore, Li Cangyu set the reward for beating Xiao Han relatively low to not lose a lot of money. Then he personally sat at the guard, releasing the 1 million huge bonus that would attract experts from every region to challenge him. There were many races and professions in the arena. Xiao Han could play with all types of masters, and this was equivalent to finding many sparring partners for Xiao Han. It was also possible to find excellent teammates, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Bai Xian couldn't help thinking that this was Cat God. Cat God was always careful and never made a loss. If he did business, he would undoubtedly become a local tyrant. Once the plan was agreed upon, Li Cangyu smiled. Let's do it. I will go online later to talk to the guild managers about the specific plan. Next Monday, the arena challenge of our food squad will officially open. Chapter 92 Battle Arena. Li Cangyu logged into the game, opened the guild window and saw that the contribution points was once again full. Vice President Small Elf saw him online and immediately sent a private chat message, President, the contribution points are full. We can rise to a level 5 guild. Li Cangyu sent him an encouragement emoji and replied, You've worked hard. Small Elf smiled. You're welcome, President. Li Cangyu went to the guild administrator to upgrade the food squad to a level 5 guild. The server immediately issued a golden announcement. Congratulations to the food squad for upgrading to level 5. A level 5 guild has no limit on the number of people. Feel free to apply. The presidents of the major guilds were stoic when they saw this. The president of the food squad was Cat God. This wasn't a secret among the presidents of the large guilds. However, Luo Xiaoluo didn't know the truth. He sent a message to President Time Machine, President, the food squad has reached level 5. What should we do next? Continue to ally with them. Time Machine sent him a smiling expression. Of course, this is the guild of Cat God. Luo Xiaoluo wondered, Cat God? Which Cat God? Time Machine, your favorite Cheng Wei's idol, Cat God. Luo Xiaoluo. Oh my god. He thought this person was Cheng Wei's fan and even used Cheng Wei's signature to lure him to join the guild. When he saw braised fish change to a summoner's weapon in the novice village, he also directed in a righteous manner, You are a novice. Elves should play archers or hunters. Luo Xiaoluo's face turned red with humiliation as he remembered all of this. A big rookie actually tried to guide Cat God. Luo Xiaoluo's fingers trembled and he sent a message to Love to eat braised fish, Are you really Cat God? Li Cangyu replied, Did Time Machine tell you? Luo Xiaoluo, yes. Li Cangyu smiled and typed, I am Cat God. Luo Xiaoluo was silent for a moment before shamelessly asking, Cat God, can you give me a signature? Li Cangyu was surprised. Aren't you Cheng Wei's fan? Luo Xiaoluo, Cheng Wei's idol is also my idol. Cat God, please give me a signature. Li Cangyu couldn't help laughing. Okay. But you have to keep this matter a secret for the time being. Don't tell anyone else. Luo Xiaoluo immediately sent a row of smiling emojis. I know Cat God. I will keep your secret. These players in the online game might not be comparable to professional players, but Li Cangyu felt they had some lovely points, especially the three classmates. This person was Cheng Wei's fan, so there was no need to put on the act of a great god. President, why haven't you been online these days? Small Elf sent another message. Li Cangyu replied, I'm in New York and went to watch the carnival. Small Elf was envious. You went to the venue to watch it? Yes. Did you see Captain Ling? Was it close up? Is he handsome? Li Cangyu thought, not only did I meet him, but I also hugged him while sleeping. I saw him. He is more handsome than his photos. Li Cangyu didn't hesitate to boast about his sweetheart. Small Elf excitedly said, I also wanted to go to watch, but a student has no money to go abroad. I don't know when the carnival will be held in China. Li Cangyu smiled. It will happen one day. As long as China's miracle players are recognized around the world competition might be held in China. This was his best wish. He might not be there personally when the moment came, but he believed that one day, the stage of the world's esports competition could also be moved to China. By the way, I bought gifts for the three of you. I asked my friend to bring them back to China, so give me your address and I'll mail them to you. On the day that he showed Xiao Han around, he bought 3 sets of commemorative bookmarks. They were out of print domestically, and Li Cangyu was very grateful to the 3 university students for helping him manage the guild. Therefore, he bought souvenirs for the 3 people. Small Elf was thrilled. Thank you, President. I'm so touched, ha ha ha. Li Cangyu smiled and typed, there is one more thing I have to trouble you with. I am going to open a Food Squad cross-server arena challenge. Those who pass the first challenge will win 50,000 gold coins, and the second challenge will give 1 million gold coins. For the next few days, please make a program and publicize it on the forums. Small Elf was stunned. 1 million? Our guild warehouse doesn't have that much money. Li Cangyu sent a row of smiling faces. Don't be afraid. No one can take the money away. Small Elf. Li Cangyu, rest assured, we won't make a loss from the business. Just do it. The reward of 1 million gold sounded terrible, since they would go bankrupt if they lost. However, the president probably had another purpose apart from increasing the fame of the Food Squad. Small Elf thought this and immediately agreed. I will discuss it with the other 2 and write a promotional post. After it is done, I will show it to President. The publicity post was soon written, and Small Elf sent it to Li Cangyu's mailbox. Li Cangyu looked at it carefully. This guy was very talented. He was probably on the promotional committee or part of the student association's promotional department at school. The advertisement was excellent and full of appeal. Li Cangyu said with relief, very good. Post it on Sunday night. There were still 2 days until Sunday. Li Cangyu delayed it because Xiao Han hadn't given him a definite answer yet. He just thought this when his phone lit up. Xiao Han had sent him a text message. Master, I told my father. He didn't agree. Li Cangyu smiled helplessly. It seemed he would have to go there in person. Li Cangyu wanted to thoroughly understand Xiao Han's situation, so he replied, don't be afraid, I'll come tomorrow to see you. The next afternoon, Li Cangyu took the bus to Boston and found the address that Xiao Han had given him. It was Xiao Han's home. Li Cangyu entered and found that Xiao Han was the only one at home. In the living room, there was a photo of a trio. Xiao Han was only 6 or 7 years old in the photo. He looked like an innocent and ignorant child. The blonde hair and black eyes made him look like a lovely angel. His father was Chinese. He wasn't very handsome, but his facial features were dignified and he looked very tough. His mother was a blonde, blue-eyed American with white skin and a stunning appearance. Both husband and wife were smiling and seemed very loving. However, there were no signs of a female around the house. Li Cangyu was very sharp and soon realized that Xiao Han's mother might not be here anymore. Xiao Han saw that his master's gaze was on the photo and couldn't help lowering his head. My mother died of breast cancer. It happened soon after my father brought me to America. It was no wonder that this child was so proud and stubborn. Many children who grew up in single-parent homes would be particularly rebellious. Li Cangyu saw him hanging his head and couldn't help feeling distressed. He gently patted his apprentice's head. Xiao Han cried out stubbornly, I'm fine. It has been many years and I haven't been sad for a long time. Li Cangyu was silent for a moment before changing the topic. What about your father? Xiao Han said, my father went to the law firm because he needs to deal with a lawsuit. He took the initiative to pour water for Li Cangyu as he spoke. Master, drink some water. Do you want me to make something for you to eat? Li Cangyu was surprised. You can cook. Xiao Han scratched his head with embarrassment. It isn't as delicious as Vice Captain Bai's cooking. Li Cangyu laughed. There is no need. I'm not hungry. I will talk to your father when he returns. This teenager reminded Li Cangyu of himself. In the beginning, he was the same age as Xiao Han and embarked on this challenging road despite his father's opposition. He was very distressed by Xiao Han and wanted to make Xiao Han's road as smooth as possible. Now he had the ability to protect this teenager. Xiao Han's father came back in the afternoon. He saw Li Cangyu and was obviously shocked, asking, You are? Li Cangyu took the initiative to hold out a hand and introduce himself. I am the captain of Xiao Han's team, Li Cangyu. Xiao Zhenjun was surprised. He thought that his rebellious son mixed with several unemployed people while playing the game. He didn't expect the team captain to actually come here. Li Cangyu looked handsome, had a humble attitude and gave a very reliable first impression. Xiao Zhenjun glanced at him and said, Hello. I thought Xiao Han was just looking for an excuse to go out and play when he said he wanted to play the game competitively. Is this really true? Yes, I am a professional player from the Dragon Warriors Esports Club and the current captain of the Miracle Division team. I am recruiting talents to prepare for next year's professional league. Li Cangyu patiently explained the situation of the Dragon Warriors Club and also took out a contract template to show him. Xiao Zhenjun was a lawyer. After reading the contract, half the doubts in his heart were dispelled. Li Cangyu continued saying, Mr. Xiao, we aren't just playing around. You can rest assured that if Xiao Han follows me, he won't fall behind. I started playing competitively at his age and there are many competitors his age in the professional league right now. If he joins the team, I am confident that I can train him to be a great god in the league. Xiao Han was standing to the side and not talking. Once he heard this, his eyes flashed and he looked at Li Cangyu with a touched expression. Li Cangyu smiled and stated, Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Why don't you develop a better understanding of the Miracle Professional League first? I have a lot of data on the Professional League on this USB drive. You should take a look and then make a decision. He was very prepared as he took a USB flash drive out of his pocket and handed it to Xiao Han's father. Xiao Zhenjun looked at the data very quickly. In less than 5 minutes, he looked away from the computer. This time, his eyes weren't filled with as many doubts. Can Xiao Han's level reach the point of playing competitively? Xiao Zhenjun looked at his son and didn't feel very reassured. I know he has been playing the game recently but I thought he was just blindly playing. Xiao Han immediately looked up. No. I made a lot of money selling equipment and gold coins in the game. He hurried to show his bank book to his father. See, this is the money I made myself. I will be 18 years old in January and I can support myself. The teenager's eyes were stubborn and serious. Xiao Zhenjun looked at the number in the passbook and felt mixed emotions. He always felt that his son became stubborn and rebellious because of his mother's death. He thought his son was just casually playing the game and hadn't expected the child to actually make money from it. The money wasn't much but it was enough for daily expenses. He had been busy working for the past few years and rarely stayed home with Xiao Han. Xiao Han had the common 17-year-old youth's go against the adult's attitude but he wasn't a bad person. He was actually very sensible. At a young age, he learned to cook and make money. His academic performance wasn't good but he had talent in other areas. Mr. Xiao, you can rest assured that we will take care of Xiao Han after he returns to China. The team has a well-equipped group dormitory and a canteen. The team also has a 17-year-old young man who is a similar age. The two of them can become excellent friends. Our team might have just been set up but there are a few excellent players. For example, Tree of the US Ice team. He is Chinese and has decided to join our team after his contract ends this year. Li Cangyu paused before saying with firm eyes, if you give me Xiao Han, I can guarantee that he will have a good future. Xiao Han looked at his father. Dad, let me go back to China. I want to go and play the game. There was a long silence before Xiao Zhenjun spoke. Let me think about it. The other party was already shaken. If Li Cangyu spoke any further, it might be counterproductive. Xiao Zhenjun politely left to let them eat. Li Cangyu tasted Xiao Han's cooking. It wasn't as delicious as Bai Xian, but it was very rare for such a young person to be able to cook. Once dinner ended, Xiao Zhenjun called his son to the study to say a few words. Then Xiao Han ran out happily, crying out to Li Cangyu, Master, my father agreed. Li Cangyu saw him excitedly jumping up and down and gently rubbed his head. It is good that he agreed. Xiao Han kept speaking. My father isn't comfortable about me going back alone. He has recently wanted to open a law firm in China, so he will go back with us. By the way, he also told me to go back to New York with you to make sure that I am suitable to play competitively. Xiao Han's father was a professional lawyer and very calm. Li Cangyu looked up into the man's eyes and smiled. Mr. Xiao, rest assured, I won't let you and Xiao Han feel disappointed. Xiao Zhenjun nodded. Then please look after Xiao Han. Li Cangyu went to Boston alone but brought back a little blonde-haired, black-eyed sidekick. Bai Xian asked with a smile, it seems the problem has been solved? Xiao Han will be living with us. Xiao Han nodded with delight. Yes. It was great that he could eat the chicken wings cooked by Vice Captain Bai. After dinner, Li Cangyu went to the guild to explain the promotion for the arena challenge. The food squad members started to advertise in the Miracle forums, Baidu, and other game sections. The news that the food squad was going to open a cross-server arena challenge quickly spread throughout the country. Ling Suifeng returned to China and saw this advertisement, which had risen to the top of the forum's daily popular advertisements. It stated, first defeat Frost Descents and receive 50,000 gold. Second, defeat Love to Eat Braised Fish and win 1 million gold. Li Cangyu was really witty. He was a master and used this high bonus to attract masters. Besides, Xiao Han could play against various masters and improve his PK level as quickly as possible. Ling Suifeng thought up to here and sent a message calling his apprentice over. Qin Mo came to his master's room and bowed his head. Master is looking for me. Did he make a big mistake recently? Was master going to lecture him as soon as master returned home? The surprising thing was that Ling Suifeng actually gave Qin Mo a set of bookmarks. I bought this for you in New York. Qin Mo immediately received them. Thank you, Master. Master might seem indifferent on the surface, but he was a very attentive person. The deeply moved Qin Mo listened to Ling Suifeng's next words. I will arrange a task for you. Starting from tomorrow night, the food squad will open a cross-server arena challenge. Find a side account to enter the arena. The food squad. Qin Mo had long known about the challenge. Love to Eat Braised Fish was Cat God. Qin Mo thought about being abused by Cat God and couldn't help whispering, I can't beat Cat God. Naturally. Ling Suifeng agreed. I'm not asking you to defeat Cat God. Just beat the first stage. Qin Mo was puzzled. The first stage? Are you talking about Frost Descends? Ling Suifeng explained, he is Cat God's new apprentice. Qin Mo sighed with relief. Master, you're telling me to open a side account against Cat God's apprentice? Yes, have the president prepare at least 10 accounts with different classes. If each one can win against Xiao Han, I will give you an opportunity to participate in the playoffs. Playoffs? Qin Mo's eyes brightened and he immediately exclaimed, I know. I will beat him. The boy called Xiao Han, let's go. My master and your master are the strongest opponents. It is time for us apprentices to face each other. Qin Mo vowed that since Cat God abused him, he must make Xiao Han cry and beg for mercy tomorrow. Chapter 93 Qin Mo vs Xiao Han. Qin Mo couldn't win against Cat God, but he was full of confidence against Cat God's apprentice. He left his master's room and immediately asked the president of the Wind Color Guild for 10 side accounts of different classes. All account names and passwords were written down and he excitedly waited for the arena challenge to start the next night. At 8 p.m. the next day, Li Cangyu really made a VIP room in the cross-server arena. The room was called Challenge Arena while Small Elf directly advertised on the World Channel, the food squad has opened an arena challenge. The first stage gives 50,000 gold and the second boss stage will give 1 million gold. Any masters are welcome to come and apply for the challenge. The advertisement was released and countless onlookers immediately poured into the arena. Li Cangyu spoke on the room channel, "Is there any master willing to challenge it? The registration fee is 1,000 gold coins." Many onlookers questioned it, "You didn't previously say that there was a registration fee." "President, you are too much." Li Cangyu said, "The registration fee is 1,000 gold but you can get 50,000 if you win. This is very cost-effective. Come if you have confidence in yourself." The registration fee of 1,000 gold was to prevent people from running here to make trouble. The condition for entering this arena was to pay the creator of the room 1,000 gold coins. No one wanted to waste money, so those willing to spend money would be masters confident in their own level. Li Cangyu then advertised, "I welcome any masters to take the challenge. 50,000 gold is the reward if you win." Someone was probably attracted by the reward and typed, "If I win against this assassin, will I receive the money? Are you going to cheat us?" Li Cangyu, "I am using the name Food Squad as a guarantee. I won't cheat anyone. This person should be from another server." He didn't know love to eat braised fish, but since there was a guild as a guarantee, he let go of his worries and paid to the 1,000 gold registration fee. Xiao Han stared seriously at the computer screen, and his palms were sweating. Master put him in the arena and also bet 50,000 gold coins. His pressure was immense. If he lost, wouldn't he lose Master's money? Li Cangyu saw the little boy's eyes flashing and patted his shoulder. "Xiao Han, remember, you are going to play in the professional league. You are used to playing an assassin in the game, always hiding behind a person to look for opportunities. In the future, you will have to stand on the field and take the initiative to create opportunities." Xiao Han was stunned before soon reacting. His master was right. He was going to enter the professional league and his opponents would be great gods. If he couldn't even fight against ordinary players in the online game, what qualifications did he have to be a professional player? Previously, he would secretly track the target and take advantage of when they had residual blood to assassinate them, making his success rate very high. But on the field, the opponent would definitely be prepared and wouldn't give Xiao Han their back. Thus, he had to take the initiative to create an opportunity. The transition from an assassin who only knew how to sneak attack to a real killer who could actively create opportunities on the field, Li Cangyu found the most suitable method to do this. Challenge the arena. Openly do an arena challenge against different classes and different races. Xiao Han finally fully grasped his master's good intentions and looked seriously at Li Cangyu. "Master, I am ready." Li Cangyu smiled. "Then open it." The two men in the arena pressed the ready button and a 5-second countdown started on the screen. Once the countdown was over, the White Magician challenger immediately widened the distance and started to cast the White Magician's control skill, God's Seal. He apparently wanted to control Xiao Han. However, Xiao Han's reaction was faster and he disappeared the moment the spell casting was about to end. He moved around to the rear and used Death Mark, Backstab, Fatal Blow. The connection between skills was incredibly smooth and the assassin's critical hit when striking from behind made the White Magician's blood drop instantly. On the sidelines, Li Cangyu couldn't help smiling with relief. The thing he liked most about Xiao Han was the boy's sharp and quick reactions. The teenager didn't have professional training but he had keen insight. In other words, this was talent. He was confident that Xiao Han would surprise the Miracle League after a period of tempering. Sure enough, in less than 3 minutes, Xiao Han took care of the White Magician and won 1,000 gold coins. This person had come to test the waters. After losing, he sent a thumbs-up emoji and said, "To dare open a challenge arena, you are really great." Xiao Han sent back, "Thank you." The youth's face was pretending to be calm but there was obvious joy at being praised. He had minimal experience with head-on PK. He thought he would lose and didn't expect to win. Li Cangyu patted his head and encouraged him. "Your level is definitely one of the best in the online game. I estimate that 80% of challengers will be defeated by you. Then keep doing the arena challenges and win money for your master. I'm going to eat some fruit. If someone beats you then call for me." Xiao Han was a bit nervous with Li Cangyu standing behind him, so Li Cangyu purposely walked away. This allowed Xiao Han to play to his actual standards. The first White Magician who tried to challenge the arena was defeated. Then some confident masters took the initiative to enter the arena challenge. Some were acquaintances from Moonlight Forest while some were from other servers. This was a cross-server arena, so there were naturally many masters. Xiao Han solved one challenge after another using his extremely fast hand speed and excellent reaction speed. In less than 30 minutes, he hit the 10-win streak and earned 10,000 gold coins. Xiao Han was feeling braver when a person entered the challenge room. Strangely enough, this man was very decisive. He didn't say anything when he came in and directly hit the challenge button. His ID was Yellow River's waters flowing down from heaven and he was a bloodkin summoner. Xiao Han had no problem with this and also pressed the ready button. The 5-second countdown ended and the other person immediately summoned a blood spider at Xiao Han's feet. The position of this blood spider was extremely subtle and caused Xiao Han to be stuck in place. His body was stuck and he couldn't move. The bloodkin summoner quickly widened the distance and had his blood snake rush to bite Xiao Han. It directly dealt a 5-layer blood loss effect on Xiao Han. Then he released the big move of the vampire bats, forcing Xiao Han's blood to 60%. Xiao Han hadn't gone through formal training but he knew that he had met a master this time. In the blink of an eye, the other person used excellent control to directly reduce his blood by 40%. Xiao Han stared earnestly at the computer screen. Once the blood spider's body freezing effect was over, he immediately entered the stealth state and quickly circled around the other side. He wanted to use backstab and fatal blow to even out the blood volume gap. However, the other side was very clever. The moment that Xiao Han prepared to use backstab, he suddenly summoned the Death Knight. The Bloodkin's Death Knight was the strongest defensive pet. As long as it existed, all attacks on the owner would automatically weaken. Xiao Han's consecutive moves were like hitting cotton and there wasn't the critical effect. Xiao Han saw the snakes and spiders all over the ground and was a bit dazed. He rarely played against Bloodkin summoners and didn't have much experience dealing with their pets. This time, he was caught off guard and soon fell to the other side's 3 pets. Xiao Han saw the word failure pop up on the screen and was stunned for a long time. He won 10 games in a row and thought he was very good. As a result, he thoroughly lost. He thought of Li Cangyu's words and shouted towards the living room, "Master, someone beat me." Li Cangyu held an apple and ate it while looking interested. "Show me the video." "Yes." Xiao Han opened the video window and Li Cangyu couldn't help laughing when he took a closer look. "This Bloodkin summoner is a bit interesting." Xiao Han asked, "Should I tell him that we are recruiting teammates?" "I think he is excellent. He should be a professional player, right? Can he become our teammate?" Li Cangyu meaningfully touched his chin. "This isn't necessarily the case. First, give him 50,000 gold and then we can take a look." Xiao Han traded the 50,000 gold to the other person and privately asked, "Hello, can I add you as a friend?" The Bloodkin summoner didn't talk and directly left the room. Xiao Han scratched his head when he didn't receive a reply, his heart feeling very puzzled. A moment later, a black magician entered the room. He didn't say a word and just pressed the ready button. This person's ID was Great Hall's Bright Mirror's sad white hair. Li Cangyu's smile became deeper and he patted Xiao Han's shoulder. "Go and fight him." "Oh." Xiao Han immediately pressed the ready button. To his surprise, the black magician's style of play was very violent. When it started, he took the first hand by controlling Xiao Han with fear magic. He used consecutive spells on Xiao Han and then took advantage of a remote class's control of the field to decisively kill the residual blood assassin. There was no doubt that Xiao Han once again lost. He looked at his gold coins with distress and couldn't help saying, "Master, is someone displeased with us and organized a party to disturb the arena?" Li Cangyu's reply was decisive. "No." "Then why did I meet 2 masters in a row?" "They didn't say anything and just left with the money. Their IDs are also similar. Do they know each other?" "Not them, it is a him." Li Cangyu smiled. The Bloodkin summoner and black magician are the same people. Xiao Han was shocked. Li Cangyu sat in front of the computer and sent a message to the black magician, "Did Ling Suifeng tell you to come?" "Qin Mo." Qin Mo was just about to change accounts when he saw the words in the private chat window. His fingers shook slightly and he entered the wrong password. Li Cangyu continued, "Xiao Qin Mo, don't pretend." Qin Mo's face turned red. Cat God saw through him so quickly? He didn't even say anything. Li Cangyu sent a smiling expression. "Go and call your master." Qin Mo originally wanted to pretend he didn't know anything. Then Li Cangyu sent a follow-up message, "Go and call him or I will call him." International long-distance calls are very expensive. The blushing Qin Mo replied, "Oh." He went to his master's room and knocked on the door. Ling Suifeng quickly opened it and looked at him thoughtfully. "What's the matter?" Qin Mo hung his head. "Master, I was recognized by Cat God. He is calling you." He sneaked a glance at his master, thinking his master would be angry. Unexpectedly, Ling Suifeng's expression was very calm, like he expected to be recognized by Cat God. Ling Suifeng asked, "How many rounds did you play?" Qin Mo replied, 2 rounds. "Did you win all of them?" "Yes." Ling Suifeng walked quickly to the training room and sat on the computer next to Qin Mo. He logged into the Steamed base account and sent a message to Li Cangyu, "How did you recognize Qin Mo?" Li Cangyu explained, he never spoke a word. After the fight, he would change accounts and the account names are all poetry. He shouldn't be too obvious. Ling Suifeng immediately glanced back at Qin Mo. His apprentice immediately bowed his head. Li Cangyu then asked, "When did you return to Shanghai?" Ling Suifeng, "Yesterday afternoon." Li Cangyu, "What do you mean by having your apprentice bully my Xiao Han?" Ling Suifeng, "It isn't bullying. I am sending my apprentice free of charge to be a sparring partner for your Xiao Han." The free of charge Qin Mo was afraid to say a word. Li Cangyu was very satisfied. "Okay, Qin Mo has recently grown. Have him log into a bard's account and come to teach Xiao Han." Ling Suifeng spoke to Qin Mo, "Go open a bard's account and play Xiao Han." Qin Mo said, "Oh." Li Cangyu, "Also, return the 100,000 coins that he won. It isn't kind to open a side account and take my money. It isn't easy for me to make money." Ling Suifeng looked at Qin Mo. "Did you hear him? Return the money to Cat God." Qin Mo said, "Oh." He listened to Master and Master listened to Cat God. The end result was he had to listen to Cat God. Chapter 94 Qin. Bottom of the food chain. Mo. Popular Land Under Heaven was thrilled when he found out that Qin Mo was going to challenge the arena. He thought that it was an opportunity for the Wind Color Guild to win a bit of money from Cat God. It really wasn't easy for Cat God. He was glad to expand the guild's funds. Then he received a message from Qin Mo. "President, give me 8,000 gold coins. I still have 8 accounts that need to challenge the arena and I don't have any money to pay the registration fee." Popular Land Under Heaven wondered, "Didn't you just win 100,000? Qin Mo replied in a depressed manner, "I had to give it back to Cat God." Popular Land Under Heaven, "You won, so why do you have to pay it back?" Qin Mo added, "It is Master's order." Popular Land Under Heaven. Qin Mo went to participate in the arena challenge and still had to pay money despite winning? Was there such an arena challenge? Cat God was so good at business. Captain Ling didn't have enough principles. Popular Land Under Heaven scolded his captain while helplessly trading 8,000 gold to Qin Mo. A bard soon entered the arena room. The ID was "Black threads at dawn become bright snow at evening." Xiao Han's eyes brightened and he asked privately, "Yellow river waters flowing down from heaven and great hall's bright mirrors sad white hair, are these two you?" Qin Mo, "Yes." He didn't want to admit that these IDs were him, they were named by Popular Land Under Heaven. Xiao Han asked curiously, "Are the IDs from a poem?" Qin Mo said, "Yes." Xiao Han asked, "What poem?" Qin Mo replied, "Li Bai's Bring in the Wine." This poem was so well known yet he didn't know it. Didn't he graduate from elementary school? The confused Qin Mo asked, "Don't you know this poem?" Xiao Han replied calmly, "No." Qin Mo, "You really have no culture." Xiao Han said, "I know a lot of Shakespeare." Qin Mo was shocked. "Ah." Xiao Han typed a string of English, "Do not for one repulse, give up the purpose that you resolved to effect." Qin Mo felt dizzy. Xiao Han immediately returned fire, "You really have no culture." Qin Mo. Li Cangyu saw these two apprentices bickering over Chinese and foreign poetry and couldn't help laughing. "The two of you, don't get distracted from the point." Qin Mo felt wronged. "Master, how can he fight me with English? Isn't he Chinese?" Ling Suifeng explained succinctly. "A mixed blood." Qin Mo. Li Cangyu urged on the other side, "Xiao Han, make him give back the 100,000 coins to us." Xiao Han immediately sent a trade request to Qin Mo. "The 100,000 gold, Master asked you to give it back." The depressed Qin Mo put in the money. Xiao Han typed, "Thank you." Qin Mo, You're welcome. Then he pressed the PK invitation and Xiao Han immediately accepted. This time, Qin Mo's account was the Elf Bard, also known as the Archer. The most famous bard in the Chinese Miracle League was Tan Shishan. Qin Mo wasn't good at the bard's style of play, but he received professional training from the Wind Color team and had some knowledge of other output classes. Last time, he was beaten by Tan Shishan and received a psychological shadow. After that, he studied the bard's gameplay for a period of time, making the operation of this bard come naturally. Xiao Han didn't have any experience playing against bards and lost to Qin Mo without any surprises. However, Xiao Han wasn't discouraged after losing 3 games. He continued to press the ready button. Come again. Qin Mo looked back at his master. He said to continue fighting. Ling Suifeng said, then continue. Qin Mo was treated as a sparring partner and had to prepare again. On the other side of the computer, Li Cangyu patiently explained, Xiao Han, there are some points to pay attention to when a killer is facing a remote class. For example, the bard's precise aim skill has a release time of 2 seconds. This skill elongates the bow and arrow. When you see him use this skill, immediately enter stealth and this will interrupt his subsequent moves. Xiao Han understood and nodded. Sure enough, once Qin Mo used precise aim, Xiao Han immediately entered stealth and stopped the combo. Li Cangyu continued explaining, the special skills of many classes have an iconic action when they are released. Carefully observe your opponent and make a reasonable prejudgment. Yes. Xiao Han listened carefully while his eyes stared at the screen. Take advantage of the stealth time to go around and kill him. Yes. Xiao Han nodded and quickly circled behind Qin Mo, starting with the 3 most common moves of an assassin: death mark, backstab, fatal blow. Sure enough, there was a critical hit and Qin Mo's blood decreased by 30%. Qin Mo found that the assassin was close and his reaction speed was extremely fast. He immediately used flying feather steps to open the distance and then the ranged skill death arrow rain. Xiao Han was successfully hit and his blood volume fell to match Qin Mo's. Li Cangyu said, an assassin must have flexible movements. For example, if you can't hide when he used that big move, then you can jump in front of him so that the damage caused to you will automatically weaken. Yes. Xiao Han was becoming more excited. Master was personally guiding him, this was a very rare opportunity. On the other side, Qin Mo thought it was strange. Was this Xiao Han stuck? Was it a network failure? Qin Mo worried for a moment before typing out, is there a problem with your internet? Xiao Han replied, no, my master is teaching me how to deal with you. Qin Mo. He looked at this person's master and then his own master and Qin Mo suddenly felt pained. Ling Suifeng seemed to sense that his apprentice was cursing him and suddenly opened his mouth. Are you wondering why I sent you to be a sparring partner? Qin Mo quickly shook his head. No, no. Ling Suifeng explained, when I piked with Cat God in the game, he also lost to me at first. Then time passed and my winning percentage against him fell to 50%. He progressed very quickly. Xiao Han is his apprentice and a rare genius. It is good for you to fight against Xiao Han. Qin Mo nodded seriously. Yes. Ling Suifeng continued. Besides, Cat God is guiding Xiao Han to beat you. He is indirectly instructing you. You should be thankful. Qin Mo, yes. In his master's eyes, everything Cat God did was right. Qin Mo should be thankful to be abused by Cat God. Xiao Han played 10 rounds with the bard before Li Cangyu sent a private message to Ling Suifeng. Is there a white magician account? Ling Suifeng looked at Qin Mo. Change to a white magician account. Qin Mo said, oh. He opened the white magician account and played 10 rounds with Xiao Han. Then Xiao Han sent him a message, do you have a swordsman? Li Cangyu sent a message to Ling Suifeng. Send a swordsman. Ling Suifeng turned back. Change to a swordsman. Qin Mo opened a swordsman account. The words of all 3 people were a decree. He was at the bottom of the food chain. If Cat God spoke, he had to listen. He had to listen if Master spoke and he even had to listen if Xiao Han spoke. As he worked as a hired laborer for Xiao Han, he also had to pay the 1,000 gold registration fee. What little prince was worse than him? This night, Qin Mo accompanied Xiao Han and played 50 matches in a row, changing to the side accounts of 5 classes. He won all 50 matches but Qin Mo didn't feel happy at all. He was still at the bottom of the food chain and had to listen to everyone. Li Cangyu saw that it was almost 12 o'clock and sent a message to Ling Suifeng. It is very late domestically. Let the little one sleep first and come back tomorrow. Ling Suifeng turned back and said, go to sleep. We will continue tomorrow. Qin Mo muttered, I have to continue tomorrow. There are 5 accounts left. If you win then you can play in the playoffs. Ling Suifeng promised with a serious expression. Master used the playoffs as the reward, making Qin Mo accept his fate. Okay. The apprentice ran to sleep. Ling Suifeng was reluctant to sleep and continued to send a message to Li Cangyu, do you plan to use the arena challenge to attract masters and discover teammates? There is no other way. I have to set up the team before the end of the year and don't have much time left. This is the quickest way. You might as well announce your identity directly and say that you are Cat God. Li Cangyu's eyes brightened. This makes sense. Ling Suifeng smiled. Tell me if you make any progress. Yes. Li Cangyu typed out before pausing. He said, you should also go to bed early. The playoffs will start soon. Pay attention to your rest and don't be too tired. Ling Suifeng was stunned. Was Cat God this concerned about him? Li Cangyu continued, go to sleep and have a good dream. It was followed by a kissing emoji. Ling Suifeng. It was really bad. Li Cangyu suddenly wanted to kiss Ling Suifeng who sent his apprentice as a sandbag. He thought this and his hand accidentally sent the kissing emoji. Would Ling Suifeng notice? Li Cangyu quickly changed it. I made a mistake. It should be goodbye wave wave dot. Ling Suifeng. Ling Suifeng thought of how he did the same thing not long ago and smiled. Did Cat really make a mistake? Or was this big cat finally opening up? In order to confirm it, Ling Suifeng sent a hugging emoji. Good night. Li Cangyu asked, did you make a mistake? However, Ling Suifeng quickly logged off. Li Cangyu touched his chin. Was Ling Suifeng's hug a friendly hug? Did it have another meaning? He thought for a long time and couldn't be sure. Thus, Li Cangyu had to think of a different method. He opened the Q group, found Shepherd which was Qin Mo's Q and added him as a friend. I am old cat. Qin Mo was habitually using his phone while lying in bed. Once he saw this, his hand shook and he almost threw his phone away. Qin Mo accepted the friend request and respectfully sent a message. Cat God is well. Li Cangyu asked directly, does your master have a girlfriend? Qin Mo, no. Li Cangyu, does he have anyone he likes? Qin Mo, I don't think so. Li Cangyu said, I'm giving you a mission to clearly investigate this matter. I will send you a limited edition global 6th season merchandise as a reward. By the way, don't tell your master about this secret investigation. Do you understand? Qin Mo. Cat God wanted him to be an undercover by his master's side? Should he listen to his master or Cat God? Qin Mo thought for a moment before making a smart decision. He would listen to Cat God. It was because Xiao Han listened to Cat God, Master listened to Cat God and even Cheng Wei listened to Cat God. Cat God was the man standing at the top of the food chain. Chapter 95 6th Season, 1. The next day, according to his master's instructions, Qin Mo came to the arena challenge room to give Xiao Han short-term training. He changed between 5 accounts and played with Xiao Han, successfully winning all matches. Qin Mo felt that he finally escaped from this bitter sea and immediately sent a message, I'm going. Xiao Han was reluctant to let go of this master trainer. Will you come back later? Qin Mo wanted to say no but Li Cangyu sent a message, once you are free, accompany Xiao Han to practice. Qin Mo, yes. He had long figured out that his master would listen to Cat God's words. Rather than having master order him again, it was better to take the initiative to stay and make a good impression on Cat God. Xiao Han took the initiative to add Qin Mo as a friend. Lines of ID appeared in his friends list, Great Hall's bright mirrors sad white hair, black threads at dawn become bright snow at evening, etc. The recognition level was reasonably high. Xiao Han built a separate group in his friends list called Qin Schizophrenia Mo. If Qin Mo knew the name of his side accounts group in Xiao Han's friends list, he would be angrily coughing up blood. Li Cangyu told Qin Mo, go prepare for the playoffs. Yes. Qin Mo quit the game and headed to the meeting room. Ling Suifeng was preparing for a meeting. He saw his apprentice enter and pointed to a position in the corner. Take a seat. Every player in the team had a fixed seat. Qin Mo walked to the corner and sat down. Ling Xuefeng glanced around the meeting room and found that everyone had arrived. Then he started speaking seriously. Our opponent in the first game of the playoffs is Ghost Spirits. I believe that everyone is familiar with the Lu Zhang combination. We will use the fixed lineup and use the double summoner's control to drag out the rhythm. As for the arena... He paused and looked at the teenager in the corner. Qin Mo will take the first spot. The teenager heard his name and looked up his surprise, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at Ling Xuefeng. Ling Xuefeng ordered, "Don't let me down." Qin Mo immediately nodded. "Yes, I will be well prepared." He has been left on the bench since his loss to time. Today, he was no longer that conceited teenager. His mentality had stabilized and his mental capacity became stronger. Ling Xuefeng's style was distinct. He would allow you to make mistakes but he would never tolerate you making the same mistake. Master put him in such an important game like the playoffs. He couldn't drop the ball. Qin Mo thought this and formed tight fists. On the evening of the same day, Qin Mo took the initiative to find Xiao Han in the arena challenge room. "Master is letting me play in the arena during the playoffs." Xiao Han asked, "Is that right?" "Yes." Qin Mo finished typing and paused before saying, "Practice with me." Xiao Han said, "I'm not a professional player." "But you're an assassin." Qin Mo endured his awkwardness and continued, "The ghost spirits are all assassins. I want to play a few more games with an assassin, so that I can become more familiar with them." Then he added, "Besides, your play style is different from the Lu Zhang combination. If I play a few more games with you, I might be able to gain new ideas." Xiao Han understood that he was supposed to be a sparring master and politely said, "Pay 1,000 gold to challenge the arena." Qin Mo typed angrily, "You have already collected tens of thousands of gold from me." Xiao Han said, "This is the rule of the arena and it can't be broken." Qin Mo, "Your sister?" Xiao Han was puzzled. "I don't have a sister." Qin Mo. It wasn't pleasant to communicate with the mixed blood. The depressed Xiao Han had to go back to the president of the Wind Color Guild to ask for money. Popular Land Under Heaven was speechless. The little prince who came asking for money every day was simply a loser. The loser threw 10,000 gold at Xiao Han and asked to play against the assassin 10 times. Xiao Han happily counted the money and sparred 10 times with Qin Mo. Qin Mo's felt his chest become tight. He was a sparring partner and had to pay money. He went looking for a sparring partner and had to pay money again. Why was it always him who was losing money? Was there a royal decree? 3 days later, the playoffs of Miracle's 6th Reason finally kicked off. The luxurious feast of the World Carnival made everyone temporarily relaxed. Now that the playoffs started, the emotions of the players and spectators once again became tense. This wasn't the points system of the regular season. A loss in the playoffs meant a direct elimination. The first game of the playoffs was Wind Color vs Ghost Spirits. Qin Mo would play first in the arena and his opponent was Zhang Xiaowai. To the surprise of many viewers, the little prince who sat on the cold bench for several months. This time, his performance was very stable and there was occasionally a bright play. He managed to tie with Zhang Xiaowai's blood volume. However, Zhang Xiaowai was experienced with the competitions. His talent as an assassin was high and he finally relied on a 10% blood advantage to defeat Qin Mo. Qin Mo stepped down and Ling Xuefeng nodded with satisfaction. "You played well." He managed to decrease one of the best assassins in the league to 10% residual blood. Today, Qin Mo was no longer a boy who was proud and conceited. He was changing and this change made his master Ling Xuefeng very happy. The second contestant from Wind Color was Vice-Captain Yan Ruwen. He chased back the blood and steadied things for Ling Xuefeng, who appeared third as the guard. Comments immediately filled the screen. In the regular season, Ling Xuefeng hadn't played in the arena. Now a mistake couldn't be made in the playoffs, so the old captain finally showed his face. Ling Xuefeng might be the oldest player in the Miracle League but today he proved to everyone what an old commander at the peak was like. Ling Xuefeng wasn't nervous and used waves of attack to kill Lu Wushuan, successfully winning 3 points in the arena. The group battle stage was intense. Both sides played fiercely and the scores evened out. The game was dragged into the 3 decisive round and Ling Xuefeng's command at the crucial moment gave Wind Color advantage of the field. They tore open the front row defense of Ghost Spirits and took the crystal in one breath. In this game, Wind Color finally won with a 3-point advantage and Ghost Spirits was regrettably defeated. In next door's arena, the Flying Feathers and Time showdown was very exciting. Tan Shishan was chased by Su Guangmo and Cheng Wei was chased by Yu Pingsheng, eventually losing. Time lost to Flying Feathers and encountered Ghost Spirits to determine the runners-up. Sadly, they lost to Ghost Spirits and missed out on getting any trophies for the 6th season. Cheng Wei's depressed head cleaned his keyboard and Tan Shishan whispered softly into his ear, "Don't be sad. Think about how Cat God didn't get into the playoffs for 3 consecutive seasons. He was able to play as normal. We didn't get the trophy this year but we can win it next year." "Yes." Cheng Wei nodded. Tan Shishan went on to say, "Isn't Cat God your idol? You have to learn to be more optimistic from him." Cheng Wei's mood was a bit complicated as he listened to Tan Shishan's soothing comfort. He obviously debuted 1 season earlier than Tan Shishan. Then why did he lose himself every time he lost a game? Cat God was right. He was too immature. Cheng Wei blushed with embarrassment and looked up. "Captain, you don't need to comfort me. I understand. I won't lose confidence because of a game and will come back next season." Tan Shishan saw this red face and liked it. He smiled and rubbed Cheng Wei's head. "It is good that you understand. Do you know what to say when speaking to the reporters later?" Cheng Wei nodded earnestly. "Yes." Once the reporters interviewed them, Cheng Wei smiled like he had won the championship. "We will definitely win next season," Cheng Wei said with confidence. This time was just an accidental loss. What about the Lu Zhang combination, Wind Colors Double Summoners combination and Flying Feathers Melee combination? We aren't afraid. I will practice together with Captain Tan during this season's holiday period and raise our tacit understanding. We will bring you a surprise next season." Tan Shishan smiled with pleasure as Cheng Wei acted like a vice-captain. He held Cheng Wei's hand and said, "We will adjust our tactics after returning home. Please look forward to the performance of the Time team in the 7th season. I have grown up with Cheng Wei. It isn't as long as the Lu Zhang combination but our tacit understanding won't lose to any combination in the league." Cheng Wei immediately nodded. "Yes, Captain Tan's words are great." Tan Shishan smiled and rubbed his head. "Is that so?" Next door, the 3rd place Lu Wushuan was very calm. The reporter handed the microphone to him and asked, "What do you think about the team taking 3rd place?" Lu Wushuan replied lightly, "I am very happy." Reporter, he couldn't see how Captain Lu was happy. Zhang Shaowai smiled and put his arm around his brother's shoulder. "Our understanding has increased. I am confident that we will win the championship next season. The brothers are united and can exert a lot of power." "Right. Well, wasn't this saying originally about a husband and wife?" Lu Wushuan pushed up his glasses but his face showed a happy look as he nodded. "Yes, you are right." After the 3rd place battle, the highly anticipated 6th season's finals took place on Sunday at 8 in the evening. Li Cangyu set an early morning alarm clock and watched the live broadcast. Xiao Han, Bai Xian and Xie Shurong also came to watch. Yu Bing spoke in the commentator's room, "According to the internal news that I received, the 7th season's competition system will be completely changed. The finals of the 6th season is the last game of the old system. The significance of this championship isn't small." Yes, the old game system was divided into the arena stage and the group battle. The arena stage is the single elimination method while the group battle is to capture the crystal to gain points. This game mode has lasted for a full 6 years and it is time to make changes. The last match of the old system, let's see who will win the championship. The live audience clapped and the 6th season's finals officially began. Wind Color vs Flying Feathers, it was the showdown of old and strong teams. The two teams had played against each other countless times in the past 6 years. In the 2nd season, the Double Summoners style was the strongest and they beat Flying Feathers twice in the regular season. In the 3rd season, the 3 Musketeers of Flying Feathers swept through the league and won against Wind Color twice. Later, Wind Color's vice-captain and Flying Feathers captain retired. The results of the two teams stabilized and there would be wins and losses. This season, both teams had an excellent performance and anyone could win. Surprisingly, Qin Mo was put in the 2nd round of the arena and successfully stabilized the score. Yu Pingsheng had residual blood and Qin Mo killed him with a thrilling blow. Qin Mo was very excited. This was the first time killing a great god. He had an advantage due to the player ahead of him but he managed to stabilize this advantage. He didn't drag the team down. In the 2 rounds of the arena, both Flying Feathers and Wind Color won, making it a tie. In the group battle stage, the front row of the Flying Feathers swordsman and berserker was the strongest in the league, while the control of Wind Color's double summoners in the rear was very tricky. This game was extremely fierce and the scores of both sides were tight. The two teams clung to the home advantage and made a 9:9 draw. Li Cangyu was full of confidence. I guess that Wind Color will win. Xiao Han was puzzled. Flying Feathers isn't weak. They are tied at 9:9. How are you so sure that Wind Color will win? Li Cangyu laughed. It is because Wind Color has Ling Suifeng. He is the best at grabbing opportunities to kill. It is easy to gain the advantage in the deciding match. He had confidence in Ling Suifeng, just like he had confidence in himself. In the last decider, the system randomly drew the city square map. Everyone remembered that not long ago, Ling Suifeng and Su Guangmo formed a team for the 3v3 and killed the American ace combination on this map. The two people worked together well and had a tacit understanding. Now they were opponents and wouldn't be kind when fighting each other. Sure enough, it was as Li Cangyu said. Ling Suifeng grasped the opportunity to forcefully control Yu Pingsheng. At the cost of the Bloodkin summoner Su Fifan, they succeeded in killing Yu Pingsheng and opened a hole in Flying Feather's line of defense. Then they took away the crystal of the deciding match in one breath. The word victory popped up on their screens and all of Wind Color stood up excitedly to hug each other. Qin Mo was in tears. They won the championship. This was the first championship since Qin Mo's debut. He might have played a small role, but he still had a share in this victory. The teammates huddled together while Ling Suifeng calmly extended a hand and patted their shoulders. He rubbed his apprentice's head before leading everyone to shake hands with Flying Feathers. Su Guangmo smiled and said, "It is exciting every time I play with Wind Color. I almost got a heart attack." Ling Suifeng reached out and shook hands with Su Guangmo. Same here. Yu Pingsheng still didn't speak. He just stuck out his hand for everyone to shake, like a robot with a good program. His natural body temperature was low and his hand was cold as if he had just taken it out of cold water. He politely followed his brother to shake hands, but many people wanted to say, "Vice Captain Yu, there is no need, okay? Shaking your hand will remind people of ghosts in horror movies." Chapter 96 6th Season, 2. The 6th season ended and the Wind Color team won the championship, the Flying Feathers team was second and Ghost Spirits was third. In the evening, the awards ceremony was held at the largest Miracle Stadium in Shanghai. The venue of the awards ceremony was star-studded, the lights were bright, the audience seats were full and applause rang out. Yu Bing and Cao Hongii were respectively dressed in an evening gown and suit to host the awards ceremony. The first individual award to be given was for the 6th season's newcomers. Many viewers were very concerned about who would win the 6th season's newcomer awards. It was because the newcomer award represented a rising star in the future. The selection for the newcomer awards was scored by the senior judges on the comprehensive data of the players who debuted this season. Yu Bing received an envelope and opened it. The winner of the 6th season's Best Newcomer Award goes to Wind Color's Qin Mo. Qin Mo couldn't believe it when he heard his name. He looked around blankly and Ling Suifeng patted his shoulder. "Go and receive your award." Qin Mo finally recovered and ran excitedly to the stage, receiving the trophy from the host. "Xiao Qin, do you have anything to say about getting this award?" Cao Hongii asked with a smile. Qin Mo held the trophy tightly. His voice was slightly shaking from excitement as he said, I had no idea I was going to get this award." Yu Bing urged him, "Please give an acceptance speech." Qin Mo took a deep breath to calm down his emotions. Then he said, "I have made several mistakes in the regular season of the 6th season. I haven't played in a long time and finally adjusted my mentality during the playoffs, allowing me to play at my true level. I want to thank Master for giving me the opportunity to come here and for his tolerance, as well as my teammates for their encouragement." He was obviously too excited as there was some incoherence in his speech. Yu Bing saw that the young boy was so thrilled that his cheeks were red. She smiled at him and said, "The judges gave you this award because you could quickly wake up after being frustrated and perform better than before. This is the most valuable quality in a professional player." Qin Mo nodded. "I will work harder in the future in order to not disappoint my master and teammates." "Thank you." He bowed deeply in the direction of the Wind Color team. Under the stage, Ling Suifeng's lips slightly raised. In fact, Qin Mo's growth could be credited to Cat God. Ling Suifeng thought this and sent a text message to Li Cangyu. "Thank you for helping me with my apprentice." Li Cangyu immediately replied, "Why are you being so polite? Have him accompany my Xiao Han to practice." Ling Xuefeng didn't hesitate to sell his apprentice. No problem. There were 2 newcomer awards per season. The best newcomer award was done and now it was the most promising rookie award. The difference between the awards was that the former was for an outstanding newcomer this season. The latter was for newcomers who didn't do well this season but their talent was high and their room for improvement was significant. It was a recognition of the player's potential by the judges. The most promising rookie award goes to the Cheetah Team's Chen Anran. This name shocked many people. Li Cangyu was also a bit surprised and texted Ling Xuefeng, "Who is Chen Anran?" Ling Xuefeng was very impressed with this teenager. The rookie who just debuted this year was only 16 years old and he always followed his captain. His personality was a bit introverted and he barely spoke. He is a new player on the Cheetah team. He plays a Terran hunter. Ling Xuefeng quickly replied. He didn't show any bright plays but his talent is very high. His style is also unique. The 16-year-old boy is low-key and introverted. He rarely appears in front of the media, which is why you don't know him. Li Cangyu really hadn't heard of Chen Anran. He rarely watched the Cheetah team's games. According to Ling Xuefeng's explanation, he was a Terran hunter. This style hadn't appeared in the league before. Hunters relied on traps as a means of attack. The most commonly used skill was the capture trap that could be placed on the ground. The person stepping on it would be stuck and lose blood. If used well, it was a very strong control skill. A master hunter could fill the ground with traps, making the opponents walk into traps without any precautions. Then the high damage of the traps would successfully kill the opponent. Due to the need to quickly place traps, hunters needed high agility as a basis. Thus, the hunters in the Miracle League would choose an elf with the agility build as the main growth route. Chen Anran chose the Terran gameplay, which was extremely rare. Li Cangyu thought for a moment before replying, the judges must be very sure of his talent if they gave him this award. Ling Xuefeng said, the Cheetah team will definitely improve next season and the double trap style will be hard to deal with. The two of them were chatting when Yu Bing suddenly read a number. Next is the 6th season's Heavyweight Single Person Award, the MVP Award. The winner of the MVP Award is Wind Color's Ling Xuefeng. Ling Xuefeng put away his phone and calmly walked on stage to accept the trophy. Cao Hong'ai said with a smile, Captain Ling's expression is very calm. Is there anything you want to say to everyone? Ling Xuefeng stated, yes, thank you all. Hosts. The natural cold king, they still couldn't interview him. Ling Xuefeng accepted the prize with a serious face and the camera zoomed in on him. The man's side profile was handsome like the creator had carefully carved him. His expression was cold, worthy of the league's first abstinent god. Many fans were screaming and commented, lick Captain Ling. Li Cangyu couldn't help thinking, this man is mine, not yours. The best combination award was given to Ghost Spirits Lu Zhang brothers. Their understanding of each other had increased and they truly could be considered the best combination. The highest popularity award decided through voting was given to Tan Shishan. It was because he posted a lot about kittens and dogs these past few days, attracting many random votes. None of these awards were too controversial and the team awards that followed was the highlight. The third place Ghost Spirits, second place Flying Feathers and champions Wind Color. The 3 teams took to the stage to receive the trophies. This was the last trophy of the old system, a perfect ending to the 6th season. It heralded the new 7th season that was coming. Ling Xuefeng held the championship trophy and stated calmly to the camera, I am very pleased that the Wind Color team can win the last championship of the old system. This is the end of a long era and the beginning of a new era. In the 7th season, not only will the league rules comprehensively change but we have a friend returning from afar. I believe that in the 7th season, all professional players will bring you more wonderful scenes. These words were widely spread around by the esports reporters. It was a perfect finish to the 6th season. The end of an old era, the beginning of a new era and the return of an old friend. Everyone knew who the old friend was and people started to have expectations about Cat God's return. Li Cangyu saw the news reports and couldn't help sending a message to Ling Xuefeng. Really handsome. The person he saw was so handsome. Ling Xuefeng normally didn't like to talk, yet he gave such a serious speech. This actually became the closing lines of the 6th season. Wind Color's captain really wasn't average. Ling Xuefeng, who was having dinner after the awards ceremony, received the message and a gentle look appeared in his eyes. Do you mean that I'm handsome? Li Cangyu replied, yes, you were very handsome when speaking into the camera. Ling Suifeng was in a good mood from being praised and sent back, "I am waiting for your return." A ripple spread through Li Cangyu's mind at these words. He wanted to climb through the phone line and throw him down. "I will be back. The 7th season will soon arrive." Chapter 97 New Teammate, 1. The Food Squad's Arena Challenge had been opened for half a month. Xiao Han's PK skills were becoming more refined thanks to Qin Mo changing to numerous side accounts every day to train Xiao Han. In particular, his grasp of the assassin's stealth skill had reached the point of perfection. Qin Mo was surprised to find that it wasn't easy to defeat Xiao Han now. After the end of the 6th season, the Wind Color got a holiday for 1 month. Qin Mo planned to go back home to Xi'an to visit his parents. As a competent sparring partner, he decided to say goodbye to Xiao Han before he left. That night, Xiao Han found that someone was online in the schizophrenia group in his friends list and he immediately sent a private message, "Qin Mo, Arena." Qin Mo thought, "I have played so many rounds with you and had to pay you gold for every round. Whenever I come online, you will say words like Arena. Do I have no human rights?" Qin Mo thought this and said, "I won't go." Xiao Han was puzzled. "Why?" Qin Mo replied angrily, "There is no reason. I just don't want to fight with you." Xiao Han said seriously, "Are you afraid you won't beat me if we fight again?" Qin Mo. Who said he couldn't beat Xiao Han? Qin Mo was stimulated by this method and immediately found the president of Wind Color to ask for money. Popular Land Under Heaven couldn't help sighing. "Loser little prince, the team is on holiday and you still won't let go of my vault." Qin Mo asked the president for 10,000 gold and piked with Xiao Han for 10 rounds. Once they finished, he said, "Look, I can beat you." Xiao Han, "Yes, thank you for the training." Qin Mo. Damn it, he was fooled. He ended up sparring and gave Xiao Han another 10,000 gold coins. The depressed Qin Mo shut off his computer and decided that he would ignore Xiao Han during his 1-month holiday. The 6th season ended and the Miracle League gave professional players a 1-month holiday. Most players actively went home to visit their loved ones. However, the captains weren't so leisurely. Shortly after the awards ceremony, Chairman Nan Jiangang convened all the team captains of the 1st and 2nd Division in Beijing. The 1st Division had 8 teams and the 2nd Division had 16 teams. In total, there were 24 captains. All of them sat around the conference table. Chairman Nan Jiangang asked the assistant to distribute the documents to everyone. Then he started speaking seriously, "There are 2 reasons for today's meeting. First, the rules of the 7th season will be completely changed. There are detailed descriptions in the file. You can look at it first." The captains looked down at the documents. After a while, Ling Suifeng looked up and asked, "Chairman, the 7th season will cancel the single elimination arena system and change it into a partner matchup. Is this in line with the world competition?" The question raised by Ling Suifeng was a common doubt in the hearts of the other captains. Chairman Nan Jiangang nodded and said, "Next year's world competition will indeed have a partner matchup elimination system. The World League's idea is that the single-player system is too unstable. If a team has 1 or 2 very strong guards, they will gain a lot of points in the arena stage, which isn't fair to the other teams. Since Miracle is a team game, more attention should be paid to the ability to cooperate. That is the purpose behind replacing one person with partners." The group nodded. In other words, there would be no single-player confrontations in the 7th season. It would be a confrontation between combinations. For example, let's say there was a match between Time and Flying Feathers. In the past, the 2 sides would send 3 players to the arena in a 1v1 elimination-style battle. The person who survived until the end would gain the points. In the 7th season, the arena would take the form of combination vs combination. Tan Shishan and Cheng Wei could form a combination and Flying Feathers had the double melee combination of Yu Ping Sheng and Sui Guangmo. A player's individual strength would be weakened and the role of cooperation between partners significantly increased. Then Sui Guangmo asked, "According to the description in the file, the regular season only has 1 round of the arena. In the playoffs, if there are 3 consecutive rounds, you can change people in the middle. This meaning, you can change 1 person." "Yes." Nan Jiangang explained. "Let's take the Wind Color team as an example. The first round can have the Guo Xian and Yan Ruwen combination, the second round can have the Su Fifan and Ling Suifeng double summoning combination and then the combination of Ling Suifeng and Yan Ruwen can play in the third round. It can be a single or double change, allowing a high degree of freedom. Once you go back, you have to study carefully about how to arrange your lineup. This was interesting because every team had a special ace combination. In addition to this fixed combination, they could use other teammates to create a unique style of play. If necessary, they could even bring a healer to the arena. Chairman Nan Jiangang continued explaining, there is still the second matter about the establishment of the national team for the world competition. The maximum number of players and the selection methods have been included in the file. Take a closer look. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me directly. The meeting lasted for 2 hours and the captains had a very lively discussion. Chairman Nan Jiangang looked at the eagerness of these young people and was particularly pleased. He believed that the 7th season would definitely be more exciting than any season in the past. Once the meeting ended, Nan Jiangang was left alone with Ling Suifeng and he asked, "How is Old Cat's progress?" Ling Suifeng replied, "He opened a cross-server arena challenge to recruit teammates. However, he hasn't found anyone yet." Nan Jiangang frowned. The second division will start after the Spring Festival next year. Once he finds teammates, he has to train them. He doesn't have a lot of time. Tell him to speed up his progress. Ling Suifeng nodded. Rest assured, Chairman. Ling Suifeng returned to his hotel and immediately turned on his computer. He logged into his Q account and sent a message to Li Cangyu. The chairman asked about your team today. Has the situation progressed on your side? Not for the moment. Li Cangyu replied. Qin Mo gave my Xiao Han half a month's worth of training and his PK level has grown considerably. There are very few people who can defeat him. Occasionally, there are 1 or 2 but they aren't interested in playing competitively. Ling Suifeng wondered, have you considered my suggestion? Exposing your identity and using it to recruit teammates will be more useful than the 1 million bonus that you set. Li Cangyu smiled. I am planning to do so. Then he asked with concern, didn't you have a meeting in Beijing today? Yes, today's meeting was about the change in the competition system and the national team's selection. I'll send it for you to look. He used his phone to take photos of the files and uploaded them to Q. Li Cangyu sent a hug emoji and looked thoughtfully at the files. 10 minutes later, Li Cangyu finished reading about the new system and was somewhat puzzled. The single-player elimination is cancelled and it will become a combination arena. Ling Suifeng, yes. Li Cangyu, okay, then I can try a combination with Xiao Bai. Output and Milk Dad. Ling Suifeng. He knew this would happen. If Li Cangyu really formed a team with Bai Xian, it was estimated that many people would cry in the future. Cat God protected by the Milk Dad was simply unstoppable. He wouldn't be able to die and there would be a collective protest. Li Cangyu continued with, can the two of us form a combination in the world competition? Ling Suifeng was slightly moved and asked, don't you want to bring your Milk Dad? Li Cangyu sent a smiling emoji. I want to take you even more. Ling Suifeng. Was this person being intentional or unintentional? There was a moment of silence and then Ling Suifeng asked, why do you want to form a combination with me? Li Cangyu, because you are handsome. Ling Suifeng. Li Cangyu unconsciously teased Ling Suifeng, unaware that on the other side of the computer, Ling Suifeng was once again smiling. Then you want to combine with me and rely on my face to kill the opponents? Ling Suifeng typed. Don't you think the two of us can dominate the world, regardless of whether we depend on our face or our strength? Li Cangyu replied quite seriously. Ling Suifeng's smile deepened and his eyes softened. Don't think too far ahead. You need to quickly find teammates and play well in the domestic league before talking about the national team. Li Cangyu sent an OK gesture. Rest assured. I will move step by step. Then a dialogue window popped up in the lower right corner. It was from Zhang Shuiming. Cat God, I found a very interesting person in the arena. Do you want to come and see? Li Cangyu quickly typed, okay, I'll be right there. Chatting with Ling Suifeng made him happy but there was a more pressing matter at present. Li Cangyu and Ling Suifeng waved goodbye. Then Li Cangyu logged into the game and went to the cross-server arena to find Zhang Shuiming. Zhang Shuiming had been following Cat God's instructions and taking Xiaogu to play in the cross-server arena. The cross-server arena was graded according to the players' points and winning percentage. Opponents of the same level would be matched. Once the points were full, there would be a promotion and the player could enter a higher level area. From lowest to highest, the ranks of the arena were Bronze, Silver, Gold, Diamond, and King. Most players in the Bronze section were rookies and those with terrible hand speed. The silver section had average players. Masters in the online game would usually reach the gold and diamond section while the king section was obvious. It was basically the section for the side accounts of the professional players. Zhang Chuiming met a person in the qualifying session of the bronze section. Anyone playing the arena knew that the bronze section had a mix of elementary school students and rookies. However, it was also possible to encounter some masters training their side accounts from scratch. Zhang Chuiming knew instantly that this person was a master practicing a side account. On that day, he opened a healer account while Gu Siming played a psychic side account. This was to let Xiao Gu become familiar with the operations of the psychic. The two of them joined a random matching queue and were successfully assigned to a room. It was the bronze section, so Zhang Chuiming and Gu Siming could easily crush players. Yet in this match, they encountered an incident. Their team had a rookie who couldn't play and died 6 times in a row to the opposite team's Black Magician. The Black Magician relied on the 30% status bonus from the 6 kills to wipe out the team in one breath and successfully grabbed the crystal. Zhang Chuiming was a healer and Xiao Gu was an auxiliary. The two watched as their teammates were killed and couldn't help. They could only lose in a depressed manner. This was the first time that they saw the word failure in the bronze section. After this match, Xiao Gu said, "The Black Magician has a good awareness. He is definitely playing a side account." Zhang Chuiming had previously been a captain and naturally saw that this Black Magician wasn't simple and wanted to add him as a friend. This person's ID was "Don't like to talk." Zhang Chuiming sent the message, "Let's become friends to team up together." "Don't like to talk, okay." Thus, Zhang and Gu formed a team with him. They played 10 games in a row and naturally won the 10 games. Zhang Chuiming teamed up with the Black Magician to see his true level. The more he saw, the more shocked he became. This person's awareness was first class and he was also capable of grasping opportunities. The Black Magician was a dark magic class. The most important thing was the negative effect of the death mantra. Under this spell, the Black Magician's attack skills would receive a damage bonus. Many Black Magicians didn't know how to connect spells, but this person did it very well. His grasp of the spell cooldowns was simply perfect. However, he was like his ID "Don't like to talk." He rarely spoke. Whenever he was asked something, he would reply with short words. He never took the initiative to send a message. In order to avoid scaring him, Zhang Chuiming temporarily didn't tell him about the formation of the day. He teamed up with the Black Magician for 3 or 4 days to make sure this person had potential before telling the captain. Chapter 98 New Teammate, 2. Li Cangyu heard old Zhang's description and became excited. In the beginning, he had old Zhang go to the cross-server arena with Xiao Gu while he trained Xiao Han and looked for teammates. As a result, there was no progress on Xiao Han's side, but old Zhang sent good news about a teammate first. A Black Magician was exactly the teammate they needed the most. According to old Zhang, this person shouldn't be the side account of a professional player. Maybe he was still developing. "Give me a random account and I will join you," Li Cangyu said to Zhang Chuiming. "Okay, I sent the account password on queue." Zhang Chuiming picked a summoner from his dozens of accounts and sent it to Li Cangyu. Li Cangyu logged and consciously joined the team. Zhang Chuiming explained on the team channel, "This is my friend. He will play the arena with us tonight." "Don't like to talk" said one word. "Oh." Li Cangyu sent a handshake emoji. "Hello. Don't like to talk, okay." Li Cangyu, how many years have you been playing a Black Magician? "Don't like to talk, 3 years." Li Cangyu, do you really dislike talking? "Don't like to talk, yes." Li Cangyu. This guy was interesting. He took such a direct ID. Your team has joined the cross-server arena's qualifying list. Matching your opponents, please wait. Matching successful. Reading the arena map, please be prepared. On the screen, the 10-second countdown popped up. After a while, the 4 people appeared on the arena map along with 2 other random teammates assigned by the system. The random map for the qualifiers was just a mountain map. There were 3 paths that could be taken to steal the crystal. In order to observe the strength of Don't Like to Talk, Li Cangyu deliberately walked with him down the same road, but he acted as a soy sauce. The result? This Black Magician was quite strong. He actually killed 2 people from the opposite side and took a double kill in one breath. Strangely, he didn't say a word despite Li Cangyu obviously acting as a soy sauce. He just silently fought, as if his teammate didn't exist. This game was won without a doubt. Don't Like to Talk relied on the violence of the Black Magician to kill the opposite 6 people. For the next 3 rounds, Li Cangyu continued to act as a soy sauce, never helping when they were surrounded. The black magician still didn't speak as he ignored Li Cangyu and continued to fight by himself. Even after being surrounded and killed by 3 enemies, he didn't say a word and climbed up again in silence. An average person would definitely curse on the team channel. How could they be calm when they met such a pig teammate? This person's psychological quality was quite strong. Zhang Xueming had been taking a separate path with Xiaogu, but he still paid attention to this side. He asked in the voice channel, "Cat God, what do you think of this person?" Li Cangyu thought about it. He is very familiar with a black magician's skills and his ability to grasp opportunities is powerful. His mentality is also understated. I think he really can be developed. Zhang Keming nodded. I think so as well. This person doesn't like to talk, so we can't ask him anything. Li Cangyu said, "We aren't in a hurry. Let's do it again." Li Cangyu spent one evening acting as a soy sauce to carefully observe this black magician. He saw that this person's eyes were quite sharp. It could be seen from the way he operated that his hand speed wasn't high. However, his play was very stable and the skills linkage excellent. No skills would be wasted. The smartest thing about him was that even in disadvantageous situations of 1v2 or 1v3, he was very good at using the terrain to kite the opponents. He played a remote class very well, grasping the way to maintain a distance from the opponent while still being able to use vital skills. The Black Magician was the most aggressive class in the ranged magic classes, but this person's Black Magician didn't give a suffocating sense of oppression. Rather, it was a bit slow. He slowly kited his opponents, like boiling a frog. He used the slow black magic style to grind away at the opponent. An average person might feel suffocated by this. However, Li Cangyu felt that if a person's hand speed was limited, then they couldn't play the explosive oppression style. This method of slowly grinding the opponent was also very good. Don't like to talk, and Li Cangyu played until approximately 12 o'clock before Don't like to talk sent a message to the team channel, "Goodbye." Li Cangyu quickly typed, "Are you logging off? Sleep. Will you come back tomorrow?" "I will." Li Cangyu smiled and said, "Then let's go together tomorrow." "Master, take us with you." "Okay." Zhang Xueming silently wiped his sweat. Cat God pretending to be a small novice was really first-class acting. He actually said, "Master, take us with you." If the other person knew who Cat God was, wouldn't he be terrified? The next night, Don't Like to Talk received a team invitation as soon as he logged in. He joined the team and saw that yesterday's summoner, psychic, and healer were present. Also, there was a white magician and swordsman in the team. In fact, Zhang Xueming's healer side account was being controlled by Bai Xian this time, while Zhang Xueming changed to a white magician account. The swordsman was naturally Xie Shurong. Cat God sent a summoning order and all his teammates arrived. As for Xiao Han, he was still seriously defending the challenge arena. Li Cangyu typed on the team channel, "We are a casual group and are just missing one person. Do you mind playing the qualifiers with us?" Don't Like to Talk didn't have a regular teammate and typed, "Okay." Li Cangyu asked, "Do you want to join the voice channel?" Don't Like to Talk, "I don't have a mic." This person's nature was obviously a bit introverted. Li Cangyu didn't force him and simply joined the qualifiers list. When teaming up, the system presumed the members were good friends, so the matched opponents would be relatively strong. This stage was too simple for Li Cangyu and professional players. Still, everyone wanted to see the Black Magician's strength, so they collectively pretended to be novices. The Black Magician didn't hate on this small novice teammates. He used obstacles to slowly hit the opponent and sometimes took advantage of the terrain to grind at the opponent. The more Li Cangyu looked, the more he liked this person. This guy was like a snail that could kill people slowly. The mastery of his skills was particularly precise. Every skill was released at the right timing and he didn't waste a single drop of blue. He was a prudent type player. In the voice room, Bai Xian couldn't help commenting, "It is rare for a black magician to play like this." Xie Shurong agreed. It is rare. The strongest black magicians in the country are in the wind color team. Yan Ruan and Guo Xian have reduced the cooldown of their skills as much as possible to play quickly. This matches the violent output style of wind color's summoners. In Miracle, skill points could be added at will and the degree of freedom was quite high. As Xie Shurong said, both Yan and Guo of wind color had skills that reduced cooldown. They could quickly cast spells and match with Ling Suifeng to suppress the opponents. The black magician in front of them was obviously different. They add magic damage skills were slow to cast, but as long as they hit, the damage would be high. Zhang Zhuiming mused, A class doesn't have a fixed gameplay. Since I can use a white magician as an auxiliary, is there any problem with the black magician's slow style? Li Cangyu laughed. That is the truth. There are advantages to the fast and slow style. The main thing is to look at the team's lineup. Pure Cleansing's double auxiliary lineup is especially slow, but it also gives many strong teams a headache. When necessary, slow down the rhythm to seize an opportunity and counterattack. The captain clearly liked this slow and introverted person, but Bai Xian still had some concerns. The origin of this person is unclear. It is hard to say if he can become a professional player or not. Li Cangyu said, let me ask him. Then he sent a message to the other person. Hello, I am Old Cat. I am forming a professional team to participate in the 7th season's professional league. I am looking for a black magician teammate. Are you interested in playing in the professional league? The other person was somewhat flattered and asked after a long time, Cat God. Li Cangyu replied, have you heard of me? Yes, the behind-the-scenes strategist. Li Cangyu understood that his role as the behind-the-scenes strategist had been circulated on the internet during the carnival. The news that Cat God is coming back was widely forwarded by Miracle fans. It was no secret if people were paying attention to the World Carnival. It wasn't strange that people knew him. That's right, I'm Old Cat. Li Cangyu quickly typed, I will ask you seriously. Are you interested in playing in the professional league? Me? Yes, it is you. Don't like to talk was silent for a long time before saying, is it okay? Li Cangyu replied with a smile, of course. What other reason would I have for bringing my teammates to play the bronze qualifiers with you? One of my teammates met you and found that you are special and talented. We collectively came to check. The people present are professional players in my team and they all appreciate you. Don't like to talk. Li Cangyu said, why don't you come to the voice channel and I'll say it directly. Don't like to talk, okay. A moment later, a person entered the voice room and a weak voice entered everyone's ears. How are you? Li Cangyu spoke cheerfully, hello, I am Old Cat. What are you called? The person whispered, my surname is Li, I'm called Li Xiaozhang. This voice wasn't too old. He was probably a teenager. Li Cangyu couldn't help laughing. How old are you? 18 years old. Then can I call you Xiao Li? Okay, okay. Bai Xian found that every time this person spoke, he would repeat the first word. Bai Xian took off his headset and whispered, does this little guy have a stutter? Li Cangyu also took off his headset and nodded. It is possible. It was possible that due to his speech, he didn't like to talk and became more introverted. The voice of this young boy was feeble and had a sharp contrast with the unrestrained Uncle Zhang and lively Xiaogu. This made Bai Xian think of a pitiful stray cat in the corner. Cat God really had an aura that attracted young people. This time, it was this introverted young man. Bai Xian couldn't help smiling. If 2 more youngsters join the team, we can put together a table of 4 for mahjong. Li Cangyu gave him a look. Let's check this Xiao Li first. Bai Xian said, this person is easier to deal with than Xiao Han. Xiao Han was rebellious and we have to kill him until he had his underwear left before he would agree. This Xiao Li sounds very good. Perhaps he will follow you after you say a few words. I hope so. Li Cangyu put on his headset again and said, Xiao Li, I appreciate your talents in the game. Your dragging style is slow and sluggish, but this is a strong match with my teammates. I would sincerely like to invite you to join my team. Are you willing? Li Xiaozhang was silent for a moment before carefully saying, but I haven't played competitively. His stuttering became more apparent when he was nervous. Li Cangyu said softly, you can follow me to play the game. Give yourself a chance. How about it? Li Xiaozhang whispered, I will drag you down. Li Cangyu stated, don't be afraid. I'll be there to cover you. Li Xiaozhang seemed touched as he blushed. Then let me think about it. Gu Siming heard the stuttering youth and couldn't help whispering to Uncle Zhang, he plays the game slowly and talks slowly. He is a slow person. Zhang Zhuiming laughed. It is enough for our team to have you as a little madman. Cat God would have a headache if there are a few more madmen. I think this Xiao Li is very good. It doesn't matter if he is slow. This makes him more stable on the field. In fact, Li Cangyu had the same thoughts. Gu Siming was too hot-blooded and really was a small madman. Xiao Han was arrogant and rebellious, although he played well. This Xiao Li was slow but he was far more stable than Xiao Han and Gu Siming. It would be great if he joined. Chapter 99 Challenger. Li Xiaozhang never thought that he could become an esports player. He had been playing Miracle for 3 years. The Dark Magician was his favorite class but his hand speed couldn't keep up. Thus, he could only use the slow style. Of course, this was also related to his nature. Since he was a child, he wasn't good at communicating with people. When he talked, his tongue couldn't help nodding. After being laughed at several times, he was even less likely to speak. He was like a snail shrinking into his shell. He slowly crawled forward, regardless of what the people around him thought. He met Cat God in the game through an accident and was invited by Cat God to join the team. Li Xiaozhang was so excited that his fingers were shaking, but he wasn't likely to express it. He ran to his boss office and could only clench his fist as he said, I want to play the game. Next month, I won't come to work. The boss, who was surfing the internet, glanced at him and asked, what game? The Miracle Professional League. The boss was called Li Hai and he was Li Zijiang's cousin. Li Xiaozhang had been slow since he was a child. He looked dull and his grades weren't good. After graduating from high school, he didn't get into a good university. His person's cultural level wasn't high and they didn't have any good ideas for their son's future. Therefore, they sent him to a provincial city to spend a few years with his cousin. His cousin opened an online store in the provincial city, specializing in assembling computers, keyboards, mouses, audio and other peripherals. There was a physical store in the city and the business was very good. The annual income reached millions of yuan. He knew this child wasn't good at communicating with others and asked his cousin to help with miscellaneous tasks such as printing orders and counting inventory, which didn't require talking to others. Li Xiaozhang did things slowly but he was careful and serious. It was handy for him to do these tasks and he never made a mistake. After finishing his work during the day, he was idle at night and played games. His days were very comfortable. Today, he suddenly said that he was going to play in the Miracle Professional League. Li Hai knew the Miracle League very well and thought it was funny. He looked at the blushing teenager and patted his shoulder. Li Hai asked, you are going to play competitively at this level? Who's fooling you? You shouldn't meet liars. No. Li Xiaozhang anxiously explained. It is Cat. Li Hai quickly rushed him. There is a relationship with a cat. Cat God asked me to join. He finally said the sentence in its entirety. Li Xiaozhang sighed with relief and looked at his cousin with eyes full of anticipation. Li Hai was startled. Cat God? Of course, he had heard the name of this great god. Some time ago, Cat God was the behind-the-scenes strategist at the World Carnival and he heated up the country. As a veteran of Miracle, he naturally heard the news of Cat God's return. Did his stupid cousin really meet Cat God? Li Hai couldn't help feeling excited and asked, are you sure that it is Cat God? You're not joking. Li Xiaozhang nodded seriously. Yes. Li Hai excitedly cried out, quickly, take me to meet Cat God. Li Cangyu was chatting with everyone on the voice channel. In less than half an hour, Li Xiaozhang came back and whispered, Cat God, I'm back. Then the voice of an adult male was heard. Hey, is Cat God really there? Li Cangyu replied, I am old Cat. Li Hai was excited. Are you Cat God? Yes, how are you related to Xiao Li? Li Hai explained, I am Li Zijiang's cousin. Zijiang's parents aren't local and he is currently working in my store. He just told me that Cat God wanted him to join the professional league. I thought he was dreaming. Li Cangyu smiled. I'm sincerely inviting Xiaozhang to join our team. There is a formal contract after joining. The address of the club is in Changsha. If you are worried, you can come to check the team in person once I return to China. Look and then make a decision. Yes, the store won't be busy in a few days so I will take him there. Li Hai paused before asking uneasily, Cat God, my brother's level, can he really play the game? He is a slow child from an early age and I can't wait to be killed by him in PK. I'm not mistaken. Xiaozhang is very talented. Li Cangyu explained warmly. Really? Li Hai happily patted Li Zijiang's head and said, then you have made it. Since Cat God likes you then I can rest assured. Brother will take you to report to the team next month. Yes. Li Xiaozhong was also excited and spoke seriously, Thank you Cat God. His brother happened to be an otaku with an online store. He knew esports and Miracle, as well as being familiar with the professional league. This made things much easier to handle. Li Cangyu didn't need to bother him with more details as Li Hai readily agreed to let his brother play competitively. This slow fellow didn't hesitate too long to decide to join the team. He was clearly very passionate about the Miracle League. This meant he could be well nurtured in the future. Li Cangyu received a new teammate and was in a good mood. He was one member away from his goal of an 8-person team. That evening, Li Cangyu commissioned the vice president of the food squad to help him write a promotional post that was sent all over the Miracle forums. The contents of the post were very concise. Cat God is bringing a team back to the Miracle Professional League. He is currently looking for teammates. It is room number 7713 in the cross-server arena and the password is 9999. Looking for any strong masters to join. The post made headlines as soon as it was released. Cheng Wei was Li Cangyu's biggest fanboy and he naturally saw the post. He quickly forwarded the forum post to Weibo with the comment, Where are the masters? Quickly join. Cat God's team is absolutely trustworthy. Someone couldn't help commenting below, Aren't you the vice captain of time? Why are you helping Cat God to advertise? Cheng Wei's heart is with old Cat. Poor Captain Tan. Pained Captain Tan team strongly distressed Captain Tan team +1. Cheng Wei was somewhat upset when he saw the comments below his Weibo. He looked for Tan Shishan to explain but didn't expect Tan Shishan to act so generously by forwarding the same post and writing, Cat God's team should be full. If you are interested in playing in the professional league, you should seize this opportunity. Cheng Wei was moved as he knocked on the door of the bedroom. Why did you write that on Weibo? I thought you would scold me. Tan Shishan smiled and rubbed Cheng Wei's head. How can I scold you? It doesn't matter if you help Cat God with advertising. Can't people on different teams be friends? Cheng Wei agreed, yes. People on different teams can also be friends. Tan Shishan added, It is fine as long as you don't go easy on Cat God when you encounter him in matches. Cheng Wei immediately formed fists and declared confidently, It is impossible for me to go easy on him. If I met Cat God on the field, I won't be polite and will beat him up. Tan Shishan. He was bullied by Cat God yet he wanted to beat Cat God up? Wasn't this too much? To the surprise of the fans, Ling Suifeng also forwarded it along with Tan and Cheng. Captain Ling wrote straightforward words, Help expand. Ling Suifeng's personality was solemn and cold. His Weibo was like an official promotional platform. He rarely wrote anything about his private life and usually only forwarded news about the professional league and the Wind Color team. However, many careful fans found that since the appearance of Cat God, Captain Ling actually forwarded news related to Cat God 3 times in a row. The first one was Tan Shishan's story about the big cat and kitten. Captain Ling explained that the big cat and the kitten had a father-son relationship. The second was the matter of the behind-the-scenes strategist at the World Carnival. Captain Ling forwarded old Cat's post. Today, Cat God's team was recruiting and Captain Ling forwarded a post to help increase the publicity. Fans were very puzzled. Captain Ling seems to care about Cat God. Weren't they the strongest opponents? The question about who is the best summoner in the league hasn't been settled. Captain Ling must refuel to kill old Cat. Kill the cat +1. Kill the cat and ID number. A bunch of kill the cat filled the comments. Ling Suifeng sat calmly in front of the computer but he was thinking, what do you know? That cat is mine. The news that Cat God was recruiting teammates was widely forwarded by professional players, and it clearly had an overwhelming publicity effect. Xiao Han's challenge room was overcrowded. Many people who couldn't enter had to queue up outside. Some people gladly paid 1,000 gold coins to enter the challenge arena and see Cat God's face. It was a pity that most of them couldn't see Cat God's face as they were sent away by Xiao Han. The people watching the screen excitedly typed, Lick Cat God. Cat God, please give me a signature. Love to eat braised fish is actually Cat God. The members of the food squad are very proud. Cat God, come out. Don't be shy. Cat God, do you want to personally beat me up? I want to fight the strategist behind the scenes. There were too many people who flocked to the room after hearing Cat God's name. More than 95% of them came to join the fun and only a few had the strength to fight in the challenge arena. Today's challenge arena opened until 2 p.m. in New York, which was 2 a.m. in China. Since Cat God didn't make a public appearance, the first wave of people gradually dispersed. It was late at night and only a few dozen people were left as onlookers. Xiao Han had been playing since morning and he was tired and dizzy. He let Frost Descent sit in the middle of the arena to rest as he went to the bathroom. Li Cangyu had thrown his apprentice into the arena to train Xiao Han's ability to cope with challengers alone. Li Cangyu saw his apprentice come out of the bathroom with a tired expression and softened. He waved to Xiao Han and said, "Come rest for a while. Eat some fruit." Xiao Han immediately came over and took a peeled apple from Bai Xian. Li Yunyu asked, "What's the situation like in the arena? There still isn't a harvest." Xiao Han bit the apple and replied, "Most of them came to get Master's signature. There was no one who beat me this morning." Li Cangyu and Bai Xian looked at each other. This high-intensity challenge mode was actually an excellent exercise opportunity for Xiao Han. Xiao Han, who only knew how to kill people from behind, was now winning against hundreds of people of different races and classes. The fact that no one beat him this morning made Li Cangyu surprised and very happy. His apprentice was gradually changing and hadn't realized the progress he was making. Li Cangyu was silent for a moment before saying, "Wait for me and I will go to the arena to check." Xiao Han nodded. "Yes." Surprisingly, the duo returned after eating fruit and found a person sitting in the ring. The man was sitting next to Xiao Han's assassin and the room was filled with messages that he had sent. "Is Cat God there? I came to join your team. Cat God. Cat God, accept me. My level isn't bad. I am young and have a first-class awareness. I am very talented and there is a lot of room for progress. I'm sure that I will become a strong teammate. Ha 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 dot." Li Cangyu. His boasting ability was quite good. Was he as skilled as his mouth? Of course, Li Cangyu had to judge it himself. Li Cangyu logged into his summoner account on the next computer. He made another arena room and had Xiao Han send the person a message, "Room 7319, the password is 8899. Come for a fight." Chapter 100 Unexpected Harvest. The boastful fellow had the ID Great Navigator and was an elf hunter. Elf hunters were the most mainstream gameplay in the current Miracle League. They could use the elf's agility to quickly move and arrange various traps to control and kill the opponents. However, the layout of the traps was very particular and it was difficult to control. Sometimes the enemy wouldn't step on traps and they would be wasted. Therefore, the hunter was one of the most challenging classes to play apart from the summoner. Li Cangyu changed to a new room and added a password to avoid the interference of bystanders. He would let Xiao Han play first to test this person's level. Xiao Han had received half a month of high-intensity training and his current level had already caught up with those in the online game. The thing that surprised Li Cangyu was that this hunter was skilled and Xiao Han lost to him. Xiao Han was very shocked. He looked back at his master and said, "I couldn't react just now." Li Cangyu gave him an encouraging pat on the shoulder. "It doesn't matter. You have rarely encountered skilled hunters in the arena." Xiao Han nodded. "Yes, I've never met one. It wasn't easy to play a complex class, so high-level hunters and novice hunters seemed like two completely different classes. In this half a month, Xiao Han had mainly encountered archers, magicians, and swordsmen. Summoners and hunters were especially rare. Today, he met a hunter master and stepped on the traps arranged by the other person, causing him to be killed by the traps. "Play another round," Li Cangyu ordered. Xiao Han nodded and pressed the ready button. Then he typed, "One more game." Great Navigator asked, "I want to fight Cat God." "What about Cat God?" Xiao Han, "He is watching." Great Navigator, "Oh, then come again." "Cat God, watch carefully. See my incredible performance." Li Cangyu. This guy, wasn't he too good at boasting about himself? Li Cangyu sat down and watched the two of them seriously. Xiao Han had accidentally stepped on a trap and suffered a big loss. He would naturally play more carefully in this round. However, he didn't have experience with playing high-level hunters and accidentally stepped on a confinement trap. Great Navigator immediately jumped to his side, placing 5 traps at a very fast speed and exploded them. This directly cut Xiao Han's blood volume in half. Xiao Han helplessly entered stealth. This time he was smart and stared at where the hunter was standing. He moved behind the other person and his knife fell, quickly reduced the blood volume gap. "You're quite good. the person typed while putting down a trap and jumping away from Xiao Han. Xiao Han wanted to catch up again, but it wasn't that easy. The other party had put down a large number of hidden traps. One careless step would result in a loss of blood, making every step difficult. Li Cangyu saw that Xiao Han was having a hard time and couldn't help opening his mouth to give a reminder. Whenever you encounter a hunter, use movement skills and light footwork. Don't walk on the ground since it is easy to walk on a trap. Yes. Xiao Han used a teleport skill to chase the other side, but the hunter's movement speed was extremely fast. He moved in a dazzling manner while quickly placing traps. The most annoying class in the Miracle League was undoubtedly the summoner because there were too many pets to kill. The second was the hunter, since taking one step could activate a trap, making people very annoyed. Li Cangyu had his own ways of dealing with hunters, but Xiao Han obviously didn't know how to fight them. He was disturbed by traps and his blood volume became lower and lower. In the second game, Xiao Han lost again and he stared at the computer with great dissatisfaction. Li Cangyu chuckled and touched his apprentice's head. It doesn't matter. You haven't learned the skills of a hunter yet. Let me do it. Xiao Han immediately got up and gave his position to his master. Li Cangyu used the love to eat braised fish account and entered the arena. Bai Xian heard the movements and came over to watch. Once he saw that Xiao Han was defeated, he couldn't help feeling shocked. Who is this person? Li Cangyu explained, he saw our publicity post and said he wanted to join our team. I am testing him. Bai Xian sat down with interest. It is a self-recommendation? I'll watch as well. The third match started. Great Navigator saw that his opponent had changed to love to eat braised fish and immediately sent a row of hugging emojis. Cat God, Cat God. I'm here to convince you to take me. I'm excellent. Li Cangyu typed, I will know after testing you. At the beginning of the match, Li Cangyu summoned his water spirit, fire spirit, thunder spirit, and wind spirit. The 4 spirits of the elf summoner were all dispatched. The hunter was shocked. Cat God has too many younger brothers. Li Cangyu said gently, I didn't summon the 3 universal pets because I was afraid that you couldn't cope. Great Navigator. 4 was scary enough. If Cat God summoned 7 pets then he could only surrender. In order to avoid being killed by the numerous pets, Great Navigator immediately placed self-protection traps around him. Xiao Han was shocked. Master usually acted like a soy sauce when playing instances in the game. This was the first time he saw all 4 of his master's pets. The blue water spirit, the red fire spirit, the purple thunder spirit and the green wind spirit, the 4 spirits were arranged around Li Cangyu and looked spectacular. Li Cangyu calmly stood in the distance, not getting close to the hunter as he operated his 4 pets from 4 directions. This multi-line operation was excellent as 4 spirits moved forward in 4 directions. It was equivalent to 1 heart, 4 users. He could actually operate all 4 so quickly without any flaws. Xiao Han listened to the clattering of the keyboard and felt an intense admiration fill his heart. He suddenly felt extremely proud at having this master. In the middle of the arena, Great Navigator was clearly in a hurry as 4 pets surrounded him. The trap he placed trapped the water spirit, but the fire spirit's fire accurately hit him. This was immediately followed by the thunder spirit's big move and was stunned by Thunder's wrath. Great Navigator's fingers quickly hit the keyboard and he moved to avoid the pet's attacks. This made him completely passive. He could only deal with the spirits and couldn't attack. His death was inevitable. After playing for nearly 10 minutes, Li Cangyu stood in the distance and was still full of blood. Great Navigator was gradually losing blood due to the pets. Li Cangyu was no longer polite with him and once again dispatched the fire spirit. Fireballs were successively fired and the hunter was killed. Great Navigator. Li Cangyu laughed, you aren't that great. Great Navigator blushed and typed, I am very powerful but Cat God is even better. Bai Xian was amused and couldn't help saying, this guy is really shameless. Li Cangyu seriously commented, his level is decent. I used 4 pets to suppress him and he could actually endure for 10 minutes. Bai Xian nodded. That's true. Li Cangyu added, he is also very fast, which is the exact opposite of Xiao Li. The hunter's operator was a person with a very high hand speed. He moved in the arena like a gust of wind, leaving no shadows and no traces. The connections were very smooth when placing a trap and he could place them on the ground in an instant. He had a good chance of winning against the melee Xiao Han but could only be suppressed by the summoner Li Cangyu. He apparently had a lot of experience playing melee but lacked experience against master remotes. Li Cangyu thought this and couldn't help asking, How many years have you been playing a hunter? Great navigator, 1 year. Li Cangyu, it is great that you can reach this level in 1 year. Great navigator replied cheerfully, right? I also think that I'm very talented. Originally Li Cangyu wanted to praise him but changed his mind after seeing this proudly raised tail. Instead, Li Cangyu attacked. Unfortunately, your fast hand speed is useless. You placed so many traps on the ground but most of them were wasted. Didn't you think about limiting the actions of the opponent instead of attacking? Great navigator lowered his head. Oh, it seems so. Then he came alive again. But I think I am still salvageable. Li Cangyu. Great navigator sent a row of expectant eyes emojis. If Cat God accepts me then my level will surely go further. Li Cangyu. Great navigator, accept me. My hand speed is very fast. I tested it and I can reach 500. Li Cangyu. Bai Xian was laughing so hard that his belly hurt. He was suddenly reminded of a kitten meowing and wrapping himself around Li Cangyu. Wouldn't Li Cangyu relent? Li Cangyu was very sensible so he sent, fast speed is just a hardware advantage. The software can't be useless. Great navigator, Cat God, are you saying that my software can't keep up? Li Cangyu smiled. Yes. Great navigator said cheekily, the software can be updated. I need Cat God to transfer my brain system. Let me join the team. Cat God can reload the software for me. In fact, he was too good at bragging so Li Cangyu was just teasing him. He didn't think that guy would be so persevering to keep asking to join the team. His self-recommendation was really courageous. Li Cangyu became serious and asked, do you really want to join the team? Great navigator didn't hesitate. Of course. I saw the forum post recruiting and immediately came to find Cat God. Becoming an esports player has always been my dream. I've been to other teams for interviews but they don't want a hunter sad. This sentence seemed sincere. Li Cangyu asked, is it convenient for you to tell me your name and age? Great navigator replied, it is convenient, very convenient. My name is Zhou Hang and I am 17 this year. Bai Xian couldn't help smiling at Li Cangyu and teased him. He is a young boy. The mahjong table has been gathered. Li Cangyu also laughed. You were correct. Li Cangyu thought for a moment before typing in the arena channel, Xiao Zhou, you will follow us for a week in the arena as a test. If you pass the test, I will allow you to join. Zhou Hang excitedly typed, great, thank you Cat God. I love you. Kiss kiss kiss. Bai Xian. Wasn't this little guy surnamed Zhou a bit unrestrained? It seemed Cat God's luck was excellent when returning to Miracle. He recruited 4 young teenagers. One was the crazy and wild cat Gu Siming. There was also the proud and cold Persian cat Xiao Han, the slow and stuttering poor stray cat Li Xiaozhong and the cheeky and unrestrained cat Zhou Hang. The 4 kittens together made a mahjong table. Besides, the cool and sharp black cat took the lead. This was simply a perfect cat team.